tertiary or university level. So those resources are available. Along the lines of educating, we may have a pretty massive library of webinars and video and books and journal articles. And I would really like to point out to you this Introduction to One Health. It's a great book for anyone who's starting out in One Health. So grab it and grab these things and use them from the One Health Commission's website. In January of 2020, just before the pandemic shut everything down, we had launched a One Health Awareness Month. It started out here in the US because we had a bill introduced into our Senate and the US Congress declaring January 2020 One Health Awareness Month. And then guess what happened? COVID-19 happened. And so we're now continuing One Health Awareness Month for the whole world to celebrate every January. And that's in addition to One Health Day that I'll tell you about in just a moment. On the education front, when the pandemic struck, we started noticing so many articles in popular media. These are the op-eds and the commentaries that the public are reading, that we started queuing them up and putting them in a list on web pages on the Commission's website. There are well over 200 of them now from 2020 and 21 that are all calling for One Health, being written from all over the world, including some from India, that really explain the philosophy of One Health and how it's relevant to COVID and how we got in this mess, as was pointed out in the introductory comments, of how we are destroying our natural habitat. So I urge you to go, and you can get quite an education and share that page and pull out some articles from that page to share with your lawmakers and policymakers and colleagues that are just learning about One Health. The bottom line is that the economic benefits of One Health are incredible. This COVID-19 pandemic alone is thought to possibly cost us as a global economy over $82 trillion over 5 years. And if it's not the lives that are being lost that we might get our attention and make us start to do this One Health movement and really implement it and make it the default way of doing business, maybe the money will. So these are really important points that I hope that we can all pull forward. Back on the topic of connecting the global One Health community, I know that your country is so vast, and I sometimes meet people on one end of your country who are leading for One Health, and they don't know someone on the other end of your country who's also leading for One Health. And sometimes I'm able to connect the dots and say, Dr. So-and-so, do you know Dr. So-and-so who's working over on the other side of the country? I hope most of you are aware of Dr. Prajit Nambiar's work with Cohort up at the Kerala Veterinary and Animal Sciences University. And many publications are coming out of India, as you guys are well aware. And of course, the One Health conference that you held back in 2019 and the One Health declaration that came out of that are all wonderful steps for India. And I'm very excited to see the progress being made there. So back on the international front, in the US, back in 2008, the One Health Initiative team was formed. It's not a nonprofit or an organized formal nonprofit. It's a group of individuals who have been working very hard since 2008 to really help the world understand what One Health is all about. And then in 2009 or so, USAID created its Emerging Pandemic Threats Program that was operated and functioned in a very One Health way and took One Health actively to Central and East Africa and to Southeast Asia. Many of you will be familiar with OSHEA, which is now renamed AFRIHUN in this next iteration of the One Health Workforce Next Generation. And also SEAHUN, which has emerged as many strong university leaders for One Health, all as a result and coming out of that USAID Emerging Pandemic Threats Program. So that's really exciting. Many of you will know that the One Health Tripartite, which is WHO, OIE, and FAO, often referred to as the One Health Tripartite, have pledged numerous times to work together, to join hands. Now, this is sometimes easier said than done, but the fact that they're acknowledging and bringing One Health and putting One Health on their website and creating One Health tools as the WHO, as they've all done in the past couple of years, it's really a wonderful omen for One Health going forward. Here in the US, although we don't have a national One Health strategic plan yet, and because we don't yet have any formal One Health program, we do have some people in our agencies that are trying to work in a One Health way. For example, we have a One Health office at CDC that's led by Dr. Casey Barton-Baravish, And I urge you to go take advantage of some of the resources and free opportunities that are afforded there also. And all I'm going to be able to do here is just hit some high spots. There's so many. We could talk all day about all the groups and organizations working for One Health, including about what you guys are doing. In 2014, over in the UK and across Europe, there was a Network for One Health evaluation that formed that has now evolved and is now called the Network for EcoHealth and One Health. And they were one of the ones that created this integrated approaches to health, which is a wonderful little manual. I urge you all to go and find it on the library. And it is a free a booklet, and so you can use it and share it with colleagues. In 2015, the International One Health Platform formed up. And actually that group was leading since about 2011, all of the International One Health or the World One Health Congresses. Unfortunately, the One Health platform this year has closed its doors, but I want you to be aware that the 2022 World One Health Congress, to my knowledge, does proceed and is going to happen. It was the One Health Commission, the One Health Platform, and the One Health Initiative that joined hands back in 2016 and created an international global One Health Day. We were blown away by the number of events that happened our very first year. And so I also want to assure you that Global One Health Day continues. So I hope that you will actually, Dr. Kukru, I hope you will go and register this event as a celebration for One Health Day, because events that happen any time of the year can actually be queued up in celebration of One Health Day. It's just the official day is November 3, but events can happen all year. We also created a student event competition. So if you know students who would actually like to compete for cash prizes, please let them know about this opportunity. In parallel to the One Health movement, there is a planetary health movement. And there are a lot of overlaps, many parallels, and many things that we work together on. But you would probably not ever find the planetary health group talking about the human-animal bond or comparative medicine. So we're not quite the same. But there are many things that are the same, and we all are really kind of pulling on the same rope in the same direction. There is also, in parallel, a One Welfare movement that emerged back in 2016. And I just wanted to make you aware of that, where they're really trying to help us understand that the welfare of animals and the welfare of biodiversity is incredibly important to the welfare of all of us. And one of the most fun things I've been able to be involved in is the creation of the International Student One Health Alliance. So I just wanted to make you aware, especially if you know any students, get them involved. They are doing fabulous work, connecting student organizations that are working for One Health or Student One Health groups all over the world. It's been really fun to be part of and watch new initiatives form up, like the One Health for Latin America, Ibero and Caribbean for Spanish and Portuguese speaking communities. I had no idea how much was going on in South America for One Health until we did a big webinar and in Spanish, and I couldn't understand a word of it because I have no Spanish, but it was wonderful to see that network form and expand now. It's really going crazy. So it's also been a lot of fun to watch the emergence of things like the new Balkan One Health Network and the launch of the new Global One Health Environmental Module. And then one of the things, these are the kinds of things we share in One Health Happenings. There's a new online game, Plague Inc., that is really catching the attention of a lot of the youth. And of course, many of you will know that just recently, the One Health High-Level Expert Panel was formed by the FAO, OIE, UNEP, and WHO. So I hope that you'll take advantage and go and check out some of the One Health Happenings and get on the listserv so you can follow along. On the international front also, it's really exciting to see our global leaders beginning to hear and understand the term One Health. Back in 2017, the G20 nations actually pledged One Health in their report out. And then in 2019, again, they mentioned when they were focused on antimicrobial resistance, that they would accelerate efforts based on the One Health approach. And most recently this year, the WHO director, Dr. Ghebreyesus, actually predicted he said, for many people, One Health may have once seemed simply a concept. It is no longer. We cannot protect human health without considering the impact of human activities that disrupt ecosystems and encroach on habitats. And he said that we would be talking about One Health at the upcoming G7 meeting, and indeed they did. Back earlier this month in June, the G7 Summit actually recognized and called out as One Health being critical to everyone's health. I know this is an ugly slide, but I share it because it's a working slide. This will turn into a web page on the Commission's website. These are the countries that we are aware of so far that have adopted national One Health strategic plans. So I won't read through them. I'll just tell you to keep an eye out for this. And it's really exciting to see many, many countries who are actually adopting One Health and implementing it government level. We're not there yet in the US. We're working on it. And then finally, I would be remiss not to tell you, you've got to know about this. The Smithsonian in the US in Washington, DC, the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History and of Natural Resources has created a fabulous exhibit called Outbreak. And again, this is right in tune with this particular conference that you guys are having, because it's all about zoonotic diseases and One Health. So what I want you to know about this exhibit is not that you're necessarily going to get to Washington, DC, but there is a version of this exhibit that travels. So you could actually bring this exhibit and some pop-up panels to a library or a school or a hospital lobby or university campus near you. And this exhibit is traveling all over the world, especially now that COVID-19 has hit. They're actually preparing, this one actually opened in 2018, but they're preparing now an additional panel on COVID-19. So I really want to make sure everybody is familiar with that and that you might consider bringing it all. I mean, it's free to use. You just have to find a budget and a venue. I mean, a budget to print it, and it's not that expensive to print in these little pop-up mechanisms. So I just want to remind us all that no one profession, no one country, no one individual, no one organization can know everything, that we really do have to we have to approach our most wicked problems in collaboration, and that those collaborations are not just magically going to happen in our current systems, that they're really going to start with relationships. And I can see that you guys there in India with this conference are working on that and working in that way. So I thank you so much for listening, and I thank you for inviting me to share these comments with you. And I invite us all to collaborate in a global One Health Alliance. Thank you, Dr. Kukrew.
Thank you, Professor Cheryl. Your talk has been very exploratory, and I'm sure that everyone out here has enjoyed it, has learned that it's One Health doesn't mean only human beings. It means we have to be in relationship with environment, in relationship with all living forms. Because as we are seeing from day-to-day basis, we are expanding into the other areas. So every living form has to survive, and there is a proverb, the survival of the fittest. So that is how we are encroaching upon the animal habitats, the climatic habitats. The resultant is the living forms which are already present there, so they come and invade us also. That is probably what is happening with the COVID, that everyone among us is feeling sick every now and then, and all the bacteria, pathogens are invading the human beings. But that is true. It has to be in harmony. We have to see that our ecosystem is not disturbed. If we are expanding into another area, so we have to see the all living beings, irrespective whosoever is there, whether it's a animal, whether it is plant or anything, they have to have some space for themselves also. So thank you very much. I know it's a late night at your place, and I will request you to continue if you can, and hear our other speakers also. So going ahead of with this inaugural session, we have with us Professor S.K. Agarwal, who is the head of Department of Nephrology, Holiday Institute of Medical Sciences. So may I request Dr. S.K. Agarwal, please, to share your viewpoints on the One Health. Dr. S.K. Agarwal, please.
Thank you, Dr. Kukrew. At the outset, I must say that this term and the scope, after listening to Dr. Stroud for last 20 minutes or so, I mean, for me, it is a little eye-opener. I am a clinical nephrologist at All India Institute of Medical Sciences Hospital. And somehow specialization and super specialization That is one of the drawbacks, that the people usually restrict to their own field without going into wider areas of health related in the society. As I understand, One Health is a collaborative, multi-sectorial and transdisciplinary approach working at the local, regional, national and global level with the goal of achieving optimal health outcomes, recognizing the interconnection between people, animal, plant and other shared environment. Zoonotic disease, which is one of the important component of One Health, were always in the society. However, because of the recent pandemic of COVID-19, these has made common men also aware of these diseases. For many of such diseases, we know reasonable, but for many of them, we know very little, and for the coming new one, we may not be knowing anything actually. Therefore, a broad understanding of spread of such diseases in the environment is the need of our, so that they can be prevented, and if developed, they can be contained in a timely manner and patient treated adequately for a better outcome. Zoonotic disease outbreak during the past 2 decades or so, including ongoing COVID pandemic, clearly show how varied these diseases can be and how wide impact of these diseases can be on a public health in terms of morbidity and mortality. And this leads to common communicable diseases. As a nephrologist, I was, or you can say we as a nephrologist were involved in terms of zoonotic disease. Once the issue of xenotransplantation started, because of the shortage of the organ, there was always a need of more organs for end-stage organ failure, of which one of the organ being kidney, and there is a significant research going on xenotransplantation. But as we know today, there is still large amount of hurdles which needs to be crossed before it can be successful and can be used for the patient care. Now, as such, kidney is involved in a wide range of various microbial diseases. Most of the systemic diseases involve kidney, because kidney has got 2 peculiarities. That number one, it has got a highly vascular organ. It needs much more blood, not only for its own metabolism, but for excretion of the waste product generated inside the body. So many systemic diseases actually has a common target organ damage in the form of a kidney disease. Conferences like today I feel should be a regular feature to make professionals aware of the impact of such type of diseases and what and how they can contribute in One Health. I am sure today's conference that is discussing some of the very important emerging and the re-emerging zoonotic disease will be a great success. And people like me who do not have that much wide understanding what One Health involves will be greatly benefit. I will again thank Dr. Kakru to involve me in this conference and has increased my understanding on areas of One Health. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal. The purpose is that it's One Health is for everyone. It's a interaction between animals, human, and environment, plants. So we know when a human being becomes sick, in critical stages, all organs failure. So the role of every specialist come into that. As we are seeing in the COVID also, ultimately people, there's a multi-organ failures also, and it has been seen that the virus is secreted through urine also. So that's why the kidney, your department and your specialty is all a part of it only. So we hope we will be able to work further on One Health initiative and look at how the different infections are affecting different
Thank you.
yes. So we have with us an eminent veterinarian in the country, who is the chief veterinary officer of the India, Dr. Praveen Malik. I welcome you, Dr. Praveen Malik. He is currently the Animal Husbandry Commissioner, Government of India, looking after various veterinary programs in the country. He is a veterinarian with a PhD in veterinary microbiology and MBA in HR. He has been conferred with Fellowship of National Academy of Veterinary Science, India, and IAVMI. In his scientific career of about 20 years as scientist and scientific manager, he has worked on foodborne infections, particularly Salmonella, initiated first ever active surveillance of the disease in free-ranging wildlife in the India, and various diseases of equines, including glanders. He has developed many diagnostics, including the one for glanders, which is validated globally and is now being used in the field in India. So I will request Dr. Praveen Malik to kindly go ahead with his lecture on One Health.
Thank you, Dr. Kakru. Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, galaxy of scientists and experts sitting here across this virtual platform. In fact, I first of all would like to thank for giving me this honor to speak here in front of this galaxy of experts here. The Millennium India Education Foundation, Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College, State GS Medical College, Heart Care Foundation of India, and all the team associated with the organization of such a wonderful program on the occasion of World Zoonosis Day. And as rightly pointed out by Dr. Cheryl in the morning keynote speech of us, in fact, when we are talking about these kind of zoonotic diseases, basically the theme this year revolves around how we can break the chain of zoonotic transmission. It means we need to understand the complete pathway of emergence, spread, and the impact of the diseases, which are basically can be transmitted between humans and animals. In fact, zoonosis generally from the human side, what I heard is the diseases which are transmitted from animals. I would say zoonosis are the diseases which can be transmitted between the two species of like the major ones, humans and the animals. In fact, when we learn zoonosis, we generally understand two different terminologies called zooanthroponosis, which is generally termed as zoonosis, and then anthropozoonosis, which is generally termed as reverse zoonosis. It's kind of like from man to animals, and there are many diseases which are now being transmitted from animals to humans to animals also. So when we need to break the chain of zoonotic transmission of these diseases, we definitely need to understand the animal-human environment triad. And in this, I generally add the fourth parameter, which is the population dynamics. It's like the movement of both humans and animals across the globe. And this becomes very crucial in current unprecedented global crisis of COVID. You must have seen this, the fourth, this movement of this people is basically was responsible for movement of the pathogen as well. So this understanding of the complex situation which we are facing will be very, very crucial for the future pandemics also. So simultaneously, we need to understand the key drivers and the precipitating factors that would be of equal significance when we have to understand how zoonosis is basically affecting people. The impacts and losses, generally we are talking about direct in terms of financial through therapeutics, the kind of control mechanisms and others. So we need to basically go beyond that into direct and indirect financial, social fragilities in terms of livelihood disruptions and other things, psychological things. Dr. Cheryl has touched upon this particular factor also, and political risk, which could be very highly significant in such pandemics. As we go by an old adage called, which is going like prevention is better than cure. Definitely, it's a term which is very, very significant in present day scenario. Prevention and containment of such pandemics requires strengthening of surveillance of diseases in animals, both wild and domestic, and then breaking the chain of transmission through One Health approach. So like One Health approach, the concept we are learning for almost decades now, it is the multi-sectoral interdisciplinary approach for healthy animals and human beings, and which is the need of the hour to improve human development, including food and nutritional security. So when we are talking about One Health, the concept is clear. The concept is open to everybody. Now the thing is how we are going to implement this concept, and this effective implementation of One Health framework. This will include a specific model which I really like very much, is a model which comprises of the prediction, prevention, detection, and response. It is the fact that if we can really predict any disease occurrence in the animal population, we can actually stop it right there with much less efforts than are required for containing the disease in humans. But in case we can really predict it effectively, we can have many preventive mechanisms and mitigation measures. In case even then it is there, we need to have some kind of detection mechanisms which can really quickly determine the disease occurrence in populations in both human, animals, and wildlife. And if in case the disease is already there, disease has not been prevented in animals, we need to respond so quickly so that these zoonotic diseases can be tackled effectively right at the beginning in the human population as well. And this whole scenario should essentially include the vectors and reservoirs. These vectors and reservoirs have to be taken into consideration. We generally take the primary host, we generally take the intermediary host, but generally we leave behind the surveillance in vectors and reservoirs like mosquitoes, flies, and other things, which are basically responsible for carrying these diseases. Sometimes intermediary vertebrate hosts are also important equally. In fact, when we are talking about implementation of these things, we need collaboration, and we generally talk about the collaboration between human health functionaries, the wildlife and veterinary functionaries. But generally, we tend to forget about the financial sectors. So with optimal investment and interventions, the animal health sector can help prevent infections in human to ensure a manifold return on investment in terms of savings of thousands of crores of rupees and resultant social and economic benefits by preventing disease in humans and animals, saving lives and livelihood to the families. Operationalizing a One Health approach requires leveraging the cooperation and strength of diverse sectors, both public and private, including livestock health, human health, wildlife health, environment health, technology, and finance to develop solutions to these local, national, and global health challenges. In fact, this is very, very important when we are talking about leveraging the efforts. We have seen in India that ICMR, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Environment, National Biodiversity Authority, Department of Biotechnology, ICAR, and DHD are working on their own different agendas in One Health. In fact, we need to bring these agendas, these efforts together so that the strengths of all these sectors can be put together and can be effectively utilized in implementing the real One Health on ground. So in this, I compliment the human sector in starting the digital health mission on the similar lines, the development of an end-to-end digital architecture for livestock, including animal husbandry, will help in active and passive surveillance of diseases by integrating across all the schemes. All these challenges will be met out. In fact, in DHD, we have already started on these aspects on the ground. Controlling zoonotic pathogens at their animal source is not only important for animal health outcomes, it is also the most effective and economic way of protecting people. Our efforts are more anthropocentric. There cannot be a stronger case for expanding and reinventing the entire animal husbandry sector for disease prevention, control, and surveillance to minimize the threat to human health. In fact, the Department of Animal Husbandry at Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying will focus on interventions for overcoming challenges related to the veterinary manpower shortage, limitations of diagnostic services and epidemiological support, lack of information sharing between human and animal health institutions, and inadequate coordination on food safety at slaughter, distribution, and retail facilities. In fact, these are some of the things we could assess from the prima facie interventions or the data which we could collect. But we are working at the department through the one newly established One Health Support Unit. And in this, we'll be assessing the real gaps, evaluating the real ground situations, and then we'll be putting on some real interventions to overcome these gaps and weaknesses so that this One Health can be effectively implemented in the country. It may be done by strengthening infrastructure, capacity building of human resources, augmenting R&D interventions, and active cooperation between human health, animal health, and environmental sectors through joint planning and activities. So we should actually, if we want to implement One Health effectively for the best outcomes from the point of view of human sector, I would like to go by working together towards health security through multi-sectoral collaboration, participating in interdisciplinary surveillance for early detection of zoonotic disease outbreaks, building networks, sharing data, and this sharing data should be very, very real time and effective. Then integrating the livestock sector into One Health systems at central and state levels is very crucial. Incorporating wildlife and environmental sectors into One Health systems is again important. Promoting a One Health research agenda is a very, very important need for time, and increasing capacity and workforce development through education and training. So to conclude, I would like to say that implementing One Health concept on ground is the need of the hour, where collaborative, synergistic efforts can be appreciated to attain optimal health for people, domestic animals, wildlife, plants, and the environment as a whole. So with these words, I would like to compliment and thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. It's an honor to be present amongst the galaxy of experts sitting here, and would like to request all these sectors to openly come together so that we can really come up as a real scenario where we can effectively implement the plans and the strengths of each sector into a One Health concept. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Kakru, for inviting.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. It has been a great hearing you. You are right. There has to be an intersectoral collaboration, has to be at all levels. There is no second thoughts on it. And we have to have a very strong surveillance and data sharing. Then only we'll be able to have an idea about which disease is emerging where. Because for us in India, being such a huge country, what will be present in Kerala has to be taken as emerging for Delhi. So we can't say because it's a question specific, so it cannot travel. It can travel. So keeping those things in view, so intersectoral collaboration has to be there, and that's what we thought in 2008 when we started this initiative, that let us try to do it together, and we have come a long way. Now, we have with us Dr. Gajanan Manhal, who is the HOD and Professor of Community Medicine, SET GS Medical College and KEM Hospital, Mumbai. KEM has been working with us since 2014, and we have been annually holding physical conferences on zoonotic disease in Mumbai since 2014. But since last year, we have again, as you know, because of the pandemic, we have shifted to digital mode. And to introduce him, he has been teaching around since 34 years and has already guided 25 students for their MD. And I will, since Dr. Velan is there, so I will request him to kindly address the delegates who are present here and within 5 minutes. Dr. Velan, please.
Thank you, Dr. Kakru. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. At the outset, let me thank the organizers of this 11th National Conference on One Health Initiative on prevention and control of emerging and re-emerging zoonotic diseases with a major focus on vaccines, drugs, hygiene, and sanitation. Now we know that around 65 to 70% of our workforce is in contact with the animals, and around 20% of all infectious diseases as on today are fitting in are zoonotic diseases. 75% of newly emerging diseases have the zoonotic pathogens, and around 27% of the livestock is already infected. And that is the situation which is existing as on today. Now, currently we are witnessing the pandemic of COVID-19 and our continuing battle with COVID-19 pandemic. Zoonotic diseases. With these zoonotic diseases have come to the attention of the policymakers at a higher level, and a lot of awareness is being generated against various zoonotic diseases at present time. So on the background of the current pandemic of COVID-19, I personally feel that these zoonotic diseases are ignored or rather neglected at the clinical practice level even today. Now we do maintain the hospital-based surveillance data in the tertiary care hospital like KEM Hospital, Mumbai. And what we see that we have lot of patients where the diagnosis is only acute febrile illness. Around 55 to 60% of our patients for whom we are maintaining the hospital-based surveillance, they are in the category of acute febrile illnesses. Now it is very difficult to even believe that at tertiary care level hospital like KEM Hospital, a lot of patients are being diagnosed, they are confirmed as AFI, and they are even discharged as AFI, and a lot of patients, they are even dying with the diagnosis of acute febrile illness. Now this is because of a very limited access to various investigations. Now, as on today, what we have, that whoever comes with a history of acute febrile illness, which is a symptom-based diagnosis, we have a limited range of investigations to rule out acute diarrheal diseases, to rule out malaria, dengue, leptospirosis, viral hepatitis, typhoid fever, swine flu, and now one more disease, that is corona, that is COVID-19. Now, it is quite possible that many more zoonotic diseases are existing and they are getting ignored at this stage. Maybe that there are diseases, but as our range of investigations is limited, we are not in a position to diagnose them. And we have not gone into the more details of clinical profiles of these patients, where actually maybe that many of them will fit into zoonotic category, many of them will fit even into rickettsial diseases. So we do need a lot of collaboration with our veterinary counterparts to look into these issues, and if they can help us to suggest the newer investigations to extend our range of investigations for such type of patients. Okay. We need to really explore the possibilities of other zoonotic diseases in routine practices and come out with a set of investigations to rule out them on the day-to-day basis. So we look forward for this collaboration. Dr. Kakru is persistently holding these conferences for many years now, from say 2014 onwards. Okay, and in true sense, he is the one who is pursuing the concept of One Health initiative at his level. We all must really support him. We hope to see more and more collaborations on the level of diagnosis, on the level of investigations for the patients who are today left out as, or who are today discharged simply as the cases of acute febrile illnesses. And we do look forward for them. Once again, I thank Dr. Kakru and Dr. Kembhavi sir for giving me this opportunity to be here and to address at this national conference. I wish all the best for the further proceedings of this conference, and I do expect that something concrete will go on, which ultimately will go into a good clinical practice to address this issue, which is the need of health power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Welham. It has been great seeing you back again on digital medium. Previously, we met you in 2019 in fiscal manner. So you are right. Yes, there has to be a very close relationship and enhancement of the diagnostic tools. But one thing I would like to say here for the medical practitioners in particular who are in the field, while they are speaking, they are counseling a patient, the only thing, one thing they must ensure that they are asking the patient whether he or she has any interaction with any animal in the past 1 week or so. It's not necessarily that he or she should be keeping its animal at home. Sometimes you go to a farm or you come across the roadside animal also, you touch it or you offer something. So the person is you come in close contact with the animal. So you don't know if you have contracted any infection from that, and that goes takes some time to diagnose it. So that is very important. If history taking is with respect to the animal contacts is also kept in mind, probably the diagnostics will increase and one will be able to reach to the diagnosis very quickly. Now, going ahead with this program, we have a very special lecture on one of my very close friends, mentors with whom I worked for more than, I think, around 18, 19 years, who left us in a very untimely way in the May this year because of the COVID. I am speaking of none other than Padma Shri Dr. K.K. Agarwal. Because when I started working on One Health in 2008, initially he wanted to know why I am doing it this, and when he understood what is the meaning, why the intersectoral collaboration is an important area that has to be worked on, so he always was with me since then. Today, of course, he is not here, but I'm sure from in the eternity he is watching us and blessing it. I have with me Dr. Veena Agarwal, who is the medical doctor, DGO specialist. She is now the trustee of the Heartcare Foundation of India that was founded by Dr. K.K. Agarwal. She is his better half, and presently she is also managing director of IJCP Group of the medical publications which have been working in the medical sector, I think, for more than 30 years, if I'm not wrong. So I will welcome her as opening, to give her opening this speech on Dr. K.K. Agarwal's memorial lecture, which will be delivered by Dr. M.P. Yadav. There has been a change because Dr. Uppal, who was supposed to deliver that talk, has got a medical emergency late last night. So instead, I requested Professor M.P. Yadav to give a first Dr. K.K. Agarwal Memorial Lecture on One Health Initiative. So may I request Dr. Veena Agarwal to kindly take the mic and give the opening remarks and her viewpoint about the One Health.
A very good morning to all the distinguished guests at today's conference. This is the first time I'm addressing or attending this forum. Dr. K.K. Agarwal would always do the honors. Thank you, Dr. Kakru, for asking me to speak instead. And though I cannot match Dr. K.K.'s pearls of wisdom, it is a great honor for me to fill in his shoes. That said, I'm a novice on this subject and can only hope to learn from all the experts speaking today.
Yes.
As Rudolf Virchow said, between animal and human medicine, there are no dividing lines, and nor should there be. The object is different, but the experience obtained constitutes the basis of all medicine. And how true is that, more so today, when the world is battling to survive this horrific pandemic? We are all aware that One Health is a collaborative, multi-sectoral, and transdisciplinary approach, working at the local, regional, national, and global levels, with the goal of achieving optimal health outcomes. This approach recognizes the interconnection between people, animals, plants, and their shared environment. It is both a call to action and a method. It involves breaking down the silos between animal health, environmental health, and human health sectors so that we can track diseases by improving coordination, collaboration, and communication at the human, animal, and environment interface to address the shared threats, health threats from the zoonotic diseases, antimicrobial resistance, food safety, and others. To me personally, One Health also signifies that we have one life to live, and to be healthy should be our number one priority. As WHO says, health is not a mere absence of disease, but a state of physical, mental, social, and environmental well-being. We are all witness to the havoc playing with nature and environment can cause. Our social interaction is with humans and the animal kingdom. All through the ages, especially in our culture, we have revered animals in the form of cow, which we have considered our mother. We even have a god of animals. Aranyani is the god in Hindu mythology, and Greek goddess of animals is Artemis. According to the Vedic philosophy, there are 8.4 million different species of living beings in the whole creation. Among these, there are 4 lakh species of human beings. All these species were created by God, and we evolved from the animals by the process of transformation. In fact, shloka number 22, chapter 2nd of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita says, just like man discards his old and tattered clothes and wears a new set of clothes, similarly, the being discards his old and weak body in the preparation for its new mantle. This only reinforces the Vedic philosophy that animals are also in the same chain of development shared by man. But we must understand that this interaction needs to be fully understood in the light of the present pandemic and the scenario in the last few decades. Recent estimates place zoonotic disease at the source of total human pathogens, and 60% of the total human pathogens and 75% of the emerging human pathogens. But while the veterinarian community has embraced the One Health concept, the medical community has been much slower to fully engage. And engaging the medical community more fully in the future may require the incorporation of One Health concept into the medical school curricula so that the medical students see it as an essential component in the context of public health and infectious diseases. The lesson has been learned the very hard way with the COVID-19 pandemic, and the time is ripe for us to push for this change. If we take a close look at the most significant zoonotic disease outbreaks that have occurred during the past 10 years or so, including the currently ongoing pandemic, we can clearly see how varied these diseases can be in regard to the ecological agent, the size and direct impact on public health. For example, the SARS, the Nipah, Ebola, Zika, and now COVID-19 have all emerged from these viruses and transmitted to humans by a bite, close contact with affected live animals or carcasses, or through the consumption of their tissues. These outbreaks have varied in their impact on human form, from localized clusters in countries to millions of deaths, as we are seeing currently. Although the direct impact on public health measured by the morbidity and mortality of zoonosis is largely lesser, excluding the present pandemic, to that of major communicable diseases that affect only humans, like tuberculosis, malaria, HIV/AIDS, yet it has become very difficult to predict the outcome on public health of these emerging zoonotic diseases, since transmission patterns are not always sufficiently understood to assess this impact accurately. One Health is increasingly being acknowledged by national and international institutions as the most constructive approach to address complex issues at the human, environmental, and animal interface. Thank you, Dr. Kakru, for instituting a memorial lecture in Dr. KK's name. I'm sure he's watching and smiling from the heavens above.
Sure.
The topic of today's deliberations are very important and relevant, and I'm sure each one of you will be able to contribute to and bring out guidelines for the way forward. Kudos
Yes.
for addressing this very crucial problem, and thank you all again for a very patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Veena. We have with us, now that you have taken over the reins, I'm sure we are all following on the same lines as Dr. K.K. Agarwal used to be, will further enhance, because it was his very close subject, that One Health has to be there. Unless there's a One Health, unless we interact, unless we understand the animal diseases and plant diseases, we can't go ahead, because we don't know what type of the diseases we will come across, pathogens will come across in coming times.
Absolutely.
As has been seen by the recent COVID pandemic. Thank you very much. Now I invite Professor M.P. Yadav, who has been director of Indian Veterinary Research Institute for since 2006 to 2006. Then he was the Vice Chancellor at Agriculture University and has about 54 international and national awards, including the OIE Meritorious Award 2000 for contributions to animal and public health. And his success story includes the Rinderpest eradication program from India and control of several diseases of animal, including equine influenza and equine in horses. So he is with us. He'll be delivering the first Dr. K.K. Agarwal Memorial Lecture on One Health Initiative. So may I invite Dr. Yadav to please come and start the lecture, please. Dr. Yadav.
Thank you, Dr. Kakru. I hope I am audible.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone present here. Dr. Uday Kakru, Dr. Jugal Kishore, Professor Cheryl Stroud from Canada, Dr. G.D. Wellwell, Dr. Parveen Malik, Dr. S.K. Agarwal, Dr. Veena Agarwal, and all the participants to this very important webinar on zoonosis. Now, during this COVID pandemic, we have witnessed a number of webinars, and quite sizable of these, they were on COVID-19 and SARS-CoV-2, coronavirus. Now, earlier we used to begin that this is the COVID-19 pandemic happening after 100 years, exactly after 100 years of Spanish flu, which also lasted for from 2 to 3 years. Globally, it was responsible for millions, 50 millions of deaths and disease and destruction to the economy and all these problems. But now a group of scientists, they think that probably Spanish flu was not due to influenza and could have been due to coronavirus as well. It is just, I like to mention here, but it can be debated because there is no proof on either side. Now, today's webinar on prevention and control of emerging and re-emerging zoonotic diseases in India, as said by previous speakers, it is the 11th in this series, and the credit goes to Dr. Kakru. And along with Dr. Kakru, I would like to underline that late Dr. K.K. Agrawal, he was all supportive for this program, annual program, but now we are having more than one webinar, not only on the 6th July, that is the International World Zoonosis Day. Now, as we, most of us know that Dr. K.K. Agrawal, he was a Padam Shri awardee, a thorough gentleman, knowledgeable personality, and particularly including myself, everybody learned from him. Such an energetic personality at that age, and he continued to work till the end, and he knew that this condition due to COVID-19 unfortunately was deteriorating, but he said that the show should continue. So the show should continue, as already said by other speakers, but I am presenting this memorial lecture in the name of Dr. K.K. Agrawal on behalf of Professor P.K. Uppal. Dr. Kakru just mentioned, because Professor Uppal is not able to deliver it today, being hospitalized. So I am presenting this on his behalf, but before that, I would like to give highest regards and deep condolences to late Dr. K.K. Agrawal, and we pray to Almighty to bestow peace to the departed soul. And yes, we believe that he is with us. And in his personality, I found that he was a staunch spiritual person, and in this medical voice contents he was publishing every week, once, twice. Now, he was trying to justify that there is some invisible power which guides and which motivates things. So with this, we come to the present day topic mainly, which is around the zoonotic diseases, and previous speakers have given quite good information. But these zoonotic diseases, which are, as very rightly said, they constitute about 62% of roughly 1400 plus infectious diseases. 62% of these are zoonotic diseases, but in the recent 3 decades, past 3 decades, the trends showing that every year we now have one new disease. And in these new diseases, about 70% they are viral diseases, and also they are zoonotic diseases which can be transmitted between animal and man. From animal to man, they are named as zoonotic, but the reverse, from man to animal, it is called reverse zoonosis. So by now, in case of COVID-19, it is proved that it is certainly a reverse zoonosis, if not true zoonosis. And in future, we will get more information on that. Now, the One Health concept has been explained by previous speakers in detail, but this is not a new concept. From ancient times, this was realized right from the time of Hippocrates, and in our culture, Indian scriptures, we say Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashantu, Ma Kasyit Dukh Bhagave. We wish that everybody is happy and there is no disease. And this relationship between the veterinary and medical has also been understood. In the modern times, as we know that in the United States of America, their association, veterinary association, is named as American Veterinary Medical Association. Now, the history of IVRI, Indian Veterinary Research Institute, my alma mater, also there is a link with the medical profession. The first director of IVRI was a medical doctor from Germany, Dr. Alfred Lingard. Because you see the principles of disease diagnosis, disease control through vaccine or through therapeutics, they are the same. And everybody in the medical and veterinary disciplines, we know the BCG, Bacillus of Calmette and Guerin, which has been used extensively for as a vaccine for the control of Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Now, one of these was veterinarian and another scientist. First scientist was medico and the second was the veterinarian. Now, in the present day, now when so many, you see, vaccines, they have been, you see, tried, are being tried or under development. The CEO of Pfizer presently is a veterinarian, and they have come out with the mRNA vaccine. And there is another mRNA vaccine by Moderna. And as we all know that mRNA vaccine has been used for the first time against COVID-19. Earlier, it has been tried in animals, but not in humans. So the scientists and the other policymakers, they are watching with great interest about the success of these vaccines, their negative points, their positive points, but this is a very good development. Now, I would like to mention here that Professor P. K. Uppal, who was to deliver this memorial lecture, now he is the example in India, first example where a veterinarian worked as a managing director of a vaccine producing or developing institution, BIBCOL, and he was managing director, and this BIBCOL is under Ministry of Science and Technology. And he launched rather the first batch of this polio vaccine. So this I wanted to mention that it is his achievement, and this shows the One Health aspect. And earlier it was said one word, One Health, but to make it short, now we are saying One Health. Now, I also remember in 1974, when I was a postdoctoral student at IVRI Mukteshwar, Dr. Wahi, the then Director General of ICMR, he was the chief guest there, and this was a workshop on tissue culture. Many top scientists from all fields of science, including the cancer scientists working on cancer research, they participated. And when Dr. Wahi, he visited the foot and mouth disease laboratory for vaccine production, he was surprised that it can be the tissue culture growing of the virus for vaccine preparation could be at such a large scale. And Dr. S. Kumar, my advisor in PhD, he was the head of the division, virology, station in charge, and he inducted Dr. Kumar in the research advisory committee of ICMR. So I mean to say that both these veterinary and medical streams, they had been interacting, they had been benefiting the research, But now it is a compulsion. It has become a compulsion that unless all these faculties, including the environmentalists and others, basic sciences are very, very important. And these basic science research, they have contributed in the development of these new vaccines against COVID-19 in very short time. So now we have to think of the future. So then this indicates that in future there could be other pandemics. There can be now more pandemics, and now we have realized that one small virus, but this coronavirus, it is one of the largest RNA virus, of course, but all the viruses are very small. They can create havoc, and you see, humanity can come to standstill. All nations, they have lost the economic development. Their GDPs has gone drastically down. Now here I would like to cite one example where you see the models available, say for animal diseases. They can be applied for human diseases if they fit into that context. Now, for example, we know that the SARS-CoV-2 virus is a positive single strand RNA virus. And this is one of the largest RNA virus. There is a foot and mouth disease virus, which was the second virus isolated after the tobacco mosaic virus of plants. While coronavirus is the largest RNA virus, but foot and mouth disease virus is the smallest virus, about 20 nanometers in size. Foot and mouth disease virus is non-enveloped, and coronavirus is enveloped. Now, some nations, they have controlled and even eradicated foot and mouth disease by using inactivated, adjuvanted foot and mouth disease vaccine over a long time, and then tested the country negative. Now, these efforts are going on at international level, eradication under the guidance of FAO and OIE. And there are several similarities between the FMD and coronavirus. FMD also, the virus changes. The mutations are there. There are a number of types. There are 7 types. And then there are clades as we are having these mutations. So RNA viruses, they have more mutations, but there is a mechanism how to compare the vaccine strain from the new mutants, whether the available vaccine strain will cover or not. They determine the relative index, R index. If this relative index is more than 0.35, then the vaccine strain of the vaccine will cover the field viruses. But if it is less than that, then you have to select another recent strain which have similarity with most of the ongoing field strains. Now, fortunately, and as a good development, now we know that in India, the Ministry of Health, ICMR and ICAR, they have now started One Health Institute at Nagpur. And the very old disease, viral disease called rabies, is a challenge, both for veterinary profession as well as for medical profession, because this is a very ancient disease where there is no treatment. So very fearful symptoms and disease. And the name of this disease is derived from a Sanskrit root, rabhas. Rabhas means rage, where the diseased animal or the human, it can attack. It is not in its senses. So this challenge, I think, now should be taken up by this newly created One Health Institute, because effective vaccine is there, and rabies is an eradicable disease. This is a stable virus, and they are no true, in true sense, they are no reservoirs. It is not even vector borne. So I think if this challenge can be taken, this will be a great service to the society. Now, in the One Health approach, the another important thing is antimicrobial resistance, AMR, and which is equally applicable whether it is the antibiotics and therapeutic drugs they are used to treat the animal disease or human disease. But AMR, you see, causing problem for human health as well as for animal health and also for the environment. So in the One Health, you see, approach, either you start from soil. This is in continuum. If the soil is deficient or having the toxic materials, heavy metals and things like that, then the plant will not be healthy. They will be deficient in many things, or they can have toxic things in them. And then the animals which feed on plants, they will not be healthy. Then humans feeding the animal produce, they will also not be healthy. And if the human is not healthy, then I think how you run the society and its welfare. So this is all important, but it need not to go in the straight line. It can be from the reverse. If the environment already spoiled, there are a lot of these particulate matter and other, say, humidity and other contaminants in the environment, then it can directly affect the human, animal, plant, or soil. So this, the talk of the keynote speaker today given by Professor Cheryl Stroud, she explained and covered the topic from in different directions and how we should go about the One Health approach. And each and everything, you see, when we talk of the environment, is related. Now, recent decades, we have come to know about the microbiome, and that microbiome, which is present on our body surface and inside our body in various systems of the body and in the gastrointestinal tract, in the soil, in the animals, everywhere there is a microbiome. And majority of this microbiome, they are useful. They are not harmful, but some of them are harmful. And from now the researches, they have indicated that suppose this gut microbiome is optimum, normal, which is supposed to be for that species, because it changes with feeding habits, it changes with the environment, everything. Now it can influence the immune response. It can influence the efficacy of the drugs. It will improve the efficacy of the drug. It can improve the immune response, and even it can take the drug to the brain, bypassing the blood-brain barrier. So all these approaches and knowledge, they are coming and they are being used more and more. And the commitment of G20 nations, it was mentioned by Professor Cheryl in her, and she mentioned many new initiatives which are there and going on One Health approach. And I think India also needs to join those systems or create our own systems. And even the, say, deficiency diseases. We know the selenium deficiency. We know the fluoride deficiency, human diseases, but selenium also affects, and fluoride also affects the animals. But if they are in excess, then they cause the toxicity. So we have to look the problem very closely and find out the solution, amicable, cost-effective solution. And the biosecurity principles, they are of utmost importance in preventing diseases, in preventing the spread of the disease from one farm to other farm, one place to other place. And now society is coming to know, has come to know through pandemic, this COVID-19 pandemic, and I think that will be very helpful in diagnosing and understanding and studying the epidemiology and control of the diseases in future times. So with this, I will stop here. And again, I thank all of you for your patience and my regards, especially particularly to late Dr. K.K. Agarwal. Thank you, Dr. Baba.
Thank you, Dr. Yadav. It has been a very enriching experience listening to you. First, Dr. K.K. Agarwal Memorial Lecture, and we are hopeful that each one of us who is present here is familiar with this Dr. K.K. Agarwal's work that he had been doing. He did it before his departure, and he is still alive in everybody's mind. Particularly, he is famous for his tips that he used to give for proper diagnosis and treatment. So, coming to the end of this session, I will now invite Dr. Kem Bavi, who is a professor additional in Seth GS Medical College and KEM Hospital, Mumbai, has been working with the KEM for more than 30 years now, and he has been in charge of general OPD, immunization, has conducted a lot of surveillance, and is presently also, if I'm not wrong, nodal officer for the COVID vaccination. So may I invite Dr. K. Bavi to kindly propose vote of thanks, and then we break for 2-3 minutes before we start the scientific session. Okay. Dr. K. Bavi?
Good morning, everybody.
Yes.
Everybody can hear me?
Yes, yes.
I am honored and privileged to give the closing remarks on this 11th National Conference, One Health Initiative. The theme of the conference, prevention and control of emerging and re-emerging zoonotic diseases in India. An initiative to be successful requires political will and is honored by the approval of our Union Health Minister, but because of his busy schedule, he could not attend the meeting, and we are honored that he has accepted our invitation, and because of his busy schedule, he could not. And we are honored to be with us, Professor K.D. Strauss, who is Director, One Health Commission, and he has given the keynote address, and he has given many things to us about the One Health Initiative, concept of One Health Initiative, activities in the One Health Initiative, and he has stressed on economic effects due to the health problems, One Health problems, which are the health zoonotic disease and all that. And he has done being the One Health and the international platform, and he has started One Health movement all over the world, and we would like to be a part of this One Health initiatives started by her, and we'd like to involve in this, and we'd like to work with her in future collaborations. And secondly, for the success of the conference, involvement of the stakeholders is very important. And we are seeing that many speakers of different branches and different things have been talking of this One Health initiative, and they are actively participating in this conference. And each of them are sensing that there is a need of One Health policies to be adopted. And the success of this conference shows that there are many people have been for this One Health initiative. We have got Dr. Uday Kapoor, who was the main director and Millennium Education who has started the initiative and became since 2014. We have got Dr. Jugal Kishore, head of the department, community medicine, that spoke on the zoonotic disease, what is the concept and how we go about it. And our HOD, Dr. G.D. Vella, HOD, GS Medical College, community medicine, Cave Hospital, told about the zoonotic branch, the neglected branch, which needs to be there and which should be with the clinicians who will be how to be involved in this. As far as the patient comes, if the clinician are not diagnosing it and is unable and telling the cause of death as febrile fever, and the tertiary hospital like us not doing the best to this is very important. And we have Dr. S.K. Agrawal, a nephrologist, who says that super specialty is there. We are going in depth of specialty, but we are we are failed to understand the One Health concept and which is need of the hour, which is there. And we have with her Dr. Veena Agrawal, Director Healthcare Foundation, who has dealt with the topic concept of health, and she has told that it is very important that initiative which was started by her husband K.K. Agrawal should go on, and the show should go on as per her wish. And we have with us Dr. M.P. Yadav, who gave the keynote address instead of Dr. P.K. Uppal, former advisor to the mayor. Dr. M.P. Agrawal rightly stressed the need of One Health policy, and here basic concept of zoonotic disease which is there and how it started history, the flu, Spanish flu, and now the COVID after 100 years, and we have still been fighting with the disease and all. We should have to be there, and very important is that the involvement of stakeholder is necessary for implementation of this the initiative, and which is very important. We require all the stakeholders, clinician, veterinarian, multisectorial, interdisciplinary team come in one platform. And this is one platform which is started by Dr. Kakru, and we appreciate it, and I think so much more this should be there, conferences and seminars and discussions. In day-to-day practice, it should be there, and we are and our Dr. Praveen Malik, Commissioner Animal Husbandry, Government and Research, rightly told that there should be willing forward to the involvement of all the stakeholders in it, and is willing to cooperate for any of the things to be there to be occurring. And One Health initiative, for example, the current pandemic, whether it's epidemic or pandemic, those who are affected, the people and the community are affected. Therefore, there is need for community engagement, which I think so we forgot. Is very important, either to establish a dialogue between the responders and the community to build the understanding, the perception and belief on both the sides, building the trust, empowering the community. Because when an epidemic occurs, the people are affected and local people are, and their involvement is very important. To achieve this objective, it is necessary to involve the politicians, leaders of the community, so that they understand the problem totally and to follow the rules and regulations set for all, and encourage people to do so. No wrong messages should go to the people, which has happened in COVID time, many festivals, elections, and all were carried out. It was the wrong election were held. When the pandemic is going on, such spreading is there. Such things should have been stopped. The right message from the right person at the right time can save lives. That is important. And secondly, the Epidemic Act should be implemented in totality. I have seen many where Epidemic Act is there is nobody to act it, and people are flouting the rules and regulations. Politicians are saying as will and possible. It is very important. Not a single person should be spared. And Government of India has launched National Mission on Biodiversity and Human Well-being through One Health framework, which integrates One Health surveillance system across India. This is very good step involved by the Government of India, and it is working. the frequency in which the new pathogens are emerging or older ones are re-emerging across the world are alarms call for greater transparency. There is an alarm worldwide that there needs to greater transparency across the country, collaboration, enhance national infrastructure and capacity to integrate One Health style. Because the lab should be enhanced to detect zoonotic disease, development should be there, and the disease control mechanism in India is biphasic. It includes vertical disease control, such as National Vector Control Program, and pilot projects like rabies and leptospirosis are done, carried out. Second strategy of Government of India has include ad hoc assistance for outbreak and investigation and control. India's response is mostly reactive, which means controlling one outbreak after another. With huge burden of zoonotic, it seems to be lacking in One Health policy. To a successful zoonotic disease outbreak response requires the ability to detect the outbreak using establishing surveillance system, our surveillance system, including event-based reporting. Adequate laboratory capacity to confirm outbreak of zoonotic. There are only 3 laboratories zoonotic which is all over India, which is very, there should be more laboratories. A workforce trained to respond to perform an analytical epidemiology of animal avian disease. There should be training of the workforce, ability to implement appropriate control and preventive measures. This is very important for successful zoonotic disease program. This will provide opportunities for intervention to prevent and control epidemic emergencies. To conclude, the effective zoonotic disease prevention and detection response requires collaboration, including well-defined roles, responsibilities among the animal, human, and environmental health sectors. Such collaboration can reduce illness and death in animals and human and minimize social and economical impact at the household level and the national level. Our country should consider convening regular cross-sector meetings to build multi-sectorial and interdisciplinary relations, encouraging transparency and combined effort across the agency. An outbreak and emergency management in place to coordinate and multi-sectorial response activity at national and subnational level should be there. Hope this conference will help in fulfilling the goals of One Health Initiative and none all that so many participants have been done. Thank you all for participating large number to make this national conference a great success. Thank you. This is all from me.
Thank you, Dr. Kembavi. We are coming to the end of this session. In summary, one thing is clear, everybody has accepted that it has to be intersectoral collaboration, it has to be intersectoral exchange of researchers, exchange of ideas, data, everything. If we wish to control the zoonotic diseases, rather disease of all health, whether it's a human, because both human is equally responsible for transmitting some of the diseases to animals and same is the animals from human. So it is 10:55. We'll be having a very short break of around 5 minutes, and because then we'll start with another session. We know nowadays nanotechnology and biotechnology is taking the first place when it comes to developing vaccines and doing the research, particularly it was there previously also, but with COVID pandemic, it has taken a more crucial role in the preventive strategies of every government. So we will be, Dr. Jugal Kishore will be chairing. We have 2 scientists from Chennai, and Dr. Jugal Kishore will introduce them. And we have one speaker from Bombay, who is on the COVID team, task force team of Maharashtra, Dr. Om Srivastava. We break for 5 minutes at sharp at 11 o'clock. We come back. And I will, in the meantime, I will request Imtiaz if he can play a video on One Health. Imtiaz?
ठीक है, मैं कर रहा हूँ.
आप प्ले कीजिए, तो जब थोड़ा बहुत 4 मिनट रह गए तो हम वापस आएंगे. इसका वॉल्यूम आवाज नहीं आ रही है.
This relationship is so
आगे,
strong,
आगे.
name for it. One Health. Infectious diseases such as rabies are an example of the One Health concept in action. 24 people in India, many of which are children, will die each day as a result of a rabid dog bite. And many dogs have been killed in attempts to prevent the spread of the disease. But there is a better way. Vaccinating dogs against rabies reduces rates of the disease in people, meaning the dogs and people of India can live safely together. The One Health concept extends to our food too. Take milk, for example. The World Health Organization recommends each person gets about 2 glasses of milk every day. As our population continues to increase, keeping up with this global demand for milk is becoming more and more. One solution would be to get more cows. But space and resources are limited. But there is a better way. If each cow produced just over half a glass more milk each day, it will be enough to meet our growing need. Healthy cows produce more milk, so increased efforts to keep cows free from disease is one way to achieve this. One Health is also helping researchers find a better way to treat and prevent certain forms of cancer in both animals and people. Using advanced techniques, a type of vaccine has been developed to help treat dogs that have a type of cancer called melanoma. There is hope that the same technique can be developed for human use, with several products currently in trial. One Health is in action all around the world. And every day, veterinary medicines are doing more than just keeping our animals healthy. Because healthier animals mean a healthier world. Whether we have 2, 4, or even 0 legs, we're all part of the same planet and are all connected to one another and our environment.
One Health in one word.
एक और जो next है वो कर दो फिर हम start करेंगे.
The Greek physician Hippocrates actually described how human health was affected by a clean environment over 2,000 years ago.
We have human health in
हमारे पास दूसरी वाली है.
but
2 मिनट की जो है.
also have to take into account the health of the planet, the health of the animals, and anytime any of those is destroyed, it affects everything else.
Really, since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, we've had this mindset that we're going to conquer nature. That's led to us being so disconnected from nature that we don't even recognize that we're totally out of tune with what's going on with the rest of the world. And that's had a huge impact on the environment. It's had a huge impact on ourselves. It's also had a huge impact on animals and things like loss of biodiversity and loss of habitats.
I worry about bringing our children to a world that feels menacing and fragmented. And unless we can embrace the vision that we're all in this together, we will fail.
In this day and age, you can become very, very pessimistic about the future. You can be very upset about, melting ice caps and species extinction and things like that. But on the other hand, you have to look at the positive and see what we can do to reverse things.
One Health is an opportunity to do things differently, to recognize where we are in time, to acknowledge that we're in an era where we're dealing with people under stress, animals under stress, plants under stress, ecosystems that are failing in many ways, and that we can't really fix this challenge in our own little silos.
We human beings compartmentalize, and we think of the mind as separate from the body. We think of the body as separate from the rest of humanity. We think it is separate from the earth. It's all coherent. They're all joined together. And the more we fragment ourselves, the unhappier we become. And the more we can figure out the harmony, the more well off and healthy we will be.
Thank you. Gaz बंद करो.
Whether we have two,
Thank you. We now start with the session on nanotechnology and biotechnology. May I invite Dr. Jugal Kishore to kindly chair the session? Dr. Jugal Kishore. Dr. Jugal Kishore. Let me check where he is.
He is here, but he's muted. Please call to Dr. Jigar Kishore because he is a participant.
Dr. Jugal Kishore, I think he is not this. So let me, by the time he comes, let me introduce our speakers. We have actually three speakers on nanotechnology and biotechnology. First of all, we have with us Dr. Vinita Vishwakarma. She is Professor Research at the Center of Nano Science and Nanotechnology, Satyabhama Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. She is PhD from Ranchi University in 2002 and has published more than 100 research papers, book chapters, books in the field of biofueling, biocorrosion, thin films, bioimplant surface modifications, concrete erosion, and environmental health and safety. Her research is focused on the development of metals and materials to control biofouling and biocorrosion. She has received various research projects from different Government of India departments and is a member of professional bodies like Indian Science Congress Association, Indian Institute of Metals, Indian Women Science Association, and Organization for Women in Science and Development. She has also edited several proceedings and books and is a reviewer in various journals. So today she is speaking on the current and future prospects of nanotechnology to cure zoonotic bacterial diseases. So may I request Dr. Vishwakarma, Vinita Vishwakarma to kindly start. You have 20 minutes, madam.
20 minutes, okay. Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah, okay. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks for a nice introduction. And
voice has to be a bit louder, please.
Oh, 1 minute, sir. Hello, now, sir? Hello, hello. Now, okay?
Yes, it is okay.
Now?
It's fine.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. So I'm going to present my talk on current and future prospects of nanotechnology to cure zoonotic bacterial infectious disease. My talk actually it will be not exactly on zoonotic disease, but it will be on bacterial infectious disease, which is directly or indirectly affecting to human health. And there is a wide variety of infectious disease which is coming from bacteria, virus, and different types of pathogens, and transmitting from animals. And in this, 50% it is are zoonotic disease from bacteria. And many factors it is responsible for this bacterial infection. So starting itself, I am very clear that my talk will be not on the bacterial infectious disease which is transmitted from animal to human. But I'm going to speak about different types of nanotechnology products, and which will help to the society to protect us from the bacterial infection. So some factors are responsible for bacterial infection, like transmission. It will transfer through animal bites and scratches, fecal oral route, improper if you are handling food, or inadequate food cooking is there, or contaminated food, drinking water. There are some farmers or animal health workers are there, which are the main culprit for the genetic bacterial disease, which can spread to other humans in the community. Some factors are also responsible actively or passively there, transmitting bacterial genetic disease to humans. So, soil and water resources are also contain a great variety of genetic disease. So what is the nanotechnology approach? I know many participants will be knowing these basic things, but still to connect my talk, just I would like to say that nanotechnology is the study and application of small materials, and the material should be in nano scale in the range of about 1 to 100 nanometers. So nanotechnology based products we can develop to prevent bacterial infections for the society and for the human health. Like one technique I am going to speak today, because we are in our center, we are working in this techniques only, surface coating techniques, thin film technology. How by developing this technique, by using this technique, we can prevent the bacterial infection in the materials. I am going to speak on the material side. So we can modify the surface of the material, and we can improve the mechanical strength, corrosion resistance, self-cleaning properties, and antibacterial properties. So there are 4 things are there: medical implants, metals, some metals like door knobs, and some plastic. This I will, my next slide I will speak. So implant failure, we have to look into that, because there are more demands of implant failures are there nowadays for the new patient as well as the person. Some patients it will go for revision surgery also. For them also, here implant loosening is due to bacterial infection. And to overcome all these problems, surface modification of the medical implants are very much significant to improve the mechanical as well as antibacterial, to enhance the antibacterial properties, corrosion resistance properties, and other biological properties such as biocompatibility, hemocompatibility, and cytotoxicity on the implant material. And we can see here, I have kept here so many images, and it has been estimated that around 60 to 65 to 80% of the microbial infection humans are facing. So, and mostly we have to concentrate on contact lens. If we are storing the solution for long time in contact contact lens, definitely bacterial infection will be there. Apart from that, catheter also facing bacterial infection, our artificial valves and dental plates. So microbial film or bacterial film, it is a great threat for the society. And this is an example of some other different types of implants. This one, any participants, they can refer and they can work in this field. They can select either this implants, or they can select dental implants or heart valve, or some clinical instrument, that instrument we are using during operation by the medical industry. So this is the techniques that surface modification. These techniques I am going to speak. That thin film deposition. What is thin film deposition? Actually, basically, what will happen here? We are going to change the properties of the original material. What materials we are getting from the market or from other source, we have to change the property. We have to enhance the properties. To enhancing the properties or to improving the properties, we have to coat the other materials, which should be antibacterial. This should be avoid the attachment of bacterial infection. So here in our center, different techniques we are working, is sputtering techniques, physical, mainly we are working on physical vapor deposition. Now we are working, some scientists they are working on chemical deposition techniques also, but we are working in sputtering evaporation techniques. And under that, magnetometer sputtering is there, RF sputtering is there, some laser evaporation techniques are there. So mainly we are focused, and we are having lots of instruments to use these techniques. So what is surface modification? I said that we can enhance the properties of the material. Suppose this material I am using for medical implants, or we want the bacteria-free surface. Bacteria should not attach in this surface. So this is my substrate. In this substrate, if I want to pour the toxic material, then I have to select toxic materials. So toxic material can be copper. This should be toxic for bacteria. The material should be toxic for bacteria. It should be either copper, or it can be zinc, or it can be silver, or it can be gold. So what we have to, this whole process will be there inside one chamber. So these are the instruments inside the chamber. We will place the substrate, and we will place the target, and we will create one vacuum condition, and by we will pulse the argon gas, and by argon gas we will eject atom by atom this copper ion, example copper ion, and it will go and sit on the surface. So we can optimize the what is the thickness of the film, what thickness, whether 10 nanometer, 5 nanometer, how much percentage of bacterial attachment we can avoid. So all these parameters we have to optimize here. Apart from that, many other parameters are also there, like how much time deposition which should be there, what should be substrate temperature, what should be optimum power, what should be working pressure. And this slide, it is dealing like two different types of material we can put on the substrate. Two different types, like we can make alloy, or we can make nano composite, and we can it will enhance the surface mechanical strength also, surface antibacterial properties also. Like this work we can plan, and we can make the surface antibacterial. So these are the some examples. These are the some characterization techniques which I am not going to speak in more details. Only I will speak here about antibacterial. Study, because here what we have done, we have modified copper zinc zirconium oxide coated, and stainless steel substrate is there, and this substrate is coated with silver. So silver is antibacterial. So we can see the difference. This study we have done under fluorescence microscope, and we have stained the sample with acridine orange. So acridine orange, what will it will do? It will stain the nucleic acid of the bacteria, DNA and RNA. If it is staining DNA, so it is going to we predict that bacteria is going to die. So here green fluorescence, it is showing that bacteria is died in presence of silver, and here silver is not there, silver deposition is not there. So orange color we are getting, and this is so that more attachment of bacterial attachment is there in this surface. So why I kept this topic: metals, door knobs, plastic, switchboard, concrete wall, and glass window. Because nowadays we are facing this COVID-19 situation, and most of the bacteria and virus infection is there. So surface coating of the material is important here. Why? Because we can avoid the direct human contact by maintaining our social distance, and using some PPE like face mask, or lab coat, or hand gloves. We can we can avoid the bacterial contamination, but we cannot avoid the touching any surface. So because this is the other route of spreading of microorganisms, to touch the surface. So the most frequently touched surface in our house is metal, like door knobs, or door wood, door, wall, concrete, and window glass, and plastic like switchboard. These are the materials daily we are touching inside our house, or outside we'll go, everywhere we'll touch. So infection is possible even more than what we are using PPE. So COVID-19 virus survive on the surface for 72 hours, even longer, at low temperature. Here what happens? We can sterilize the surface by using this what is that, sanitizer. But it is not possible to disinfect all the surface constantly, as it does not sure the surface will not get infected once again. So to protect the most touched surface from the microorganism in our daily life, antibacterial protective coating is very, very important. And we can develop so many products in this, like paint coating, spray coating, or some thin film coating. like this, if many students will be there in this forum, they can plan their project, they can plan their internship like this. So here also just our experimental results are there. Assessment is stainless steel coated copper film. Here we can see since copper is toxic for bacteria, we can see here less attachment is there. It is green color and it is plain stainless steel, not modified stainless surface. So we are having here orange color and more light bacteria are there. This is also some of our results. I am not going to continue. Now we are working on concrete also, concrete antibacterial also. So concrete also, actually we have modified this fly ash concrete by adding titanium nanoparticle, because titanium is also antibacterial. I think many will be knowing that TiO2 is antibacterial. So we have modified the fly ash concrete by using TiO2 nanoparticle, by using calcium. C means calcium carbonate nanoparticle to enhance the strength of the bacteria. And I have not kept all the results, only related to bacterial infection result I have kept here. And when we have exposed in different environments, we have found that less attachment of bacteria is there. In the fly ash concrete modified with TiO2 nanoparticle, and fly ash concrete modified with TiO2 nanoparticle, and actually here we have modified 50-50%. Like TiO2 50% and CaCO3 50%. So compared to these two specimens, we can see here less attachment of bacteria is there. And this study is under same sample. We have studied under anti-fluorescence microscope. We can see less attachment. Comparative study, we have to confirm our results. So we have done some comparative study, and here we have seen that TiO2 nanoparticle modified concrete is having less attachment of bacteria compared to other surface. And you can also think about the developing another product like disinfect or sanitizer. Many chemical disinfectants are available in the market, but there are so many drawbacks are there. So we can think that how we can use the nanomaterial so that we can develop the antibacterial and self-cleaning properties, so that the sanitizer should have the self-cleaning and antibacterial properties. This is another type of product, like now because of Corona, we are using so many PPE, like on daily basis we are using face mask, we are using lab coat, hand gloves. So this is one method we have done in our lab, that we have fabric we have modified by using metallic nanoparticle, which is antibacterial, and we have after that we have, this is the preparation of by soldier method. And we have done coating on fabric by ultrasonication bath diffusion. And actually by using these techniques, we can large scale production also we can do for this fabric, and we can commercialize the product. And this is the some design and not structuring. Under that we have some characterization we have done to find out whether grain size of the nanoparticle, what is the grain size of the nanoparticle, what is the size and shape of the nanoparticle. And after that, we have exposed the fabric in the bacteria culture like E. coli and H. aureus, Staphylococcus aureus, and we have some comparative study we have checked. And there is another field is also there, sensor. By using this sensor, how to detect the bacteria, which sample, either food sample or water sample, how much bacterial infection is there, how much bacterial attachment is there. This we can find out by using this technique. So this is the general concept of sensor. If you are interested, you can work in this field. Here, what will happen that this biosensor is a device in which receptor. Here you can see these are the receptors, and antibody receptor, nucleic acid, and other biorecognization elements, which will interact with analytes. These will interact with analytes and response, and thus response generated in and transformed into electrical signal by transducer. So response of the biosensor should be highly specific and quick. And this is some other example I have referred from some journal, and my colleague has helped me. And so this is the calorimetric method. Many methods are there to develop biosensor. So you can plan your project, which method you are comfortable, accordingly you can plan your project. So FMR modified copper, MOF nanoparticle, and based on color difference. If we are getting light yellow color, it means we are sensing bacteria, Staphylococcus aureus here. If it is color is deep yellow, it means bacteria is not present here. And there is another method, fluorescence method, based on response, fluorescence response. If which signal we are getting, we can Salmonella typhimurium we can sense, and if it is strong fluorescence, we can sense as typhimurium. And there is another techniques are there, electrochemical based techniques, and by using this technique, this is where glassy carbon electrode and nanoparticle aptamer, we have included aptamer here, and after that this impedance analyzer they have used, and they can found that the gold nanoparticle how it is sensing C. gila dysentery. And like this, you can develop some product. Actually, research is not only publication and patent, but you should develop the product so that it should be helpful for the society, for the human being, or some the weaker section of the society, or some women, some group of the people. We should do some research. So, or some current trend, whatever society is facing. So this is another, this is already many people will be speaking, I think, today, that nanotechnology based drug delivery system, because many intracellular pathogens, bacterial infections are there. But here there is another techniques are there by drug delivery. We can target our drug by using different types of polymer based, lipid based, non-polymer based nanoparticle. And I think this topic is becoming slowly nowadays very old. So I'm not, but just to continue my talk, I will give this. So there are many carrier-based drug delivery systems are there. Liposomes, we can encapsulate, we can drug in the liposome structure or polymeric structure, and we can tap it to the particular site. So there are various groups of also drug delivery systems are there: oral, needle-less injection, transdermal. And this is again the same concept on the drug delivery, like we can prepare the vaccination by encapsulating antigen, different types of antigen, and we can improve the vaccine efficacy, immunization, strategies, and the target delivery to achieve the desired immune response at the cellular level. So antigen can be conjugated to the nanoparticle surface, or it can be encapsulated to the core of the particle. So I can say that the bacterial infection not only is transmitting from the animals, but there are various environmental sources are there. There are almost every industry they are facing bacterial infection problem. Either it is medical industries like implant in the way that implant, or their instruments are contaminated with bacteria, or their dressing, their dressings, whatever dressing doctors are doing, that is also contaminated with bacteria. Most of the time drinking water contaminated with bacteria. Power plants also facing contamination of bacteria in their pipelines, and food and dairy industries also facing their pipeline, wine industry, fresh juices. So bacterial infections are everywhere in our surrounding us. And these are the various sample this I kept for the student. If they can refer this slide, I will share this slide with the sir. And you can refer this slide, like this type of sample we should take for the analysis. And this slides and all I kept because I want to show the center facility, so that we are offering so many internship program and training program in our center, and all these type of instruments we are there, and the hands-on training will be there. Like this is synthesis facilities, we can all these thinking synthesis techniques we are having from purchase from for abroad, like this is from France and Bangalore, Italy, and any student can come, and we can give hands-on training, and they can take benefit of all these facilities. And we are having all these characterization facilities, XRDs, from microscopic study, different types of microscope are there, fluorescence microscope are there, so that we can do here with this by using this microscope, we are using antibacterial studies. And these are the biochemical facilities. And at last, I would like to thank to Dr. Uday sir, Director MIEF in Delhi, for inviting me for this talk. And I would like to thank my University Chancellor and President and Vice Chancellor, and my team, Subhanti Haja, who helped me to understand the biosensor, and my other team, Ramchandran, for the concrete, and Gopi Sarvanan for the metallic materials modification, Sudha Concrete, Karthik for the implant materials, so Asmani for catheter implants. So all this field we are working. I am having some other collaborators from Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, Kalpakkam, and I have a SPARK project for this. I am having collaborators from Australia, Sydney, and I got so many funding from different agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vinita. It has been a very elaborative information about the various chemicals and the metals that are being used for antibacterial activities. I have only one question. Any of the technologies that we have developed, how far is there anything available for us to use in our homes, kitchen, because where we are constantly coming in touch with all types of the contaminated, you can say even utensils also, if we look at it from the broader point of view.
Yes, sir. Many easy techniques are also there. Apart from this instrument, whatever I have shown, that industry, some vessels industry, if they want to coat, there are some many other methods are there, like electroplating, electroless coating. That we can, based on our application, we can select the techniques, sir.
So what I will request from you to put up 2 or 3 guidelines that can be used by everyone at their workplaces and home places. That will include in the proceedings as a resolution also.
Okay, okay.
Thank you once again.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So, dear participants, we have another very eminent scientist from the same institute, Dr. Ranjita Misra, who has earned her PhD in the field of cancer nanotechnology. She has obtained her postdoctoral training from Department of Biotechnology at IIT Chennai in the field of cancer stem cells and nanomedicine-based drug delivery applications. Her research focus revolves around developing new therapeutic modalities for targeting against different diseases such as infectious disease, cancers, etc. At present, she is working as a scientist at Center for Molecular and Nanomedical Sciences in Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, and having cancer cell and molecular biology laboratory facility at the center. So may I request Dr. Ranjita Misra, she will be speaking on nanoparticle delivery of doxycycline for efficient treatment of infectious diseases. You have 20 minutes, Dr. Ranjita, to share your viewpoint with the audience. Over to you, Dr. Ranjita.
Thank you, Dr. Kakru. Thank you for inviting me for presenting my work. A very good morning to one and all present here. So, hope I am audible, Dr. Kakru. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, okay. So today, I'm going to present a small piece of my work, that is nanoparticle mediated delivery of doxycycline for efficient treatment of infectious disease. So before going in detail about my topic, let me tell you about my institute. This is my institute, Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, which is situated in Chennai, Tamil Nadu. So this is the ranking position of Satyabama. Here we can see it is one of the top research institution in our country, which hold 11th position all over the country. So in Satyabama, we provides research facility in various fields like field of engineering, science, and humanities. So I'm not going to talk about all kind of facilities, but the facility which I am using here is basically the cell culture facility. I'm culturing many kind of different cancer cell lines, normal cell lines, primary cell lines also. And we are maintaining different cell lines by using this sophisticated cell culture facility of Satyabama University. We are conducting many workshops, training programs, and also we are taking students for PhD, and we are conducting different webinars to spread our knowledge of this research to among various people. Okay, so now let's come to our topic. The topic is entitled Nanoparticle Mediated Delivery of Doxycycline for Efficient Treatment of Infectious Disease. So as the title suggests, here I will discuss, or I will show you like how nanotechnologists or investigators are using the process of nanotechnology for increasing the efficacy of different drugs. Here I have taken doxycycline as a model antimicrobial agent and have shown its efficacy against one bacterial strain. Okay. So I have divided my content. First, I'll be talking about a few points about infectious disease. Now, as the topic of discussion is like COVID-19, so I'll talk about this COVID-19 also. What are the current treatment available, and what are the disadvantages which are currently present? Then how nanotechnology helps in combating these issues, like these drawbacks associated with the present treatment. Now, then about its application, how it is applicable towards diagnosis of the disease and also towards the therapy of the disease. Then I'll show you one of my work, a small work about the delivery of the doxycycline for bacterial infection. Finally, I'll conclude my talk. So let's talk about this infectious disease. As many dignitaries have already spoke about the infectious disease, how it is means affecting people. So infectious disease is nothing but the disease caused by various microbes such as bacteria, viruses, fungi, and parasites. Uh, um, these microbes are already present in our body. Sometimes these are helpful also, but at certain conditions, and some microbes are there, these are causing various serious disease, impacting a lot. So one of the most serious disease is the COVID-19. I'll tell briefly about this COVID-19 disease, which is first detected in 2019. This is the structure of the COVID-19. First, it affects the host.
Ma'am, sorry, excuse me. Can you put it slideshow mode?
Okay, slideshow. Is it fine, sir?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So if you see how it interact with the host cells, first it come in contact with the host cells through ACE2 receptor. Then it enters into the cells. After entering into the cells, it use the host factors and it replicates. Then it assembles and it matures. Finally, it released from the host cells, thereby impacting the host cells and infect the other cells of the host. Now let's talk about the current treatments. If some people have some infection, definitely he or she will have some kind of symptoms. Then he or she will visit to the doctor. By seeing the symptoms, doctor will prescribe some medicines. Then if he is getting well, that is fine. If he is not getting well, then he will undergo some kind of diagnostic test or some kind of susceptibility test. Based on that test results, doctor will prescribe some kind of antimicrobial agents. But these antimicrobial agents have some disadvantages. Like first disadvantage, if we talk about, there will be no specific accumulation. Means you can't deliver the drug to the target site or to directly to the microbes to kill the cells. Second one is side effects of this antimicrobial. When you take one antimicrobials, it may affect the other healthy cells of the body. And nowadays, many infectious agents have developed resistance, so they don't show any kind of susceptibility to the existing antimicrobials. One more is most of the antimicrobial have a short half-life, like they will degrade in our body in very fast rate, thereby their efficacy reduces. Second, next one is their poor solubility. Means most of these antimicrobials are not water soluble. If it is not water soluble, then it will be difficult to administer on body to show its efficacy. And next one could be some antimicrobials are high cost. So how this nanotechnology helps in infectious disease? As ma'am has already, Professor Vinita has already talked about what is nanotechnology. So I'm not going to tell about detail about this nanotechnology. In nanotechnology, we means investigators are using different kind of nanovehicles such as carbon nanotubes, liposomes, polymeric nanoparticles to deliver the drug to the target site. So what kind of advantages we are getting from this from this nanotechnology? Through this nanotechnology, we can deliver the drug to the target site. Like people are conjugating some specific antibody or receptor on the surface of the nanoparticle so that the nanoparticle can be delivered to the target site. Next one, by targeting this nano drug to the target site, we can lower the side effects of the chemical antimicrobials. Third one, we can extend the therapeutic lifetime due to slow elimination. How? Once we encapsulate the drug inside the nanoparticle, the nanoparticle will give a slower release of the drug for a longer period of time. That means a sustained release of drug will be available with this help of nanotechnology. Thus, it will give a controlled release of drug. Thus, we can increase the therapeutic index also, and also we can lower the cost of this nano formulation. So let's talk about, as I have told, I'll tell you about the diagnostic application of nanotechnology. There are some fluorescent nano formulations are available, which have optical properties, or they are electric conductivity nature also. So by using these kind of nanoparticles, we can detect this disease either through electrochemical detection or through optical detection method. I'll be coming about this in my subsequent slides. So this is one of my recent publication in Willy, where we have given a concept how these nanosystems are used for detecting several infections, mostly the COVID-19. So I'll show some few data of this paper. This is the concept of nano biosensor. During last 4 decades, biosensors are mostly used for the detecting the different diseases. Biosensors are nothing but these are the devices where we are using some biomolecules. We are conjugating some biomolecules to a transducer so that the transducer will transform that transform that information, and that information will be detected through a detector. So nano biosensor is the nothing but the combination of nanomaterials with the biosensor, by which we can enhance the property of the biosensor, and we can detect the infection level easily and in a very fast manner. So like here we can see the different nanomaterials like gold nanoparticles, silver nanoparticles, quantum dots, carbon nanotubes, graphene oxide can be used as the nanomaterials, and can be functionalized with different biorecognition molecules such as antibodies, protein, DNA, RNA. Then when the target analytes will be added to these nanomaterials, functionalized nanomaterials, they will transduce the signal, and that can be detected through a detector. So this is the concept of a nano biosensor. If we talk about the use of or the application of the nano biosensor, Here we can see the year-wise application of different kinds of nanobiosensor for detecting different viruses causing different disease. Like in 2020, a paper-based biosensor has been used for detecting this SARS-CoV-2. One more application of nanobiosensor I wanted to show here, like University of Maryland, they have done one experimental they have developed one experimental use of this nanobiosensor, where they have used the plasmonic gold nanoparticles, and they have shown the detection of this virus, coronavirus, within 10 minutes of incubation, and visually they able to see the presence of coronavirus with the use of this gold nanoparticles. Now let's talk about its therapeutic application of nanotechnology. So till now, many investigators have shown the potential application of this nanotechnology against all of these microbes like bacteria, viruses, fungi, and parasites. This is the advantage of therapeutic application of this nanotechnology I already have shown in my previous slides. So this is one of my paper where I have increased the efficacy of this doxycycline, which is a model antibiotic, by encapsulating this drug in a polymer combination, that is PLGA and PCL. These are the most highly used polymers which are biodegradable and FDA approved, which can be used for animal use also and human use. One problem with the doxycycline and with this polymer is that these polymers are hydrophobic, and this drug is hydrophilic in nature. So here in this work, I wanted to increase the encapsulation efficiency of the drug inside this polymer. So in this work, what I did, I optimized, I varied different parameters in order to get higher encapsulation efficiency with smaller size of the nanoparticles. So this is the drug, which is a model drug, doxycycline. It's an tetracycline antibiotic. It is bacteriostatic in nature. It is used for a number of infections like sinusitis, inflammatory disease, etc. My task is, my objective is to increase the encapsulation efficiency of this doxycycline in this hydrophobic polymer, and I need to characterize this polymer, whether I am getting a proper size, proper morphology of the nanoparticles. Then final objective will be whether I am getting a higher efficacy of the drug as compared to the native drug. So I took DH5 alpha E. coli, DH5 alpha strain of E. coli to test the efficacy of this nano formulation. So this is the, I'll be showing only few results of this paper because of lacking of time. So here we can see I have varied different varied the polymer ratio PLGA to PCL. Then I have changed the solvent. From literature, I found that if we add some salt to the aqueous phase of the during formulation, and if by varying the pH of the aqueous phase also, we can increase the entrapment efficiency. From this, we can see that the polymer ratio of 80-20 with dichloromethane and pH of 4 is giving highest encapsulation efficiency of 70% with lower size, like around 285 nanometer. Then this is the physicochemical characterization of the nanoparticle, where we can see the nanoparticles are smooth surfaced. In FTIR, we confirm the presence of the drug inside the nanoformulation through differential scanning calorimetry, that is DSC study. We found that the drug is present in amorphous nature, which will help to release of the proper release of the drug from the formulation. Through release kinetic study, we confirmed that the drug is released from the nanoparticles in a sustained manner for a longer period of time. Then I did a stability study. Stability study in the sense I treated the bacterial culture with both this doxycycline nanoparticle and native doxycycline. Then I cultured, after incubation, I cultured the sample, and then I found the number of colonies are increased with the sample treated with the native doxycycline, whereas the nanoparticle is able to maintain the lower the number of colonies as compared to native doxycycline. To further confirm this result, I did one similar kind of experiment by taking two different concentration of the drug, that is 0.1 microgram and 0.2 microgram. I found similar kind of observation. That means these nanoparticles are much more effective than the native one. So this confirms that the polymeric nanoformulations are increasing the efficacy of this antimicrobial drug. So this kind of study can be applicable for any kind of antimicrobial agent. We can take any kind of antimicrobial agent and can make different kind of nanoformulation, and we can use those nanoformulation for different kind of diagnostic application and for therapeutic application. So this is the overall nanotechnology application of this infectious disease diagnosis and therapy. Now I want to acknowledge our management, founder, Chancellor ma'am, President sir, Vice President ma'am, our VC ma'am, and our all staffs and scientists of Satyabama University. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjita.
Thank you.
You have shared your research with the audience. That's a very valuable research. I have only one thing. How far these nanotechnology-based drugs are to be available in the market? In your
Yes, sir. Sir, basically, I'm a cancer person, so I have one knowledge about this. Like doxil, doxil means doxorubicin drug, which is an anti-cancer drug,
Yes.
which is an anthracycline also. That drug is available in formulation, one liposomal formulation. It's a nano formulation which is very effective than the free doxorubicin. It can be used for, like, you can minimize the concentration of drug. If you use that the doxorubicin in native form, it has very side effects, like it will cause alopecia, and different chemotherapeutic side effects are there. But if you use this in nano formulation, you can minimize the drug concentration, and that will be effective for a longer period of time. So that is available in market, and it is well known, very well known actually.
Any other audience? Any question with both of the scientists that are with us now? Before I go to Dr. Om Srivastava. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ranjita. I will just request you to share your these slides for our proceedings, plus your take-home points, 2 or 3 points, because that will help us in developing this basic guidelines also. Thank you. So next we move on to Dr. Om Srivastava. He is a consultant in infectious diseases and also a member of the COVID Task Force Maharashtra. He has been working at a grassroots level also with the people, with the patients, and has a lot of experience and a lot of research papers to his publications. Dr. Om, are you there? Hello. Dr. Om Srivastava?
He is not here.
नहीं अभी तो था, उनका आया था ये एक
राशि श्रीवास्तव, शालिनी श्रीवास्तव,
डॉक्टर ओम श्रीवास्तव उसको फोन.
Yeah, this is Rashi Srivastava.
We are looking at Dr. Om Srivastava. He has to be there. Dr. Om. till he is there, if there are any questions, Dr. Vinita and Dr. Ranjita are here, so we may discuss. Kindly unmute yourself, whosoever has some question to ask. Dr. Bhatia, you have anything to add to what has been told?
Sir, I have one question to Ranjita. Hello.
Yes, yes, Dr. Singh.
Yeah, actually, I want to know that what is the cost price if you are using the plain doxycycline and nano? Because in animals, cost is very critical. Besides the other problems, of course, the resistance. But resistance in case of animals is more about the parasitic drugs, because there are very few anti-parasitic molecules. And in case of infectious diseases, we have large number of this thing, and more they are not much used also, except in because it is very costly. So in that context, I am asking you, what will the price difference between?
If if you ask about the exact price difference, I'm not.
Approximate. What do you?
No,
how many
I'm not sure.
folds?
See, if as we are using this polymer in combination with the drug, definitely people will think that the price will be higher. Okay, but if we see from different point of view, like if we are using the native drug, then the native drug, as I have told, its disadvantage, first one is its short plasma half-life, and you have to use in higher concentration, because you don't know how much drug is going to the target site. So if we are using that native drug, by in that way, the cost is going high. But if you are using it in any kind of formulation, the drug will be releasing slowly for a longer period of time. In that context, I said the cost will be minimized with the formulations.
In case of intramuscular injections, it will be localized there only. But suppose we are giving intravenous, so where it will be deposited, where it will go slow release, things like that.
Intravenous, sir, from
intramuscular, it will be localized there only. I understand. From there, it will be released slowly. So can they be used intravenously also?
Yes, mostly nanoformulation in animal study. What I have done till now, we have gone for IV injection. And for IV injection, if we talk about for better efficacy, we should go for targeted delivery, sir. There are three modes of delivering these agents. Either you can go for localized delivery, or go for EPI, like passive without any targeting moiety, or you can go for targeted delivery. In targeted delivery, we can conjugate any kind of targeting moieties on the surface of the nanoparticles, and we can deliver this nanoformulation at the target site.
These target moieties, they are decided on the basis of location of the tissue or the disease.
So it depends. Like if I'll give the example of cancer therapy, like different cancer cells are expressing specific biomarkers, right? So against that biomarkers, we can conjugate targeting antibody on the surface of nanoparticles, and we can deliver this nanoformulation to the specific cancer site. As in one of my publication, as doxorubicin is having its activity in the nucleus, so I conjugated one NLS. NLS is a nuclear localization signal peptide, right? So I conjugated that NLS on the surface of the nanoformulation, and I targeted that nanoparticle directly to the nucleus. So the doxorubicin released inside the nucleus, and it showed its action.
like we work on a disease which is causing an infection in the intestine, basically sometime colon or at the ileocecal junction of the small and large intestine.
Okay.
We want to deliver this at that point. How do you suggest that we can?
Sir, we need to find out I have seen some people are conjugating transferrin molecule. Transferrin is it's expressed in healthy cells also. We need to find out which receptor is expressed highly in the intestinal cells.
Okay.
Or else we can go for one chitosan formulation, which is mucoadhesive in nature, sir. That polymer.
Chitosan is mainly used in memory cell
Oral.
cancer. Has been used in memory cell, this memory cancer.
No, no. If this has been used for some infectious application also. I have seen some papers, but I haven't worked on it. But why I mean I think it will work because it is of mucoadhesive nature, and people are making many oral formulation by using this chitosan. And if it is the question for this intestinal purpose, I need to work out. I need to do some little.
Actually, if we have, as you said, find out the marker, because it is not only that location. From there, it mutates to different places.
That would be a great.
So wherever it is present, it will be attacked.
Yes.
That is what you.
Yes, sir.
That is more advantageous.
That would be a very good work if you find out the specific marker expressed on the specific cells. So we can conjugate the particular targeting moiety against that cells.
What do you need to do for that? We have the sequence of this pathogen available with us. How do you find the markers?
Markers, you need to find out in which cells. No.
You have the experience of working with TB or TB-like.
Tuberculosis, I have planned one project, but it didn't. I applied, but it didn't granted. I have in tuberculosis, those pathogens are like some macrophages. I have that, but in my
It's
mind,
an
I thought
intracellular.
that.
It is intracellular. It goes inside the macrophage.
So I found out one receptor for macrophages, so that we can target to those macrophages. Then it will go to that pathogen.
So that marker is more expressed in infected macrophage than the normal macrophage. This is what you want to say?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Huh?
No, it's not like that. I just took one receptor that is expressed on macrophage, so that we can target that formulation to the macrophage, and the pathogen residing in the macrophage will get in contact with the formulation and it will die. That's what was my idea.
So I will take your email and all. We can just further discuss.
Sure, sir.
Some other questions may be there.
Yeah, we shouldn't disturb others.
The type of mycobacteria which is incurable.
I need to go through that proposal again, because that is not in my mind now.
Actually, these chronic infections and viral infections, they are more important because they don't have any drug. We don't have any antibiotics against them. They are really important. Otherwise,
Sure,
usual.
We'll discuss through mail. I'll.
What's your mail ID, Ranjita?
RANJITA.
RANJITA.
Dot. Biotech, BIOTECH. @gmail.com, sir.
Thank you so much.
Sir,
for the nice presentation and good work.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Could you please?
Ma'am, I have a question. I am Dr. Muniandi from ICMR NIRT. That you mentioned that nano biosensor in COVID-19 disease detection. Is it used in our country anywhere and for the disease detection?
See, if you have seen my publication, it's a concept only. I didn't.
If it is there, why it's not implemented? Why it's not used? What's the reason?
Reason in the sense, as this nano biosensor in University of Maryland work also I have. It is just and in my last slide, I'll share you that slide. Just a minute. In my conceptual paper, here we have shown some of the application here. Are you able to see? Here you see, like these are the different, like carbon-based nanosensor, which is used for hepatitis B virus. These are the different already available nanobiosensor used for detecting viruses. So it is in use, we can say.
No, just my question is if it's useful for the COVID detection,
Uh-huh.
whether anybody used it in India.
No, not yet.
No, you mentioned that this will be useful for the COVID disease detection.
Yes, in University of Maryland, they have used for COVID detection. Not in India, I told you. So someone need to work out to
Still
show.
under the experiment.
Yes, still under in experiment only, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Right.
So thank you, Dr. Ranjita. We are having Dr. Om Srivastava. He is joining in a minute. So we have 1 or 2 minutes also till he joins. Anybody having any other question from Dr. Vinita or Dr. Ranjita, because she is in the cancer search, so that has a very much interest in all the practitioners who are here. So anybody having, kindly unmute yourself and ask the question. We have just 1 or 2 minutes before Dr. Om Srivastava joins us.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yeah. In this time of mucormycosis, or the media coined term black fungus, the drug of choice is the liposomal amphotericin B, and it is well known that it's very expensive. So, how the nanotechnology science can reduce the cost of this drug? Some ideas. Thank you.
Like this mucormycosis liposomal amphotericin B you're talking about, right?
Yes, mucormycosis.
Yes.
Okay. So this
it's already a liposomal derivative
yes,
of amphotericin B.
Uh-huh.
So how this technology can be used for reducing the cost? Because I get the approximate per day expenditure alone is around 60 to 70,000 rupees, and it has to be given for 10 to 15 days. So it is a huge expenditure. So with this technology, you said you can reduce the dosage of the drug. So with this technology, whether further, in addition to liposomal, is it possible?
That we need to find out, sir. Right now, I do not have any.
What he means, whether nanotechnology has a prospectus for such.
Yes, we can choose some different lower cost polymers, liposomal formulas. Those liposomal formulation, those might be of expensive polymers they are using. We can choose some like easily available and of lower cost polymer, by which we can make different formulations. For example, if we go for chitosan formulation, okay, chitosan is having lower cost than those of lipid polymers. So we need to find out some cheaper polymer, and we need to formulate those kind of polymeric amphotericin formulation. By that, that is one of the way so that we can reduce the cost of those formulation. This much answer I have for this question.
Om Srivastava has joined this webinar.
These are the areas of research. So, Dr. Om Srivastava, are you in? Dr. Om?
Please unmute your mic, sir.
Dr. Srivastava, अपना unmute कीजिए mic को. Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
please.
okay. Yeah.
Yes, I welcome Dr. Om Srivastava. He is a consultant infectious diseases based in Mumbai
Sit down.
and a member of the COVID Task Force Maharashtra. He'll be speaking, since this is a session of nanotechnology, so I have given him the topic of nanotechnology
Change slides.
and
Yeah,
it's
change slides.
how far it is useful, going to be useful in the infectious diseases treatment. So Dr. Rajita just spoke about the doxycycline as a nanotechnology, and I will request you, Dr. Srivastava, to start.
Okay. So first up, thank you, Dr. Kakru and the organizers for giving me this opportunity and also giving me the chance to speak upon something that is going to dominate our lifestyles and certainly infectious diseases, other spheres as well, but most certainly infectious diseases. So I'm going to start with why nanotechnology is important in our lives, and where is it heading? Where is it that we have already seen the presence of nanotechnology uh, being yeah yeah. All right. So if you simply have a look on what is the distribution of of those things that have come into our lives maybe just in the last about 10 years time. How is it going to move from here? What is it that we are seeing? You'll find that all of this is going to be changing in a way where simply not just the choice of a certain antibiotic, but everything else in infectious diseases is going to be made available in one way or the other with nanotechnology. If you look at simply the role of steroids. Steroids are, they are a double-edged sword. They have multiple benefits, as we've already seen in the infections with COVID, but they also have their own problems. So none of these things come without a caveat, but you have to use them judicially. When we talk about septicemia, right, the most famous antitoxin from gram-negative bacteria is the lipopolysaccharide. And the work that we are going to see, and that we are already seeing, where the lipopolysaccharide may be directed, may be targeted only by a nanotechnology molecule, is getting more and more intense. And probably it's going to be possible to find that you will be able to simply, instead of attacking the whole organism, you will be able to simply attack the lipopolysaccharide and get the receptor to lock down and not allow the infective process to become septicemic, and maybe patients will recover in that direction. Of course, it is not yet a reality, but it is something that has to be considered quite seriously.
Sir, I think you have to put it in slideshow mode, then only
Yeah,
slide mode.
yeah. Just 1 minute. Can you put it in slideshow mode? Slideshow mode. Slideshow mode. Slideshow. I need it to go in slideshow. Please cover the whole screen. Okay. So again, just making a point about sepsis, we talk about potential targets. There can be multiple targets that we're looking at, including things like uh, uh, the the inhibitory factors, the complement factors, and high mortality groups. We probably need to look at more agents, but look, all of that are being subjected to what nanotechnology can be useful with. I'm sorry about this. It's just getting. That's stuck on it. Stuck. Yeah. Okay. So why is that happening? Why can't I do it from here? Yes. Okay. I'm sorry about the interruption. It's probably my computer having a bad Tuesday morning. Yeah. So just before the two slides, I'm going to make a quick mention on something like SEPCHIP, which is a very clear distinction between the gene expression of septic and non-septic patients. That is something that we learned from the nanotechnology of septicemia. Ulinastatin, as we all know, again works on very basic inflammatory pathways and molecules of septicemia. The molecule has been described best in pancreatitis, but it is now being recognized. There's been a lot of work in COVID as well of ulinastatin, and it works very well. If you have a look at the number of potential molecules, if you look at the right-hand side column, all of these are about molecular mechanisms that will get interrupted, and that will happen only by one technology. It can't be a general steroid medication. It can't be a general antibiotic. It will have to be very specific molecules, and that is only going to be happening with nanotechnology for these agents. In infectious diseases, let me say a few quick words about what nanotechnology is already doing. Water purification has already adapted the use of nanotechnology, which is, I'd say about plants have enhanced about 800 times nanotechnology public health applications. So that's something that is happening. Initially, water purification used to be a very cumbersome process in places where there were outbreaks of hepatitis, of salmonella, of rotaviruses, other infectious organisms as well. But nanotechnology has not put an end to all of that, but it has reduced it so much that outbreaks are now limited to those places where there is, well, lack of understanding of how outbreaks happen. Otherwise, nanotechnology has done a wonderful service in these matters. For some reason my slideshow is getting stuck. I'm actually going to say a few quick words about nanotechnology in bone and joint infections. I'm also going to say quick words about nanotechnology in neurosurgery. All right. So all of these are parts of the spicules, the really basic parts of technology that can be translated into diagnostics, therapeutics, and making a pinpointed recovery of patients who would have otherwise spent lots of time, lots of effort, lots of money in trying to get themselves better. Uh, I am going to stop here. I think there was a recording saying it is 12:15, so I'm going to stop here. I'll be happy to take any questions that you might have. I'd like to thank again Dr. Kakru and the organizers for this opportunity. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer what I can.
Thank you, Dr. Om, for a brief and very quick presentation. If any participant has any question, kindly ask. In the meantime, Dr. Om, I will ask you to kindly give us 2 or 3 take-home points that can be included in our proceedings.
Yeah. So I think that it is important to accept that nanotechnology is going to be part of our lives to stay. I'll tell you why also, because artificial intelligence is going to merge with nanotechnology, and that artificial intelligence, as we all know, is something that is dominating not just the textbooks of medicine and modules of learning, but also machines talking to us to tell us what to do. If you simply take the example of the GPS technology that would come in the car, when I first had the GPS technology in Sydney, when I would drive from, say, one place to another, the machine would talk to me, and I found that very irritating. But we've learned to live with that irritation, and artificial intelligence is going to stay. So will nanotechnology. I think that the take home about nanotechnology is that if we are going to be relevant in our areas of medicine, we will need to learn to adapt to this technology very soon, very quickly, without any delay, because otherwise, at the speed at which technology is coming into our lives, it's actually going to overrun anybody who's not up to the mark. I'd like to close this part of saying to you something, a very famous quote by Mr. Ravi Shankar, where he said that if I don't do Riyaz for one day, I can make out the difference. If I don't do Riyaz for 2 days, my critics can make out the difference. And if I don't do it for 3 days, then my audience can make out the difference. That's how important it is for us to be reading and understanding and keeping this part in our life. So nanotechnology, like artificial intelligence, is here to stay in our lives.
Thank you, Dr. Om.
Yes.
You're perfect. These are going to be the part of our life from now on, particularly ever since the pandemic has come last year. It has put everybody on the, you can say, on the run for the new technologies to see how best we can manage our health and all that. So we are coming to close to this session. And now the next session, we have two chairpersons, one Dr. A.K. Bhatia, who is Professor Emeritus from GLA University, Mathura, and he is also has been a microbiologist by profession and has trained more than 30 people in their thesis work. We have another Dr. D.M. Mahajan, who is the senior consultant dermatologist at Apollo Hospital in India and founder chairman of the Skin Plus. He has been the president of Indian Association of Dermatology, Venereology and Leprology in 1997 and has been pioneer in introducing aesthetic technology in the country. I welcome you both. And we have two speakers, Major General M.L. Sharma and Dr. Professor Nilima Shah. So I will request Dr. Ashok Bhatia to kindly start the session. And in the end, since Dr. Mahajan, I think, hasn't joined as yet, so he will be concluding with his remarks. So over to Dr. Bhatia. Dr. Bhatia, unmute yourself.
Audible? Audible?
Audible? Yes, yes.
Yeah. Now, as we know that this is the 11th National Conference on One Health Initiative, which has a very significant role in bringing the health to the human being. In this session, there were three persons who have to speak. Dr. Vivek Kapoor.
Dr. Vivek Kapoor is not joining.
Yeah, he's not present. And Dr. Nilima Shah from Ahmedabad and Dr. Major General M.L. Sharma. Now, during this session, the three infectious agents are to be covered. One is Mycobacterium, the tuberculosis, and there is a cholera and the glanders. So Vivek Kapoor is not here. So I will start the purpose of this conference is to analyze the lethal characteristic of pathogens that could be capable of causing a global catastrophic biological risk. These agents may be naturally emerging or re-emerging or deliberately created or released or laboratory engineered and escaped. And if it is so, they could lead to sudden, extraordinary, widespread disaster beyond the global boundaries and capabilities of the national and international government and the private sector to control. If it remains unchecked, this would lead to the great suffering, loss of life, and sustained damage to national governments and international relationship, economies, social stability, or global security. Now, if we go for this, the recent global experience with severe infectious disease epidemics and pandemics has triggered much interest in understanding the broader pandemic threat landscape. Now we know at present we are suffering, we are bearing the brunt of COVID-19, and before that there were so many pandemics, but this year this pandemic is more devastating. In this, we know that tuberculosis, as we know, that it is a ever-existing disease. And we can say the role of tuberculosis in the promotion of COVID or vice versa, or the immune system of how the tuberculosis train our immune system. So this is a very complication here, that at one side, the COVID-19 promotes the tuberculosis infection and makes the latent infection into the active function. But in the same way, it has been seen that BCG vaccination is giving some protection to the COVID-19 patients. It has been reported from several countries that it is there because your attenuated BCG vaccine, which had been prepared in the 1921, is responsible to train our immunity, and that is being known as nowadays as the trained immunity, or you can say the de facto innate immunity. Now, on account of this, the patient who are COVID sufferers may get protection from the COVID. At least their severity will be lowered. Now, it has been seen that our attenuated vaccine BCG protects the childhood particularly and up to the 10 years of age, but later on, it lowers its immunity. So it has been seen that the country where there is an epidemic and the persons or the children are vaccinated with BCG vaccine are protective against the COVID, at least to some extent in the complication or severity of the COVID. It is not a question of debate, but it has been proved in the countries like South Africa. You see African countries, even they also quote the example of India and China, where the BCG is being vaccinated so to the most of the persons, most of the child, and this is being said that it is because of the trained immunity, and that is an innate immunity. Now, second thing is that the cholera, which is Dr. Shah will say, and I will say that Dr. Nilma Shah will please start their talk, her talk, so that we may listen his valuable contents. Dr. Shah.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Bhatia, please introduce her.
Yeah, Dr. Shah is a professor in medicine and working in the civil hospital Ahmedabad, and she will speak on the cholera. I invite Dr. Nilma Shah to please give her valuable talk.
Thank you, sir. Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
हाँ जी, सुन रहे हैं आपको.
Thank you, sir. Namaste.
Thank you. हाँ. Please start.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So we'll start with my talk on cholerogenic Vibrio cholerae. I am thankful to the organizer giving me the opportunity to talk about the cholera. This is my Bija Medical College Institute, and on the another side you see the 1200 bedded hospital where we kept all our COVID-19 patients. It's a really tough time for all of us. If we talk regarding the cholera, cholera is an acute diarrheal disease that can kill within hours if we left it untreated. If we look at the history, COVID-19, we don't know much, but if we look at the history of cholera, cholera spreads across the world during the 19th century, and we have a good number of pandemics in that. We have a 7 subsequent pandemic, and that killed millions of the people. Why today we are talking about the cholera? Because it is a preventable disease and vaccines also available, and it can be prevented mainly with the good sanitation and good hygiene. So if we look at the past, we have 7 pandemic. First, it was 1816 to 1826. Second was 1829 to 1851. Even we see the notice also, or press note, we can say that be a temperate in eating and drinking. So it's clearly mentioned that we can prevent the cholera by drinking good water and as well as maintaining good hygiene. Third was between the 1852 to 1860. Fourth one, 1863 to 1875. Then 1881 to 1896, 1899 to 1923, and 1961 to 1975. These all were the pandemics. Even in 2010, we have a Haiti cholera also. And just before, I think before 3 or 4 days, in Ahmedabad, we have a Kheda district and Nadia city. And we found 4 cholera positive cases. And it has been mentioned in the paper that we have a cholera outbreak. And over 10 kilometers of area is then curtailed, and all measures, sanitation measures and everything is started. So we are living in a this cholerogenic, we are living with a cholerogenic strain. So if we talk about which are the strain, there are many serogroups. More than 200 serogroups are present, but only 2 are causing cholera. That is, one is 01 and another is 0139, and they cause the outbreak. These all recent outbreak, they were due to 01 strain. 0139 strain was first identified in Bangladesh in 1992, and that has caused outbreak in the past. Cholera, they are the gram-negative rods, and they have a flagella over it, 1 or more. If we look at the epidemiology, even today, every year WHO is mentioning 1.3 to 4 million estimated cholera cases and 21,000 to 1,48,000 deaths. So it's not a small number. It can be endemic or it can be epidemic. Endemic area is an area where confirmed cholera cases were detected during the last 3 years with the evidence of local transmission. Epidemic occur in both endemic country as well as in the country where cholera does not occur. An outbreak, even a single case of positive case is defined as an outbreak, and that is with the evidence of local transmission. If we look at the Indian burden, from 2001 to 2018, maximum number of the patients were in a 2010, and death were during the 2009. If we look at the state-wise distribution of cholera cases in 2018, Uttar Pradesh, then Delhi, and West Bengal were there in the having a 24% to 19%, and Gujarat also having 60% of a burden. And lastly, WHO mentioning in 2018, we have a 4 lakh cases, 4,99,000 cases, and in 2019, even we have a 9 lakh cases across the world. But mortality was little bit less. In 2019, Yemen was the main contributing area. If we look at the overall continental, Asia is contributing 35% of the cases, America 20%, and Africa is having a more prevalence of 40% of the cases. Any disease usually occurs with the 3 things: agent factors, environmental factor, and host. Here in cholera, we have agent, that is a Vibrio cholerae. So we have to know our agent. So the strain is 01 and 0139. The group 1 has 2 biotypes, classical as well as Altor type. Altor, it was first isolated at Altor quarantine, that is in Egypt in 1905. Classical and Altor are divided into 3 serological types, that is Inaba, Ogawa, and Hikojima. In India, we have a Ogawa serotype predominance. Clinically, little bit different of classical and Altor type in a symptomatology. We have to differentiate it from serologically. So, classical Vibrios are differentiated with the Altor by following tests. Altor Vibrios agglutinate, they are resistant to classical phase 4, they are resistant to polymyxin B 50 unit disc, and the VP reaction and hemolytic tests do not give any consistent result with the classical one. So we have to know in detail how we can kill our agent. So Vibrio cholera are killed within 30 minutes by heating at 56 degrees Celsius or within a few seconds by boiling. It remains in ice for 4 to 6 weeks or even longer. Drying and sunshine will kill them in a few hours. They are easily destroyed by coal tar disinfectants. When we have some epidemics or something, then cresol is used to disinfect the water. Bleaching powder kills Vibrio instantly when it is used as 6 milligram per liter. The Altor biotype tends to be more resistant than the classical Vibrios. The toxin produced by the cholera, they are known as enterotoxin, and they affect the lumen of the small intestine. Vibrio cholera multiply in the lumen of small intestine. They affect the adenyl cyclase and cyclic AMP system and of a mucosal cell of intestine, and then produces the diarrhea. In epidemic, pandemic, we usually think who is the reservoir of infection, from where the disease comes. Agent we know, but in cholera, we don't have any reservoir infection in an animal one. The human being is the only known reservoir of cholera infection. And when cholera are there in a water, if water temperature is 20 degrees, they can multiply or proliferate faster. So person, if human being, he can be a case or a carrier one. Cases, 75% of the people are asymptomatic, but the bacteria are present in their feces up to 14 days. So the infectivity, they are the infective people. They are doing infection from one person to one person, another person. Carrier, they are usually temporary or they may be chronic also. So how to detect the carrier state? We have to give them 30 to 60 gram of magnesium sulfate in 100 ml of water and the pearl stool is produced, and we have to detect the by bacteriological examination. Infective material, stool and vomitus of a patient is an infective material. 10:7 to 10:9 vibrios per ml of the fluid, the vibrios are present. Carrier excrete less amount. They have a 10⁻² to 10⁵ vibrio per gram of a stool. What is the infective dose? 10⁻11 organisms are required to produce the clinical disease. So period of communicability. A case of cholera is infectious for a period up to 7 to 10 days. So this is very important when we have to control the cholera in a particular area. Convalescent carriers are infectious for 2 to 3 weeks. The chronic carrier state maybe lasts from months up to 10 years or even more. So we have to look for who is carrying an infection. So carriers are, they may be defined as an apparently healthy person, but who is excreting Vibrio cholera, classical or alto in a stool. So there are 4 types. One is a preclinical or incubatory carrier. They have an infective period up to 5 days. Another, convalescence, they have infective period up to 2 to 3 weeks. Then contact or healthy carriers of a person, even up to 10 days. And chronic one, up to 10 years of the infection. Gallbladder is carrying the infection like in a typhoid one. So they are the chronic one, and they are excreting the cholera in an environment. So we have to identify host, that is we. Age and sex, all ages are affected. Both sex are affected. They are highest in the children. Gastric acidity and blood group, if we think, they are destroyed in acidic pH of 5 or lower. So if person is taking a H2 blocker or even antacids, they are having a more prone of infection. Even they say that O positive blood groups having a more prone to the cholera infection. Population mobility. Movement of population increases the risk of exposures like marriages, fairs, and festivals. So in that, sometimes we see the outbreak. Economic status. It is highest in the lower socio-economic group because of a poor hygienic condition. Immunity. Duration and degree of immunity is not known, but vibriocidal antibodies in the serum, if titer is more than or equal to 1:20, that is associated with the protection against the colonization as well as the disease. So this is important when we think of a vaccine. Environmental factors. It is very simple. Poor environmental sanitation, contaminated water and food, and poor personal hygiene, that is causing the outbreak. What is the mode of transmission? Mode of transmission is a fecal-oral route. So mainly fecally contaminated water, can be contaminated food or drinks, or even with a direct contact of a person. So that's why hand washing is important. If we look at the pathogenesis, Vibrio cholera accumulate in the stomach and they produce 2 toxins, L toxin and H toxin. This toxin bind to the G protein, coupled receptor, and inactivate the GTPase. G protein stuck in a own position and increases the cyclic AMP. So there is a activation of ion channel and potassium influx in the intestinal, so and causing that it drag the water. So intestinal have a watery diarrhea. So there is a profuse watery diarrhea after the cholera. So what are the clinical features? This is very well known to everyone. There is, because a typical case of cholera shows 3 stages of evacuation. So painless diarrhea may be up to 40 per day, and the appearance is very catchy, that is a rice water appearance. So from that we come to know If patients are treated in this particular time, then there may not be a stage of collapse. Otherwise, there is a signs of dehydration or even death can occur. Signs of dehydration are skin, cold skin, papery Wasserman like of hand like skin. Then patient is having a shrunken eyeball, hypovolumia, hypotension, and metabolic acidosis, and even because of that there is a increase in a respiratory rate also, and coma and collapse. If persons are treated well, then there is a stage of recovery. This is a very old terminology, not now used frequently. That is a cholera sicca. In that, it is because of a distension of abdomen due to electrolyte imbalance and causing ileus. And even people are sometimes take the loperamide type of the tablet, and that lead to the abdominal distension and electrolyte imbalance. Epidemiologically, cholera due to altered biotype differ from classical in the following respect. We don't go daily whether this is a altered type or whether it is a classical one, but there are some clues that we can identify. Higher incidence of mild and asymptomatic infection in a altered one. Characteristic rice water stool may not be present. Fewer secondary cases in the affected families. Occurrence of a chronic carrier. Because Altor vibrios are more resistant than the classical one, they survive longer in the extraintestinal environment. See, these are the few clues we can have clinically. If we go at the lab diagnosis, to confirm when patient comes with the acute diarrhea and rice watery type, or even there is a profuse diarrhea, we have to think of a cholera. We have to diagnose the case. Organism can be seen in a stool by direct microscopy after gram stain, and even dark field examine is used to demonstrate the motility. So motile organisms are present, or it can be, we can go with the culture media like triple agar or TCBS. There is no need to go for serological testing. It is required only during the epidemics to trace the source of infection. Because of dehydration, other parameters are high blood urea, serum creatinine high, hematocrit and WBC is also high because of hemo concentration. Dehydration lead to bicarbonate loss, and that lead to metabolic acidosis with a wide anion gap. These are the supportive features. Total body potassium is also depleted, but serum level may be normal due to effect of acidosis. So these are the things we can go with the another ancillary findings. How we manage? Naturally, everyone knows that we have to give fluid. So if patient is taking orally, then we have to restore with the oral rehydration solution, or we can give the IV fluid. So primary goal of therapy is to restore the loss due to diarrhea and vomiting. Fluid therapy is in a two-phase. We have to rehydrate the patient, and we have to maintain a therapy with the form of oral rehydration solutions. Ringer lactates are preferred over a normal saline because it corrects the associated metabolic acidosis. IV fluid should be restricted to patients only those who have a more than 10 ml per kilogram per hour, or there is a severe dehydration. Otherwise, patients are, we can say when there is a mild cases, oral rehydration therapy can be given. But in hospital like us, we see the tertiary, we are the tertiary care one. So we see the more of a serious patient. We have to go with the IV fluid therapy only. Oral rehydration also we have to give at a half liter to 1 liter per hour. So if patient is not taking that much amount, we have to give the injectable therapy. The antibiotic, tetracycline, doxycycline, cotrimazole and ciprofloxacins are given. We have to give in an adequate dose. We have to see the serum creatinine also. We have to see whether patients are responding within 48 hours. If they are not, then we have to change the antibiotic. Chemoprophylaxis. Always we have to think of prophylaxis everywhere when we think of this type of the endemic pandemic disease. Studies have shown that about 10 to 12% of close household contact may be bacteriologically positive. Otherwise, all are not positive. So mass chemoprophylaxis is not advised for a total community, because to prevent one serious case of cholera, at least 10,000 of the people must be administered the drug. And the drug effect is also short-lived. So it is very difficult for us to give this much of amount of chemoprophylaxis. So it is advised only for whom those who have a close contact or household contact. What is to be given? Tetracycline or doxycycline. Tetracycline 500 milligram twice daily for 3 days in adult, or doxycycline 300 milligram single dose. In children aged 4 to 13 years, tetracycline is given as a 125 milligram, and 0 to 3 years 50 milligram. And doxycycline for children less than 15 years, we give 6 milligram per kilogram dose. This is regarding the chemoprophylaxis. The main thing is sanitation measure. We have to see the water sanitation, proper etc. disposal, food sanitation, and disinfection. So people is advised, because simple boiling that kills the cholera. So boiling water is very good for that. So water control, mass level, we can go with the other disinfectant things also. So corporation are also, they also involved, and they can go with that thing. Proper excreta disposal, food sanitation, good hygiene, and disinfection with the Cresol if required. If we think of cholera vaccine, 3 types of cholera vaccines are available. One is Dukoral, another is Sencol, and third is Uvicol. Dukoral is a recombinant vaccine based on a formalin and heat kill whole cell Vibrio cholera 1, classical and Altor, with Inaba and Ogawa plus recombinant cholera toxin B subunit. The vaccine is provided in a 3 ml single dose vial together with a bicarbonate buffer to prevent it, the toxin B that is destroyed in the gastric acid. So that's why buffer is there. Vaccine and buffers are mixed in a 150 ml of water if more than 5 years of the age, and 75 ml of water if children are 2 to 5 years of the age, because in less than 2 years this vaccine is not given. So chlorinated or unchlorinated water we can give. The vaccines has a shelf life of 3 years when it is stored between 2 to 8 degrees Celsius and remains stable for 1 month when stored at 37 degrees Celsius. How we have to give the vaccine? Primary immunization consists of 2 oral doses. They are given more than 7 days apart but less than 6 weeks in adult and children aged more than 6 years. So 2 doses. Children 2 to 5 years, they receive 3 doses. Intake of food and drink should avoided for 1 hour before and 1 hour after the vaccination. If interval between primary immunization dose is delayed for more than 6 weeks, again primary immunization should be restarted. Protection will be expected after 1 week of the last scheduled dose. So if it is 2 or 3 doses, then after the last 1 week. Provided there is a continuous risk. If a person is in an endemic area, then 1 booster dose is recommended after 2 years for adult, and for children more than 6 years of the age. If interval between primary immunization and booster immunization is more than 2 years, again we have to start with the previous one, that is a primary immunization. For children, Age 2 to 5 years, one booster is recommended every 6 months. So adult more than 6 years, one booster after 2 years, and in children it is every 6 months. So if again the interval is more, then again we have to start from the first dose. Dukoral is not licensed for children aged less than 2 years of the age. Senkol and Morvex, they are closely related to the bivalent oral cholera vaccine on 1 and 139. But in this, the toxin B is not there. So they don't require any buffer. Vaccine should be administered orally in 2 liquid doses 14 days apart for individual aged more than 1 year. A booster dose is recommended after 2 years. Avicol, it is pre-qualified in December 2015 has same characteristic as like a Senkol. So more important is we have to tell the patient regarding the effectiveness of oral rehydration therapy. Even breastfeeding is allowed during the diarrhea in a children. So benefit of early reporting and prompt treatment is required because it causes very much fast dehydration. Good food hygiene practice and hand washing, frequent hand washing. Even we have seen that hand washing is required in our COVID-19 pandemic also. We have a diarrheal disease control program. The main objective of this program is to prevent the diarrhea and death associated in the children due to dehydration. So as such, cholera is a very simple to understand, but when we see the data and when we see the pandemics that has occurred in the past, and even they say in there is some change in the strain also. I have not seen any documentation on the papers, but that causing probably the outbreaks. So what cause outbreak that we have to think in our mind? They say that non-vibriogenic strain, sometimes they transfer into cholerogenic strain, or the healthy carrier, those are excreting. And the environment, when there is a summer and after that when there is a water temperature is around 20 degrees Celsius, this cholera get proliferated. So in August also we are seeing sometimes more number of the patients when there is a start of a monsoon. So these are the things simple to understood. Thank you very much for patience hearing. Thank you. If any questions, we can go ahead with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nilima. I would like to add something here about the environmental source. The brackish and marine water are the natural environment for the etiology agent of the cholera. This is one thing. And second is that there is no animal host for the Vibrio cholerae. However, the bacteria attach themselves easily to chitin containing shells of crabs, shrimps, and other shellfish, which can be a source for human infection when eaten raw or undercooked. This is one thing. And for the last decade, so many epidemics are being reported in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. It is there. Otherwise, you have given a very detailed account of the cholera, and it is to give us knowledge about the serotypes as well as the good sanitation, hygiene, etc. We can protect us. Our children can be protected by using a proper water use, hygiene and sanitation, as well as we see that cholera is also being categorized as a bioterrorism agent by the WHO and CDC in the category 2. All the three which have been discussed here, tuberculosis, your glanders, and your cholera have been taken as a bioterrorism agent while in the case of tuberculosis, the Mycobacterium tuberculosis, the MDR, the multi-drug resistant Mycobacterium tuberculosis has been categorized as a bioterrorist agent. And you have given a very nice talk. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatia. Now we have with us Dr. Mahajan also, and one speaker, Dr. Major General Madan Sharma. I request Dr. Mahajan to introduce him and carry on with this. This will be the last lecture before we break in for lunch of 15 to 20 minutes. Dr. Mahajan, please. Dr. Mahajan, unmute कीजिए अपने आप को.
Yeah, good afternoon, friends. Can you read me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, friends. It's been a privilege to attend a conference, and that too on infections at a time when whole of the world is engulfed in an infected process. I need not tell which infection I've been talking about and which is favorite to everyone. To take us through the next session, we have a very illustrious speaker in Dr. Major General M.L. Sharma. He needs no introduction. Nevertheless, his illustrious career, he is a postgraduate in veterinary sciences, in veterinary medicine with the honors, and he has served Army for 36 years. He was an instructor in Mount and he served for 8 years as CEO of an international NGO working for equine welfare. At present, he is the Secretary General of National Academy of Veterinary Sciences. His experience is too high of attending glanders outbreaks in army and civil animals. And to commemorate, he was a member of the committee constituted by the Reviewing of National Action Plan on Control of Glanders. Dr. M.L. Sharma. Major M.L. Sharma, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahajan, for introducing me to the August gathering. To start with, I will thank Dr. Kakru for giving me opportunity to share my experience of glanders in army as well as civil animals. Glander is as Dr. Bhatia brought out, it's a disease which can be used as a biological weapon, which as per the literature, this kind of use has already taken place in World War I, and where many animals got this disease, contracted with the disease and died during the war. The disease is it's a bacterial disease caused by a bacteria called Burkholderia malei. It's also called Meliomyces malei. It has got a number of names in the literature, and it's a disease of primarily of equines, and equines, especially the donkeys, mules, and horses. In this order, the disease is prevalent in worldwide. It was prevalent worldwide about 2 centuries back, but slowly and gradually, this disease has been eradicated in most of the countries. And the disease does affect certain other species of animals like cats, dogs, goats, camels, and bears, and can affect the human population as well. So, as far as prevalence is concerned or occurrence, during World War time, this was quite prevalent in Russia and subsequently in Mongolia, then in some of the European countries, China, and even in US, Canada, all over the places. But with the time, the disease was eradicated by test and slaughter. This was only since there is no treatment for this disease, and there is no vaccination also for the disease. So these are the test and slaughter has been enforced in most of the countries, and now at present the disease is still endemic in Middle East countries, Asia, Africa, and South America. As far as India is concerned, the disease has been there for quite some time, for more than 2-3 centuries, because I know there's a Britishers made a act some 200 years back. That was a Farsi Act. So that means the disease was there earlier also. But I will narrate my experience of 1976-77, when I was a young captain. I was serving in one of the major equine unit in UP. It's a place called Hempur, where we had about 3,500 animals, equines, where we got this disease. There was the outbreak, and ultimately to control it took us about 2 years to control and eradicate the disease from that unit, with the loss of about 300 horses and mules. So that was one experience. And then after, I've been in touch with the various, situation where I was dealing with glanders. One was that I was commandant of a disease diagnostic laboratory, military veterinary laboratory. Then I was in teaching in veterinary college, Army Veterinary College. And then after, I was commandant of the institute. Then later on, after retirement, I was working for the NGO, looking after the equines. And finally, I'm being in the National Academy. I have been associated with the review of the policy on glanders. So as far as the prevalence in India is concerned, the disease is very much endemic, and the states where there is high, strength of equines, like say UP is the one, then comes Rajasthan, then Punjab, Haryana, J&K, Himachal, Uttarakhand, then Gujarat, Maharashtra. These are the major states where we have got a good number of equines. So here you find the diseases quite sporadically. Every year you find the cases coming up. But out of all the states, UP is the state which has got the maximum equines. That is the state we have to take care of. So this is about the incidents, and every year you find outbreak here and there, and this disease is carrying on in our country somehow. Now coming to the host range, the donkeys are, I think, they are the most out of the equines. They get the acute infection, and followed by mules and the horses. Then the disease is transmitted from the lesions, and the body fluids, the contamination through, you can say, inhalation, through abrasions and cuts of the skin, and it can be through inhalation also, because aerosol infection is also recorded. And then this is how the animals, from one animal to other animal, the disease spreads. But one of the practically on ground what I have seen, normally in equines, you will find the watering is done in a common trough, water trough. When an animal is suffering, naturally there are discharges from the nostrils. So the water gets contaminated. So this is one source of the major source of infection with my experience. Now, next. Now, as far as symptoms are concerned, it has got an acute form and a chronic form. In acute form, there's a high rise of temperature. The animal loses its condition very fast, and within few days, it becomes like a hidebound condition and dies. That we have seen acute as well as chronic cases. In chronic cases, there are three forms. One is nasal form, pulmonary form, and cutaneous form. In nasal form, there is a discharge from the nostrils, and which may be purulent, and it may be bilateral or unilateral discharge. Then in pulmonary, which is a little chronic type, you will find the lungs get involved. And in next, please. In the cutaneous form, you will find the lymph glands along your legs and abdomen. They get affected. Next, please. Here you can see the lesions, in the nostrils, and then there are lesions in the lungs also, and lesion on the skin also. So these lymph nodes, they get contaminated, they get affected, and there's a pus formation, and these nodules, they burst out and make ulcers which are grayish in the center, and they got jagged borders, and there's a yellowish green mucopurulent discharge from these ulcers. So this is seen in the lesions which you can see along the inner side of the legs. There's a lymphatic, all the lymph nodes, they get affected. So this is how you see and then from these lesions only, the spread of the disease, the transmission is by contamination through which is picked up either through the by contact, or even through grooming. The people who are not aware of this disease, they pass on disease to other animals. Next, please. You can see the lungs, there are nodules. Though these nodules are quite calcified. I have done so many postmortem, and I find that if you press the lungs, you'll find calcified nodules, maybe a size of walnut, this kind of thing you can find, and that is a pathognomic for the disease. So this is, and one more thing important here is that during postmortem, many people, they contract infection during postmortem. Next point. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide.
Imtiaz?
Next slide, please.
No.
Here you can see the cutaneous form, where there's both the legs are swollen. You can see you can see the nodules, all over the legs, and especially they are along the inner side. This is called cording. The lymph nodes, they become swollen and they burst open, and the pus discharge comes out of that, which contaminates food, water, and everything. Next, please. Now, in human beings, I will like to say the disease causes fever, fatigue, jaundice, nausea, pain in the legs, and they are swelling on face and limbs, and they are painful nodules, similar like you find in animals. And there's a eruption, pustular eruptions of the skin, of the legs and body parts like neck, head and neck. The nasal mucosa gets congested and swollen, and in chronic case, the symptoms last for several days to the month. So this is the kind of symptoms which you may find very rarely in human beings, and sometimes they may go undiagnosed also. Next. Now, as far as diagnosis is concerned, we used to have earlier on a test called Meline test. So this used to be a screening test where in army we used to use this test every year, and any animal which is found positive or doubtful, we used to send its serum sample for further to the laboratory for further tests. And at some stage it was found that the Meline test interfered with the complement fixation test, which was a approved test by the OIE International Organization. So the Meline test was then after discontinued. Now, as per the latest National Action Plan, the National Research Center for Equine, which is one of the nodal agency for approved by the OIE for diagnosing this particular disease, has developed a test, indirect ELISA test, which is used by various laboratories across the country as a mass screening test. It's quite a sensitive test, and this is there are about 10 states which are using, mostly those states which have got a higher number of equines. They are using this test for initial diagnosis, you can say, for screening, and animals which are found positive or doubtful, their serum samples are sent to NRC Hisar, and even along with the if if the animal is showing some symptom, the swabs are taken from various lesions. So the NRC carries out tests like CFT, complement fixation, as well as PCR. So based on the result, the animal found positive are destroyed. Next, please. There is no vaccine for this disease. Basically, the control is by identifying the detecting the animal suffering from the disease and eliminating by destruction. So there was an act made by Britishers, which has been merged with a new act which was formulated in 2009, that is Control of Infectious and Contagious Diseases 2009. So under that act, we are trying to enforce the various control measures through our National Action Plan. The carcasses of the animal who suffered from the glanders are either incinerated or they are buried deep underground. And the animals found, wherever you find positive animal, there's a system of quarantine of other suspected animals, and their samples are sent and tested and disposed of accordingly. Next. For human being, especially those like veterinarians and people who are working in slaughterhouses and other places, they have to be careful, and they must be made aware about the disease and the lesions, so that they can take care of preventive measures. Next. There is no treatment in animals. The policy all over the world is test and slaughter. Next, please. You see, recently, about 3 years back, the government of India has made a policy that any horse or mule or pony, if found positive and destroyed, the owner is given compensation of rupees 25,000 for the horse and rupees 16,000 for the donkeys. Now, this amount is not adequate, in my opinion, because the horses, they cost almost double than what we are paying the compensation. But anyway, this is a good move, and because of this, the people have at least now started reporting their cases suffering from having this kind of lesions. Otherwise, people wanted to, initially it was seen that any animal which has got this kind of disease, the owner used to hide them. And that was a big, you can say, a hurdle in control of the disease. Now the challenges. Now, as per my experience goes, one of the challenges, the equine migration, which takes place during, say, summer months, during the brick kiln season, and mostly animals from UP, they move out to other states. And that is a time when, if the animals are checked, I mean, at the interstate borders, so that the any animal which is having lesions or clinical, this thing are not allowed to go. At the same time, I feel that the animals which are moving out, if they are having some test, I mean, a sort of certificate that they are free from glanders, that will be ideal situation, which at present is very difficult to execute. Then second thing is about the surveillance. Now the surveillance at present is being done by using indirect ELISA tests by many states. There are about 10 states where this thing is already on, and especially those states which has got a higher number of equines. So this has been in place for past 2 years or so, and this has made a lot of difference, that lot many animals which are found positive through this screening test have been destroyed. And next challenge is compensation. The compensation, firstly, it is inadequate, and secondly, the process is very slow, in the sense that there are a lot of delays in settlement of the claims. So these are a discouraging factor as far as equine owners are concerned. So this also impacts on the disease control. Then the last point I'll say, para-vet professionals, they are at present not very well regulated. So these people, they try to treat these animals, because the glanders and another disease called strangles, they are very similar as far as their symptoms are concerned. In case of strangles, it's almost a self-limiting disease. With the antibiotics, one can cure the animal. Whereas the glandular, there's no chance. It's rather, if you do the treatment, it suppresses the disease and becomes a factor for further spread. So there's a need for controlling these paravets, at the same time bringing about awareness among the veterinarians also, because most of the veterinarians have not seen these glandular cases in their lifetime. So there's a need to have a continuous publicity at district level and block level among the equine owners as well as the human health workers, veterinary paravets, and veterinarians. If this process, if continues, it will have definitely a positive effect in controlling this disease. That's all I have to say. My experience about this. Any question? I'm ready to answer.
Sir, this is an excellent narration of the disease. But basically, I find it there is no field test available, which seems to be a major
No,
constraint.
there's no field test.
Because
No,
Malin, which you said allergic test,
yes, this was there.
discontinued,
Now,
but
yeah,
this, they still remain the one of the field test. Either it is tuberculosis or even this glanders. So maybe the Malin was not prepared from our own strain. That may be one reason. Because for chronic infections, the answer has to be come from local. And as you say, the spread, another thing that is mainly seems to be a managemental disease.
Yes.
So it can be very well managed if we improve the management. And as such, the horse equine population is not that high in the country. So at least, and the leading worker on this disease, Dr. Malik himself is now Animal Husbandry Commissioner. So can, with your help, the Army help, can be taken for the either control or eradication. That is not, I think, much difficult in my opinion. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Subhas Garg.
Yes, yes. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, sir.
May I ask? May I come in?
Yes, you can ask question.
Yeah, yeah. Sir, first of all, I would like to congratulate you for sharing your wonderful experience with glanders. I have a very small query. As you told, for the surveillance purpose, we try to detect the subclinical cases of glanders through the indirect ELISA. So, what is the importance of detecting the subclinical cases? Are the subclinical cases can transmit the disease in other animals, and if they can, then what will be the mode of transmission? Because there will be no discharge, there will be, you want to say that there is a colonization and they are the subclinical cases, because there is a colonization in the nasal part or maybe somewhere else. So that is not very clear to me. And what is the indirect ELISA is targeting what? Is that targeting antibody or the antigen thing? And if antibody, then antibody may be present in minor exposure. They may not be actually.
You see, firstly, as far as subclinical cases are concerned, we target those animals which are in contact. You see, if an animal in a village, if you find some animal clinically sick and its sample is found positive, so there is a all the animals of that in vicinity and within a certain area, say 5 kilometers, they are tested. So this is one way of finding out subclinical case. The second thing is that any animal which shows some kind of sign, say nasal discharge, some nodular growth in the skin, or has lost weight suddenly, it becomes a suspect. So such animals also, the samples are taken and sent. Now, as far as ELISA test is concerned, I'm told it's a very sensitive test. But I think we have two of our experts in the present gathering, Dr. Malik and Dr. MP Yadav also. I will request them to answer this query that whether it is antigen based. I think it is antigen based test. So,
Another thing, yeah. Yes, please.
Yes. So I will like to finish my answer with this, that after you find the animal is having some suspicion, either being in contact or otherwise, the samples are sent to NRC. They carry out further tests, that is CFT as well as PCR, and their version is the final, whether the animal is suffering, yes or no.
Sir, can the subclinical cases transmit the disease?
Subclinical case, normally you see if the animal is not showing any signs and symptoms, to best of my knowledge, there's no danger of spread, because the disease spreads by contamination of the pus and other discharges from the animal who is suffering.
Then why we are trying to detect these subclinical cases?
Subclinical cases, yes, basically, this is just to have a early eradication. I mean, subclinical case means it can be a latent case, but when we say subclinical case, to my mind, subclinical is a suspect. So suspect cases, normally where do you find them? Either you find them where the animal has already suffered, or you track the animals. Now, suppose the animal has been suffering in a particular place and it has been brought from somewhere else. You have to track from where it was brought, and you do this exercise of screening those animals also in the previous village from where the animals have come. So that is how things are being done.
May I have an answer or indirect like Dr. Malik or some expert?
Dr. Malik can give answer to that.
Yeah. You have given a very suitable answer to every question. I recall my memory when I was in the college in 1971 and 2. There was an outbreak in surrounding of Saharanpur and Meerut in the Tangewalas.
Yeah.
And at that time, we did a mailing test by the pulpy viral inoculation.
Yeah.
This was there. And generally, we do the test in the suspected cases because the clinical cases are open. Everybody knows the symptoms and the reasons, so they are not being touched by us. It was there. And there was a direction only to report to the veterinary investigation officer, and they will be shot dead, the horses, which show the positive glandar test. It was there. And now it is a indirect ELISA test is there. At that time, there was a regular surveillance of the horses and the other diseases also there. And you have given a very good narration of each question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. I think Dr. Mahajan, if you have any questions, or Dr. We break for 10 minutes lunch and start at around say 1:45, 1:50.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Sharma. I will request you to stay continued with this conference, and we will break for 20 minutes lunch.
Okay.
And come back at 1:45, 1:50.
Right,
And
sir.
I will request
Okay.
everyone to stay connected. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
इम्तियाज सबसे ये रन करो कुछ इम्तियाज
ठीक है मैं कर
हाँ आप वो डॉक्यूमेंट्री रन करो तब तक
Veena? हाँ क्या? हाँ दे अभी दे। हाँ हो गया, मैं खत्म हो गया।
So during this intervening period, we will just see one or two small films on the One Health to stay in touch.
Zoonosis is any disease that is naturally transmissible from vertebrate animals to humans. Zoonosis may be bacterial, viral, or parasitic, or may involve unconventional agents. Animals can sometimes appear healthy even when they are carrying germs that can make people sick depending on the disease. While petting or touching animals and through bites or scratches, coming into contact with areas where animals live and roam, being bitten by a tick or an insect like a mosquito or a flea, eating or drinking contaminated food, drinking or coming in contact with water that has been contaminated with feces from an infected animal. Although anyone can get sick from a zoonotic disease, those at a higher risk of contraction are children younger than 5, adults older than 65, people with weakened immune systems, pregnant women. Influenza A viruses are found in bats. Internal genes of bat flu viruses are compatible with human flu viruses. H17N10, H18N11 are found only in bats. Cats can be infected with influenza viruses, including avian influenza viruses, a contagious respiratory disease in dogs caused by specific type A influenza viruses, H3N8 and H3N2. No human infections with canine influenza have ever been reported. A respiratory disease of pigs caused by type A influenza viruses. These viruses occur naturally among wild aquatic birds worldwide and can infect domestic poultry and other bird and animal species. All subtypes of influenza A viruses, apart from H17N10 and H18N11, can infect birds. An outbreak of one such zoonotic disease took place near the Kyasanur forest in Karnataka in 1957. The Kyasanur forest disease, also known as monkey fever, is a highly dangerous hemorrhagic fever. It is a viral disease transmitted to humans through a tick species usually found on monkeys. COVID-19 is caused by the virus SARS-CoV-2, which is believed to have started at the Huanan seafood wholesale market in Wuhan. Other types of zoonotic viruses include SARS-CoV, which is transmitted from civet cats to humans, and MERS-CoV, which is transmitted from dromedary camels to humans. Several known coronaviruses are circulating in animals. These have not yet infected humans. Always wash your hands after being around animals. Use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Prevent bites from mosquitoes, ticks, and fleas. Avoid bites and scratches from animals. A zoonosis is any disease or infection
whether we have 2, 4, or even 0 legs, we're all part of the same planet and are all connected to one another and our environment, especially when it comes to our health. This relationship is so strong, there's a name for it. One Health. Infectious diseases such as rabies are an example of the One Health concept in action. 24 people in India, many of which are children, will die each day as a result of a rabid dog bite. And many dogs have been killed in attempts to prevent spread of the disease. But there is a better way. Vaccinating dogs against rabies reduces rates of the disease in people, meaning the dogs and people of India can live safely together. The One Health concept extends to our food too. Take milk, for example. The World Health Organization recommends each person gets about 2 glasses of milk every day. As our population continues to increase, Keeping up with this global demand for milk is becoming more and more difficult. One solution would be to get more cows. But space and resources are limited. But there is a better way. If each cow produced just over half a glass more milk each day, it will be enough to meet our growing need. Healthy cows produce more milk, so increased efforts to keep cows free from disease is one way to achieve this. One Health is also helping researchers find a better way to treat and prevent certain forms of cancer in both animals and people. Using advanced techniques, a type of vaccine has been developed to help treat dogs that have a type of cancer called melanoma. There is hope that the same technique can be developed for human use, with several products currently in trial. One Health is in action all around the world. And every day, veterinary medicines are doing more than just keeping our animals healthy. Because healthier animals mean a healthier world.
A zoonosis is any disease or infection
One Health in one word, I would define as interconnection.
The Greek physician Hippocrates actually described how human health was affected by a clean environment over 2,000 years ago.
We have human health and well-being that we think about, but we also have to take into account the health of the planet, the health of the animals, and anytime any of those is destroyed, it affects everything else.
Really, since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, we've had this mindset that we're going to conquer nature. That's led to us being so disconnected from nature that we don't even recognize that we're totally out of tune with what's going on with the rest of the world. And that's had a huge impact on the environment. It's had a huge impact on ourselves. It's also had a huge impact on animals and things like loss of biodiversity and loss of habitats.
I worry about bringing our children to a world that feels menacing and fragmented. And unless we can embrace a vision that we're all in this together, we will fail.
In this day and age, you can become very, very pessimistic about the future. You can be very upset about, melting ice caps and species extinction and things like that. But on the other hand, you have to look at the positive and see what we can do to reverse things.
One Health is an opportunity to do things differently, to recognize where we are in time, to acknowledge that we're in an era where we're dealing with people under stress, animals under stress, plants under stress, ecosystems that are failing in many ways, and that we can't really fix this challenge in our own little silos.
We human beings compartmentalize, and we think of the mind as separate from the body. We think of the body as separate from the rest of humanity. We think it is separate from the earth. It's all coherent. They're all joined together. And the more we fragment ourselves, the unhappier we become. And the more we can figure out the harmony, the more well off and healthy we will be.
Good afternoon. Sir, can I get permission to share the screen? I have next session. Kakru sir, can I get permission to share the screen, please?
Yeah, give me 2 minutes. I just will
Okay,
find
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Kyare, wait for a minute. I will just request Dr. Mala Chavra to introduce you because the session will be starting in a minute.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Please wait. I don't know why he has started. Dr. Mala? Hello.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, sir.
So, I'm just introducing you, and you can, I think Dr. R.K. Singh has also joined. So
Okay.
we will start with the next session.
Right, sir.
Okay. So welcome back, everyone. We have with us Dr. Mala Chavra, who is a senior consultant with Department of Microbiology in RML, PGI RML in Delhi, and she has been working with the zoonotic division of the National Science for Disease Control, Government of India. So she has worked at a very senior position there, and she is presently, I'll request her to kindly introduce Dr. Sunil Kyare, who is going to be our speaker. Dr. Mala, I have shared his brief CV with you on your WhatsApp.
Right,
So
sir.
kindly start the proceedings.
Right, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for the introduction. And do I have my co-chair with me, Dr. Singh? Dr. Singh, are you there?
Actually, I had told him to come around 1:45, so
Okay.
he should be joining in.
He should be joining sometime. So it's
Yes,
an honor to
yes.
be sharing, a session with a renowned veterinarian whom with I worked very closely. And thank you, Dr. Kakru, for this opportunity. And I'm really, really proud to be associated with this conference. And I have participated in a lot of previous conferences last year and I think 3-4 years consecutively I've been participating in this conference. So thank you for the opportunity and for this continued collaboration. Coming to the topic of now the fungal zoonosis, and fungal infections, and we are going to talk about mucormycosis. As you all know, that as we were grappling with corona, suddenly came, everywhere in the newspapers, we saw this mucormycosis or black fungus, which took us all by surprise, or should I say shock, because it is one of the very devastating diseases. It is a rare disease, but not a new disease, I would say. But it took us by surprise. And the way it conquered the headlines in the newspapers and fear in everybody's mind and heart was, unprecedented in a way. Number of cases suddenly rose despite India being known for mucormycosis. The devastating nature of the disease probably is very scary. Why it happened, whether it was because of rampant use of steroids, or it was because of COVID virus per se, or it was because of something else. So we have a very, very renowned a speaker with us today, Dr. Sunil Kuare. He is an MD microbiology from KEM Hospital, and he's a gold medalist, ex-associate professor, Department of Microbiology, Seth GS Medical College and KEM Hospital. Presently, he is the lab director of Apurva Diagnostic Healthcare in Mumbai. So we welcome you to this show, and I'm sure we'll find so many answers to these questions. And I must tell you that he's worked for 16 years as faculty in infection control officer at KEM, and he has passion for academics. That's something we look forward to, sir. We want to hear from you, your experience and your take on mucormycosis, its sudden increase, and how do we combat it, with amphotericin B in short supply, different variations of amphotericin B that are there. So we look forward to your talk, and we hope to gain so much after your talk. Welcome, and you can start your session, please. Dr. Sunil Kuare, please.
Thank you very, very much, madam, for your generous introduction. May I request that I can share the screen? I am still not able to present my present PPT.
And I would request both the speakers to please stick to the time. Let's respect time, because online we have to be little particular about our times. Thank you so much.
इंचार्ज इसको परमिशन दो शेयर करने का स्क्रीन.
ओके, मैं दे रहा हूँ. Sir, Najwal here.
Yes. So a very good afternoon to respected chairperson, dear friends. At the offset, I would like to thank Dr. Kakra sir and KEM Hospital for allowing me to be there, as well as the organizing committee. Kembavi sir, especially because he still remembered me even though I have left KEM Hospital. So, as you know, with the second wave, fungus has taken the front seat. During the first wave of pandemic, fungus was not much of a concern, but suddenly, as Mala madam also clearly stated, it was a big shock for all of us. So we'll just briefly go through the mucormycosis family as well as aspergillosis in humans. We'll go through present scenarios, case report, risk factors, pathogenesis, diagnostic challenges to diagnose these cases, preventive measures, and take-home messages. So as we know, and madam has said that media also has gave a lot of ideas about this mucormycosis. Almost all the states, as you can see in this slide, are involved, and the mucormycosis was declared as notifiable disease. And you can see the result, almost 28,200 cases were recorded. And the health minister declared that 86% of these cases had history of COVID-19 and 62.3% cases had history of diabetes. So this notifiable disease now will give us an idea about what additional risk factors are, and all the things can be explored in a better manner. So as we all know, fungal infection is a silent killer. As an infection control officer at KEM Hospital, it was always a challenge for us because there is a delay in diagnosis, and prophylactically antifungals have not been given to any patient except in neutropenia cases where they start antifungals, due to which the high fatality rate is there, and the resistance pattern is also increasing, leading to limited treatment options. As you would know that almost 1,48,000 fungal species are identified till date, and every year 1,200 new fungi are getting added to the list. But still, Candida remains the first top one, followed by Aspergillus and Mucormycosis. So these are the common fungi which are known to infect humans among Mucormycosis group and Aspergillosis: Rhizopus, Mucor, Rhizomucor. And for Aspergillosis, A. fumigatus, A. flavus, and A. terras are the commonest one. So I remember in '96, during my second year MBBS, this was the X-ray which was shown to us, and we were introduced to fungal family as calling this as fungal ball. So this was the case of TB patient with a cavity, past history of TB, and came with newer signs and symptoms. So during the discussion, one of my colleagues said that why this fungal ball has occurred over here. They said it is because of the presence of cavity. So common, as a newly joined students, my colleague said, why can't we close this cavity so that the fungus will not occur? So this was actually a case of Aspergillosis which was there. The idea was really true that if the cavity is there, fungus will grow. If the cavity is not there, fungus will not grow. So how to solve this out, that may be a future thing. We'll get the answer to that. So in the last 6 months, my colleagues and myself, we are there in a new laboratory where we detected 2 cases in the past 1 month. The first case was a 24-year-old male with known case of diabetes with post-COVID infection. The patient came basically for COVID treatment, and for 3 weeks patient was there and landed up with nasal mass and followed by eye swelling. So both the tissue samples were collected, and that shows this beautiful, if you can see over here, this is a lactophenol cotton blue mound, a microscopic finding of Aspergillus. Patient was started on antifungals, but unfortunately patient expired. Within 2 weeks, a second case was found of a 56-year-old male who was a known case of diabetes again with COVID infection, admitted in ICU. He was on oxygen therapy. Patient had history of cold, cough and fever for almost 10 days, which he ignored and he stayed at home. But when he started getting breathless, he came to the hospital, got admitted. Within 2 days, he got breathlessness. There was nose block, and patient landed up with a nasal mass. So the biopsy was collected and the biopsy was sent, which on GMS stain showed these fungal elements. Patient was started on antifungal, but unfortunately within 48 hours the patient expired. So basically these 2 cases gives us a glimpse about the risk of these things. It causes it can attack many symptoms, but the only important thing over here is the respiratory part is commonest, both for mucormycosis as well as Aspergillosis. And if you can see the symptoms, they are very mild. Local pain, blocked nose, these are the common things which people may ignore it. Even in Aspergillosis, it is cough, dyspnea, but when it comes to hemoptysis, the first option is tuberculosis. But Aspergillus is the last one to do. I remember during my residency, when the specimen used to come and we used to grow Aspergillosis, the first question was in our mind was, it would be a contaminant. But when the second sample grew, we would say that it may be Aspergillosis, correlate clinically. So that's how fungal infection diagnosis is a very risky thing. So what are the risk factors of this fungal infection? The commonest one being diabetes for both the cases. As we can see, the trend of diabetes is increasing, immunocompromised states are increasing, malignancy and the treatment part is increasing, organ transplant is increasing. These are all the risk factors which are giving a way for fungal infections. Bacterial infections is predominant, but when such comorbidities are there, fungal infections take a major step. Along with that, in mucormycosis, there is a voriconazole therapy, injury, neutropenia cases, or autoimmune disorders, specifically in children's. In aspergillosis, old age, COPD, post-surgery, and even environmental part plays an important role. Steroids is again a common factor for both. So these clinical risk factors should always be taken into consideration. As an infection control officer, we always say that don't wait for an outbreak. Every case is an outbreak. Try to find the root cause analysis of what the source would be, and that will prevent further infections. Coming to the pathogenesis, the spores of fungi are available everywhere. The pathogenesis is complicated. Although the mode of transmission is the spores by inhalation, but in immunocompetent patient, there is rarely any chance of infection. But in immunocompromised, it is too high. Fungus has taken up opportunistic pathogen. And most important is iron is essential for growth and metabolism. That's why with the COVID part, ferritin came in picture, and there is increased ferritin, and that again leads to increased risk of mucormycosis. Diabetes, of course, is the commonest risk factor, which impairs the opsonization as well as decrease the chemotactic activity of neutrophil and monocytes, thereby making the spores and fungi to flourish rampantly in places like sinus, lungs, etc. Environmental contamination cannot be ruled out. There are publications which clearly states that there is a seasonal variation about fungal infection, which is more common from July to September. The other important aspect which you can look over here, this was not seen in the past 2 decades or maybe 5-6 decades, but this mask came in picture last year. And there are studies, when I went through the review of literature, there are studies which say that these spores are present on this mask. And unfortunately, if you can see, this person is wearing a mask which is single use, but they are washing it and reusing it, thereby risking themselves carrying the spores near their nose. The other important factor came in picture. 2 factors were the humidifier fluid and the oxygen. There are cases, incidences of information about industrial oxygen versus medical oxygen, but there is no publication or any such details related to it. So I thought of, let's go through the review of literature to find out how many COVID cases are there. Luckily, I came to an article where a systematic review of case reports was done. This is a recently published article where India has provided 81% cases of the 101 cases, whereas the rest of the world provided 18.8% only. So one of the reasons could be the tropical area, hot climate, which inspires the spores to grow and germinate. The second thing which was discussed, because although it was only in COVID cases, active COVID cases were almost 60% and remaining 40% were recovered COVID cases. Now this gives an idea that there is something called as post-COVID complications. Fungus now has taken its role in the list of this post-COVID complications. So even if the patient has had COVID in the past, comes with blocked nose, the first thing we should think of is fungal infection. The risk factor, diabetes mellitus, was predominant, followed by cancer, and 76.3% were started on corticosteroids. Now these 2 things are the most dangerous combination, diabetes and corticosteroids, which could have increased the risk of mucormycosis. The mortality rate being almost 30%. So this article, Singh AK et al. Has given a beautiful systematic analysis of COVID-19 and relation with mucormycosis. So as you can see, COVID-19 directly doesn't cause mucormycosis, but it leads to increased interleukins, increased ferritin, uncontrolled diabetes, hypoxia, metabolic acidosis, and all these things together cause what is mucormycosis, because it provides a beautiful platform for mucormycosis to grow. And as you can see in the previous 2 cases also, which we studied, the patient had COVID and patient was admitted, patient was on oxygen, patient's ferritin level were increased, patient was diabetics, and these were the things that led to mucormycosis. So when I further searched out, I found that India is the diabetes capital of the world. Every fifth diabetic is an Indian. Until 2025, almost 60 millions in India will be diabetic. And there was a relation of environmental cause, persistent organic pollutant, which is the cause of diabetes in Indians. So we thought that, okay, it is just related to COVID-19. What about pre-COVID era? So again, after doing the systematic review, we found a prospective multicentric study in India. Of course, there were many, but this had maximum number of cases. So I thought to present this. So out of total 388 cases, 56% cases had diabetes and 76.3% cases were on corticosteroids. So this again gives an idea that the mortality rate was 46%, which is even before COVID. Mucormycosis was there in the list, but it was not being considered. It was not in the front page. Now, considering the future as third wave, there are many controversial things that children may be involved or may not be involved, but mucormycosis in children is again a deadly one. What is important over here is rhino-orbitocerebral type is commonest, but gastrointestinal mucormycosis can be fatal in children. So we all have to create a policy. Of course, there are many policies which are coming up for children protection, but we as together on One Health platform should put up a proposal to government to consider fungal infection prevention also as an important aspect. Now, as a microbiologist, we are always happy to deal with bacteria because it is easy to grow, immediate. Report can be given within 24 to 48 hours. But when it comes to fungi, it is very difficult. The first challenge for us is the specimen collection. Most of the bacterial infection we can ask for non-invasive procedures, but fungi, there is a need of invasive procedure. Sputum generally is not recommended because it is contaminated with the spores. So what is recommended is bronchoalveolar lavage, or in case of mucormycosis, nasal tissue biopsy. So again, clinicians always prefer histopathology as the first priority whenever a mass is seen. So again, it is very important to convince the consultants that microbiology also will provide you immediate diagnosis of fungi infection. So the first step is the staining part or the wet microscopy, where this mucormycosis can be easily differentiated as a septate hyphae, while aspergillosis can be differentiated as septate hyphae. Whereas culture, which is the gold standard on Sabrot dextrosagar, the mucor grows like fluffy cottony growth which fills the whole of the plate. While aspergillus have Aspergillus fumigatus, which is dark green color, or flavus, which is light green, and Aspergillus niger, which is black color. These are mostly contamination of the environment. So it is very important to check it out whether the patient is actually suffering or not from this. So as very nicely said by Dr. Ranjita, that nanotechnology has come in picture and COVID diagnosis is easy. So similarly, we would expect this nanotechnology to come ahead for fungal infection diagnosis. It is the need of the hour. It will reduce the turnaround time and the patients can be started on antifungal as early as possible. However, this molecular diagnosis, the specificity and sensitivity is questionable and it is still under research. There are different molecular methods which are there, like direct sequencing of cultured organism or formalin fixed tissue, fluorescent in situ hybridization, as well as PCR, which is commonly used in most of the diseases. Antifungal susceptibility testing is again a challenge. It requires a lot of expertise, a good setup of a laboratory. All the CLSI guidelines are very nicely explained about Candida, but in case of molds like mucormycosis and Aspergillus, it is very, very difficult and complicated. Also, there is availability of antifungals are very few, and intrinsic resistance is well-known factor in fungi. So, coming to the preventive measures, of course, diagnostics as early as possible, but prevention is better than cure. So, patient-related, the first and foremost thing, considering this 1 year of COVID pandemic, the medical mask, frequent changing of mask. It is always recommended that single-use mask should not be worn more than 8 hours or if it is wet. But unfortunately, we have a tendency of using the same mask for a longer period of time. There are even healthcare workers who are working 12 hours or 14 hours a day. They use the same mask continuously, which is not recommended. Ideally, recommendation is 6 to 8 hours. The cloth mask, which is, of course, nationally it has been told mandatory, but measures or guidelines are to be made how the cloth mask to be washed, disinfected, so that there are no spores which are approaching near the nose and we are breathing it, especially for the diabetic patient and immunocompromised patient. If the patient is diabetic, please keep it under control and contact doctor even if there are signs of sinusitis. As I have told previously, the symptoms are very, very mild. A person may ignore it and that will lead to complications. Regarding hospital-related, early diagnosis and treatment is important. There is a strict infection prevention policy is to be maintained, which includes hand hygiene, which includes a humidifier fluid care, which includes oxygen care. So many aspects are there. Always, we all have to remember that between us and the patient is the infection. It can go anytime to the patient via us or via the environment. So environmental cleanliness and hygiene is also very, very important, plays a very important role. Now coming to the government level, what have they done? As soon as the mucormycosis came as a shock, ICMR immediately released advisory for screening, diagnosis and management of mucormycosis. And this was really circulated as fast as possible. It spread like fire and many microbiologists and clinicians had received this and they all tried to follow the same. So can it be prevented? So when I again did a survey, I found out that there was one article which said that there was the absence of case of mucormycosis. They almost treated 5,248 cases with no case of mucormycosis till May 2020. So the points which they gave was strict adherence of protocol. Steroid dosing and duration was very important. Try to minimize steroid as much as possible. Controlling glucose, blood glucose level. The nurse driven part was a very important, beautiful thing which I read in that. Then nurses should take proactive measures so that the blood glucose can be reduced as early as possible by frequent checking the blood sugar. Bedside vigilance again is very important. Strict quality of oxygen. Now this is again a very contradictory thing because due to acute shortage of oxygen, suddenly the requirement rose. Industrial oxygen came in picture. There are no publications which I have found saying that industrial oxygen increased the risk of mucormycosis. There were incidences where people started taking steam, saying that the steam will kill the coronavirus. But there are rumors or there are some comments by expert doctors saying that this steam actually damages the bacteria or normal commensals, risking the fungal growth. So humidification protocol, again the water which is used has to be sterile and precautions to be taken that it should not get contaminated. And finally, biosafety by the nursing care is also mandatory. So the take home message from today's session regarding mucormycosis and aspergillosis is for every case we need to find out the root cause analysis. Because it's a notifiable disease, we need to go into detail of each and every case. What was the cause of mucormycosis? So based on that, further guidelines can be made. Early diagnosis, training the trainers. I think it is high time that we have to reach till primary health care, the grassroots level where the patients are actually approaching for the treatment. Their first line treatment is at the GP level and primary healthcare level. So if we train them about the importance of environmental part, we train them about the importance of animal contact, and we train them about early diagnosis of fungal infection, that will really help us diagnose at an early phase, thereby reducing the morbidity and mortality. We also need to increase the testing facility. Fungal growth is as such that there are very few institutions throughout India which are expert in doing fungal diagnosis. So we need to increase this testing facility as well as training each and every person to improvise the diagnosis. Encouraging bipartite and tripartite collaboration. I remember 2 years back when I was invited for the One Health as a speaker about health sector from human side. I had presented that there is a need for collaboration of environmentalists, microbiologists or medical side as well as veterinarian, because such zoonotic diseases can be controlled from the grassroots level. As very nicely said by one of the speakers, that if we treat the dog, or even seen in the video, the rabies can be drastically controlled. So I can just share my own incidents that over here where I am staying in Mira Road, it's a belt of Salmonella. We are getting almost 100 cases of culture positive Salmonella every year. We need to find the source. We need to collaborate with the veterinarian to find out whether That is the cause of transmission of infection among humans. And not the least, but it is time for all of us to go in community to create awareness. We all know, as I am teaching since last 16 years, it is very difficult to get the patient to the hospital, but it is very, very important for all of us to go to the community and tell them about the awareness of fungal infection, tell them about the awareness about all kinds of bacterial and zoonotic diseases, which will help prevent these diseases, thereby reducing the morbidity and mortality. So thank you very much. I hope I was in time. So any queries or comments?
Thank you so much. It was like just up to the mark, up to the expectations. We wanted some answers and you have given them. Thank you for
Thank
a
you.
very, very nice presentation. And I open it up for discussion. If you have any questions, he'll be able to answer those questions. Let's use the expertise and get the answers. Any questions, please?
Dr. Sunil, I have one simple question. Ultimately, where it leads us to, because the purposes of how the clinicians easily are able to diagnose and differentiate between any pathogen versus the mold and these fungal infections. Because commonly, every fungus is found everywhere, and fungus is consumed also as a food.
Yes,
so,
sir.
Are there any specific, from the microbiologist point of view, any specific measures, guidelines that we should take it to be adopted at home? Because masks and other things, everybody knows it gets humidified and any type of pathogen can enter, what is in the atmosphere can grow. There are no second doubts on it. Then availability of masks and washing and rewashing, that also doesn't help, because the simple masks, they are transparent enough for allowing any pathogen to enter. Even if we may say it is N95 or it's not that, it may not enter directly, but if it is on your surface through hand, I think ultimately you are exposed to it. So I don't, as a person, guidelines are fine, but we have to see what is practically that we can adopt and that can keep us safe.
Thank you very much, sir, for the question. First of all, yes, I agree that we are inhaling spores with every breath. But the patients who are immunocompromised, specifically the diabetic patients, very, very precautions has to be taken by them. First and foremost, as you said about the mask, yeah, masks are not available or mask washing is there. But we can create awareness how to wash wash the mask, put it in the sunlight, let it dry, let it not be in the dampened, humid area where spores can easily come up. Even the atmosphere in the house. I know as a warden of the hostel, I have seen students, the way they keep the hostel rooms. And sometimes after 2-3 months, when they are back, the whole room is full with spores and the growth, black color growth everywhere on the walls. And what they do, the first thing they do is they just take a broom and start cleaning it. That leads to spore formation. So again, here, as soon as they come from the vacation, we have to teach them as wardens how to clean your room. No use of broom. First of all, you have to make the wall wet enough so that with disinfectant, so that all the spores and the fungi are killed, and then slow and steadily remove it with a wet one. Never broom it. So these are the things which are very, very important for training either a healthcare worker or the general population. Regarding the second point, yes, it is very, very difficult. If you see the signs and symptoms, patient will have yahan pe dard ho raha hai. There is a mild pain over here. They can never think of mucormycosis, but now the situation is such that they go in a panicky phase. There are incidences that people don't do COVID testing. Even if you do a RT-PCR, that is okay, easy enough, but they tend to do CT scan of the lungs to find out whether they are having COVID infection. Similarly, over here, there will be undue utilization of radiography. That will give further complication. So a person who is diabetic, a person who is immunocompromised should always take these minor things as very careful. I remember, like when I was a student, when we had a diabetic clinic, we were told that every diabetic patient should wash their feet at the night and check for any minor abrasion, because that minor abrasion can become a non-healing ulcer. Sorry, sir. So
Now-
similarly over here also diabetic patients, immunocompromised patients need to be careful about the mask, careful about their surrounding area. Then the spore forming organism will not enter their body and cause infection. And if they find even slightest symptom, they should immediately approach the doctor and go ahead for the treatment as early as possible. And of course, for molecular tests, we are waiting for nanotechnology and other things so that the fungi can grow rapidly and we can report as early as possible, which is a challenge for us as microbiologists.
So as a microbiologist, I will request you to put in 2, 3, 4 points, because ultimately it is the clinician who has to decide on treatment or diagnostic tools that is to be used. Patient comes to the clinician with symptoms only. Whether he has to go in for the steroids, he has to go in for the CTs and other things, it's for the clinician who are to be, probably, if Dr. Mala will agree with me, have to be trained and have to be educated much more than the patient, because patient is always in a panic situation.
Very true, sir.
So I hand it over back to Dr. Mala.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for initiating that discussion, and I'll extend that further. I want to know about the importance of doing PCR in mucorales. Now, we know that the diagnosis with, if you get a necrotic tissue, we do a KOH mount, which is very easy, simple, cost effective. You can get broad haline aseptate hyphae or pauciseptate hyphae, and you can make a fairly good diagnosis with it. And then it grows rapidly also. But do you think there is a need of PCR to mucorale, especially for early diagnosis and initiation of early treatment? As you said, that sometimes patients have just the pain, which you cannot imagine that it is, it could be mucormycosis or something else. So what do you think that, is it important to have PCR for mucorales or no?
To say, madam, yes, PCR is needed, because if you see the future also, the KOH mount of the nasal mask is very difficult because you have to get the biopsy. It's an invasive thing. But if we get a simple blood test on which we can detect the presence of antigens or presence of PCR, RNA, DNA, that will really help us out in a non-invasive way for early diagnosis. So this PCR will really help, but unfortunately, present situation, the standardization of PCR is a big challenge. Even we and our lab are also trying to set up the PCR lab, but it is really, really complicated. But the future, if the simplified PCR technology will come, that will really help out for the early diagnosis. Even NGS and other gene sequencing also will add up to the thing. Along with histopathology and microbiology coming together, I think fungi will have a tough time to deal with humans.
Absolutely. Another thing is, I want your comment on CAPA, that is COVID-associated aspergillosis. You know,
okay.
Now treatment for both are very different. For mucormycosis, and what is your experience with?
Unfortunately, over here, we have got one case of aspergillosis and one case of mucormycosis, which I have presented to you. Both the patients expired, so mortality rate is too high. But yes, to differentiate as early as possible, it is easy if there is a KOH mount, because KOH mount, aseptate and septate hyphae can easily be differentiated, and the further treatment can be taken care of nicely. Second thing is, there is a need for a microbiologist to come out of the lab and start interacting as an infectious disease specialist with all the consultants, and that will really help out early diagnosis and early treatment, because when there is a collaborative discussion, that goes at a very faster level. So as soon as if I see a septate hyphae or septate hyphae, I can immediately say that these are the group of mucor and this could be a group of aspergillosis, and accordingly then they can further start the treatment.
What about them occurring together in a single patient, both mucor and aspergillosis?
As per review of literature, whatever I have seen, the case reports, double infection is not yet been published in the last 1 year, especially in COVID time. And before that, I have not checked out the case report of double infection. But fungal infection as such, in my last 3 years working in mycology department, as well as over here in last 6 months, I have not seen double infection. But as you say, it is not impossible. It may happen.
So we've had an experience, we've had a case where a patient is a tuberculosis patient, has cavity in the lungs. So he has, after COVID and taking steroids and being a bit of mismanagement, I think at some local level, has developed aspergillosis of the lungs and has in naso or the sinuses we could see mucor, you know. So you don't know what surprises you get in your field, right?
True,
So,
ma'am.
yeah, so sometimes, you know, that's why I totally agree with you that it's time for microbiologists to get out and discuss with the clinicians as to what's happening. Thank you so much for that interactive discussion. Are there
Thank you
any
very
more
much.
questions? Are there any more questions, please? If there are no more questions, we'll thank
Hello? Hello,
Dr.
hello?
Sunil. Yes,
Hello?
please. Yes, please.
Yeah, I want to inquire about that. At present, the mucormycosis, aspergillosis are there. It is not a new thing. They are present everywhere, every time. But why we have become vulnerable at this time? It is a sequelae of COVID-19, because before that, COVID-19, there was a SRS-1. There was no news about the fungal infection. But at present, when COVID pandemic is there, and we are also having a fungal infection, why it is so?
Sir, I'll repeat the same thing again, because as you say that one thing is it has taken the front seat suddenly because the number of cases are increased. One of the reason could be again, there are no proven studies, because there are no studies which are done between COVID and non-COVID cases. The non-COVID cases in the last 1 year publications have not come up as much as the COVID and mucormycosis. So that is little biased, but there are comments which are coming from resources which says that wearing of mask which is not properly washed, you are taking the spores directly near your nose.
Yes.
Second thing which I have told about the pathogenesis of COVID does not cause increased mucormycosis directly, but it indirectly increases the ferritin level, indirectly increases the hypoxia, indirectly increases the diabetic, uncontrolled diabetic, and that secondarily lead to mucormycosis and aspergillosis infection.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is a good question. Answer.
Thank you, sir.
So can we go to the next speaker, please? Thank you, Dr. Sunil, for a wonderful presentation and discussion.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Dr. Ravi Kumar.
Dr. Mala, we have with us, I think, R.K. Singh also. So,
oh yes,
welcome him also and continue with.
Welcome, sir. Can you hear me, Dr. Singh?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good, sir. So good to see you.
Same here.
You have a long association with each other. So.
Yes.
Yes. So good to see you, sir. So good
Same
to
here,
see you.
same here, ma'am. Same here.
Yeah.
Same here.
So
Yeah.
kindly take over, sir.
I think I have to chair the session now. There are other presentations now, no?
Yes, sir. So we
You have one more presentation with you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You.
Dr. R.K. Singh, how are you?
I am good, sir. कैसे हैं सर भाटी सर?
बस बिल्कुल ठीक. मैंने तेरी शक्ल देख ली आज.
मैं तो बहुत देर आज देख लिया था आपको सर. रिलैक्स बैठे थे आप. भाटिया सर मेरे टीचर थे मैम. कंटिन्यू मैम. गो अहेड.
सर आप करिए ना सेकंड स्पीकर.
अच्छा अभी तो मुझे जो लिस्ट देख रहा था मैं. Now there were other presentations, so I can present now. I have to present now, Dr. Kakru.
No, you are chairing it now, so Ravi Kumar must be there.
Okay, let me see the program.
Because next session you will be speaking.
Yeah, so now Madam is still the chairperson. No, Dr. Ravi Kumar has to speak now.
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am is still the chairperson. Let her continue.
आप ऐसा chairperson मेरे साथ.
What I have done, one person is, both are chairing, one is summing up at the end and one is introducing at the start.
Okay, Okay. Actually, list I didn't see. No, I was not doing this. Yes.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. So, ma'am, we can invite the second, with your permission, second presenter, Dr. Ravi Kumar, Professor of Microbiology, College of Veterinary Sciences, Nagaland, Jalukhi. Dr. Ravi, please.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, participants and my medical colleague, Dr. Sunil. He has made the job fairly easy for me. He has covered most of the aspects. And can I request Dr. Kakru to share my slides?
Give me a minute. Imtiaz?
Yeah.
Hello, Imtiaz? Can you share from your end till I manage it? Just check.
Okay, let me see.
You can do it, Dr. Ravi. Go to green button.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
No, Mr. Chairman, the reason why I did was the net signals are not very good here. I'm in the deeper part of Nagaland.
Try once if it is possible.
Imtiaz should share it.
So my slides are already shared.
Give me a minute. I'm
Yes. Are you able to see, sir?
Yes, he has started sharing your screen.
You can open, yes.
Yeah. So this is the veterinary sector on mucormycosis and aspergillosis. So I'll go to the a general introduction from the veterinary point of view about fungus. So the estimate is about 6 million species and 625 fungal species. Okay. My internet connection is unstable. Okay. So can Imtiaz, Mr. Imtiaz?
Yes, Imtiaz is doing it. You stop your connection. You stop your presentation.
Okay.
Imtiaz has started. Imtiaz, shuru kar do.
Dr. Ravi, we are already delayed. I think
yeah.
By more than half hour. I think by 1 hour we are delayed. So I'll request you to be a bit faster.
Imtiaz,
yeah, sure.
Karo. He has just started your screen.
Okay, I think I have done that. Okay, fine. So about 625 fungal species have been reported to infect vertebrates, out of which about 200 are of veterinary importance. So the interaction of fungus with animals can be pathogenic, symbiotic, physiological, ecological interactions with animals. Physiological, I mean the rumen of cattle has got a symbiotic relationship with and physiological relationship with ruminal digestion, and these fungi are strict anaerobes, unlike of human fungal pathogens, which are either strict aerobes or facultative anaerobes. And life-threatening issues are caused by fungi. And I would like to quote two examples that not in the mainstream veterinary sector, but in the animals, with refers to environmental threat. The first one is an amphibian panzootic chytridomycosis. It's caused by the fungus Betotrichium dendrobatidis. It has destroyed about 500 amphibian species across the continent over the past 50 years. And all of us know very well about the white nose syndrome in bats caused by the psychrophilic fungus Pseudogymnoascus destruxen. It has caused a mortality of close to 5 million bats in North America. And looking of bats, it's definitely going to reduce the cross-pollination. So the green coverage or foliage is going to get affected. So the two fungus that we are going to talk, they are saprobic and ubiquitous. And since animals, stay in an open environment for more time than humans, it can be said with certainty that no fungus-free animal exists. So the fungal diseases in mammals is similar to the predisposing factors that was discussed in the case of humans by Dr. Sunil. And of the fungal groups, the dermatophytes, aspergillus, the mycotoxin producers, and mucor, they are of relevance. Most common it is dermatophytes followed by aspergillus. The mucor is extremely rare. So in aspergillosis, many animal species get this thing, and there's one subtle difference is in the case of animals, aspergillosis is more by ingestion than inhalation, unlike humans. And similarly, the weakened immune system, lung disease predisposes to aspergillus. So this is an experimental slide in mice, enhances the fungal growth. The mice were experimentally made neutropenic, and a tracer molecule is sent. Then it binds to the fungal infected areas, as you can see in the lower panel. About 24 hours later, look at the density of fungal growth. So neutropenia, mainly long-term antibiotic usage, is a risk factor, and this is a proof of putting the concept. So I just wanted to share this slide. So among aspergillosis, the fumigators, flavus, nidulans, niger, and pireus are the common etiological agents involved. Fumigators is the most common, and flavus and parasiticus produces aflatoxin in grains, but not in animal tissues. This is a very serious chronic problem in the sense the cattle feed and poultry feed, when the toxins are present, because basically the feed is a plant-based ingredient. So they produce a lot of problems in the animal growth and productivity. They are hepatotoxic and carcinogenic, known factors, and they are ubiquitous. So this problem is bound to happen. So in addition to aspergillosis, the veterinarians always focus on the freedom of aflatoxins in the cattle and poultry feed. And any large poultry or dairy farm cannot afford to have this mycotoxin problem. And they take extraordinary care at the feed ingredients level, test them for the freedom from these toxins. Critical conditions seen in fumigators, that is the most common one. In the case of birds, you have brooder pneumonia, and you have that is you see in very young chicks, pneumonia and air sacculitis, and rarely generalized aspergillosis. In commercial poultry, the aspergillosis is not treated, so it is not cost effective. In the case of horses, you have what is known as the guttural pouch mycosis. That is an organ that maintains the pressure on either side of the ear membrane. And certain animals have this guttural pouch, so they get a mycotic infection caused by aspergillus fumigatus, nasal granuloma, and keratitis. In the case of cattle, mycotic abortion is somewhat common, mycotic pneumonia, and mycotic mastitis. So in the case of dogs, intestinal aspergillosis, nasal aspergillosis, and otitis externa. In the case of cats, it is systemic aspergillosis. Of all the species, the aspergillus is most common in birds. And this is the sporulating fruiting body. And as said by Dr. Sunil, the spores, yes, the spores, are there in the environment, and the birds pick up the infection very easily, because the birds, though their body temperature of birds is 40 to 43 degrees, Aspergillus fumigatus is a thermotolerant fungi. It can grow as high as 48 degrees. And plus the birds, the respiratory tract, there is not much of macrophage population there, and birds also don't have a proper mammalian equivalent neutrophils. They have only heterophils. So this is the area where you see the cheesy material caused by Aspergillus fumigatus. You can see it here also close to the trachea. And the main point of aflatoxin with reference to the veterinary sector is it increases the stress and it compromises the growth, and immune response to vaccine is affected. So this is vaccination is a very pedestal of a successful dairy or poultry industry. If something is going to happen which is going to reduce the effectiveness of your vaccines, then the farm is not going to prosper. And there is also the the MRL of aflatoxin in milk and in the cattle feed worked out by FDA. So this is in short about a general introduction about aspergillosis. And I will combine the diagnostic part for both these funguses, what we do, although we don't have scope for the level which the medical mycologists are doing. But anyhow, I'll share our experience. So these mucormycosis in animals is extremely rare, but just like in human, it's an aggressive fungal infection of animals. Of all the angio-invasive fungi, mucormycosis is the most aggressive. That is a well-known fact, and I will explain to you the reason behind that in my coming slides. So it's very sporadic, wide variety of animals. Mucormycosis is they affect the mediastinal and mesenteric lymph nodes. They can cause abortions and ruminitis and abomasal ulcers. So these ruminitis is the inflammation of the rumen, which is the important component of the cattle stomach. And it can also cause pneumonia and cerebral mucormycosis. In dogs, mostly it is enteritis. It is rare. Among the rarest of rare cases, enteritis is common in dogs. The focal necrotizing pneumonia and enteritis in cats. So this is the cartoon of the Rhizopus species. And I will take you to the laboratory diagnosis of aspergillosis and mucor in veterinary sector. Though there are many techniques available, what we commonly and isolation, because to ascertain that the isolated fungus is a causative agent of the clinical condition, we have to show tissue penetration. Sometimes a demonstration of the fungal hyphae in the lumen of blood vessels, by histopathological techniques is required. So the support of a histopathologist, as outlined by my fellow speaker, Dr. Sunil, a histopathologist opinion is also required. And the other things which already Dr. Sunil has told, the MALDI-TOF, that one thing that I would like to highlight, and the T2MR. The MALDI-TOF, I know for sure that Christian Medical College in Vellore, they have a MALDI-TOF, and they can identify a fungi in just an hour's time, this up to the species level, based on the protein profile and database comparison database. There is one more T2MR magnetic resonance that I will talk about in the last slide. So now staining and microscopy, well-known techniques like KOH, chalcofluor white with fluorescent microscopy, periodic acid shift, and silver impregation stains are used. In the case of Aspergillus, it is septate hyphae, dichotomous branching, 45 degrees angle. And in the case of mucor, it is quasi-septate or non-septate. It can be septate, particularly near the fruiting bodies. So some diligent efforts are required. So the lactophenol cotton blue is widely used, and it is rather not very expensive, available. It is widely used. And since now I work in an organization that is just a new veterinary college under the central government, and we are in our formative years. So we are in a temporary building, and in a year's time, we'll move to a good building, and we'll have more homegrown data to share with you. So in this slide, we see the fruiting body structures, which Dr. Sunil also showed in one lactophenol cotton blue. This is the silver stain, and it is from a swan. And you see the hyphae and also the fruiting body. The next one is the Fumigatus conidiophore, the lactophenol cotton blue, lot of conidiospores and the conidia and the conidiophore clearly noticeable. And this is a case of equine mycotic pneumonia where you see the aseptate hyphae, and most conditions, the treatment is not resorted to, only in pet birds or pet animals, all anti. This is a rumen wall, as I mentioned, mucor, you have rumenitis. This is a slide that depicts the presence of the Rhizopus species and using the silver stain, and histopathology examination is required to confirm. The next one is the isolation laboratory media. The Sabrods, dextrose, agar, typically a laboratory diabetic patient, high sugar, low acid, or rather low pH. So diabetic ketoacidosis kind of petri dish. So it supports the growth of most fungi, and we add the chloramphenicol for the isolation. So far, we have not done anything for mucormycosis. So the temperatures, 2 different temperatures are used, 1 to 4 days, the rapid growers, the septate type A, and then P is required. There's immunological detection, like mostly the molecules of target or the cell wall components. You have the beta-1 glucan and galactomannan. This is present in Aspergillus fumigatus, but not mucor. So mucor, you cannot resort to the detection of these markers. So, again, the stabilizers. Okay. So the lac agglutination test, the Biorad kit is available. It is used in pet birds also, ELISA. The beta-glucan galactomannan test is used in the case of aspergillosis. The interpretation is difficult. Not only it is very expensive, the interpretation between clinically affected animal with antibodies and clinically affected animals, they also show high levels of antibodies. So it is non-discriminatory and pretty much not followed. And the biomarker gliotoxin, some of the Aspergillus species produce toxin, and this can be a future marker for aspergillosis. In case of mucor, see the lac, as I mentioned, the beta-D glucan and galactomannan. We have ELISA and immunoblot test done in humans. This is the molecule, the COTH molecule. This is the angio-invasive molecule. This presence of this molecule, the mucor is angio-invasive. So this is likely to be the marker of choice for mucor in the days to come. And there is also a T gamma interferon assay, just like human tuberculosis gamma interferon assay available. So antibody attempt because of lack of these 2 markers. Nucleic acid detection, various formats of PCR, genomic sequence, and markers, TNase, ribosomal RNA, ITS, and mitochondrial genes used because the copy number of mitochondria is 12 as against genome. So the chance of detection if you target a mitochondrial gene will be much better, as agreed that, the PCR being a very sensitive test, the specificity, sensitivity, and validity in case of veterinary sector, we have to validate for the species also. So what one test may be good for one species may not be good in another species. So there are a lot of difficulties. So at least in the next 10 years to come, we will follow the age-old diagnostic methods. In the case of mucor, is pretty much same. The FISH test, fluorescent in situ hybridization test, as pointed out by Dr. Sunil, is done with the mitochondrial gene targets. So this is the MALDI-TOF rapid speciation of fungi, and database is available for Candida, fumigators, and so many fungi. And this facility is available probably in other national institutes in Delhi and Mumbai too. So this is the magnetic resonance assay that I was briefing earlier. This is there is no sample preparation. The blood is collected and subjected to the magnetic resonance, and here nanotechnology also is used. And the behavior of molecules or fungi in a magnetic resonance and a normal sample is vastly different. And this is targeted, and it's a maximum 3 hours. It's possible to detect the fungus. No culturing, no extraction, no straight from patient sample to analysis. So this is already approved by FDA, the US, for Candida species. And the lowest limit of detection is 1 CFU per mil. And this maybe the first medical sector will grab this technology. And I think this is going to ease up the case and maybe, probably even bypass the need for histopathological assessment. So coming to the topic, main topic of the day, One Health and mycosis. It's an emerging problem, and many laboratories know it is. Maybe it is the problem is more in mycology. Across sectors, and one thing that will strike out for that vaccines have been the most successful disease control tools. Of course, in addition to other parameters, the fungal vaccines were used in the former Soviet Union against dermatophytes. And in France also, they made some auto-vaccine kind of vaccines for aspergillosis. They gave limited protection. So it is time, no, we cannot afford to spend liposomal amphotericin B on the chicken. So it will be cost prohibitive. And secondly, now the reservoirs of fungi is mostly on the environment, that is the soil and the decaying organic matter. It is necessary to study the reservoir as it makes sense. If you control the reservoir, you control the disease. So this is what I would like to share, taking this opportunity. We are very new. We have taken up this work for the past 6 months. We have started a mycology laboratory with our facilities, limited facilities that we have. In the years to come, my colleagues and myself will be able to give much more detail on veterinary mycology. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
You can unshare your presentation.
Sir, I've completed, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You can unshare the presentation.
Okay. Okay. Is that fine, sir?
No, you unshare the presentation. Yeah, now it's okay.
Okay, okay.
So I think now we'll summarize. Dr. Kakru?
Yes.
Yeah, so colleagues, we had 2 presentations in this session. One presentation was by Dr. Sunil Kayare, who is Director Lab, Purva Diagnostics and Healthcare, Mumbai. And he gave a very good background on mucormycosis and then practical experience. And also he has reviewed a lot of literature. So he gave a full account of about mucormycosis, and I think it generated a lot of very lively discussion. And I like this presentation and the way, because majority of the people, they were not aware about mucormycosis. What they have listened in TV and some newspapers, that too, at times newspaper editors, they would interpret their own language. You tell them in English, they'll write in Hindi, and then they'll put something else. What you said may not be representative. Similar thing in TB, because of the TRP, they would say something which you have not said. But then I think Dr. Sunil has given a very good account, and he's a good speaker. I appreciate the pace of presentation, and I think like the presentation. Very good, Dr. Sunil, for your hard work, and also for presenting and answering the questions with brevity and clarity. That's very important. Then Dr. Ravi Kumar gave a very good account on animal mycosis. And of course, he's at new place, but he's a knowledgeable person because he knows the subject. Maybe he doesn't have facility at the moment, but he knows the subject. And then also he has given an account that how the fungus affects the animals either directly or maybe through feed. And aflatoxicosis is a major problem because our dairy food products, they are also affected very adversely. So this is one of the concern when we buy feed for the animals or for the poultry. It is a serious concern. So I am happy that he gave a good account, and now models are also set for aflatoxicosis in various products which are commercially available. So I am happy he also gave a bit of idea about various molecular diagnostic tests available. But Sunil, I was thinking maybe like you might have seen 2 days back in TV, they said now they have developed a sensor-based mechanism you put in the aircraft, and after 20, 30 minutes, that sensor can find out if somebody is infected with COVID, and it is based on the volatile fatty acids or something like those. This one. So is it possible, because taking using invasive technology and taking biopsy is very, very difficult. Until a case is very serious, nobody will agree. And if they agree, I think a percentage will be very, very less in less serious cases. So there may be chances that when there is fungal infection, definitely some materials like this, BFH, etc., they must be coming in the exhaled air. So I think that is one idea. If you talk to some people who have already worked on the sensor development, I think that would be a good idea, because that would be non-invasive, and also practical applicability would be very good. So I thank both the presenters, Dr. Sunil Kayare and Dr. Ravi Kumar, for their extremely hard work, very good presentation, and brevity and clarity in presentation and answering the questions. Thank you. I like Sunil's presentation very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
And I thank co-chair Dr. Mala Chhabra for giving me, and Dr. Kaku for giving me an opportunity to chair the session.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Dr. Mala Chhabra, I think she has left. So we continue with this, and our next session chairpersons are Dr. Kembavi and Dr. Shurveer Singh. Are both of you here? Dr. Shurveer, Dr. Kembavi?
Dr. Shurveer is here, yes?
Yes, sir, I am here.
Yeah, Dr. Kembavi. So what I again suggest, I have already sent you the introduction about the two speakers. So kindly start with the procedure in this session. And by the time Dr. Kembavi comes, he will also.
No, he is already here. He is already here. We are able to see him, but not Shurveer Singh sir.
Yeah, that is the issue.
उनके लिए माइक्रोस्कोप लाना पड़ेगा.
Sometimes you find everyone logged in, but they are not there.
डॉक्टर आरके सिंह से जरा छुपके रहते सर, डर के रहते हैं सर.
अरे अभी तो छुपे हो डॉक्टर साहब, चश्मे दिख रहा है बस. आपकी मूछें नहीं दिख रही, मूछें तो दिखनी चाहिए ना.
Dr. Kembavi has also
very
not
good.
appeared.
Very good.
What I suggest at the end of the session, it is best everyone puts on his video with this video out, so that we can take a cumulative picture at the end of the day. That is all.
You can take. That would be good. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I request Dr. Shurveer to start and your chair and co-chair both are there, so both have the kindly start the session.
Sir, I am requesting Dr. Ravindra Kembavi sir to please initiate, and I will comment in the last. So that will be good.
Both of them, they are chair.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they are co-chairing this.
One will summarize and one will introduce.
Yes.
So please introduce sir, and I will summarize.
This is a session on parasitological infection, Echinococcus, Hydrotus, and Cryptosporidiosis. We have got two speakers for this session. One, our speaker is Dr. Kamlesh Upadhyay, Professor and Head Medicine Department of Vijay Medical College, Gujarat Civic Hospital. He is an eminent clinician, good teacher, administrator, and researcher. He has many publications to study, national, international. During epidemic of COVID, he has worked very hard. He has done a clinical trial of Remiviris and CH2, and he has found Remiviris as a drug of better than that drug. And he has done many research on H1N1, and he's called as a Congo man, Congo fever and queries and all that. He's very learned and good orator. I request him to present his. Thank you. Dr. Kamlesh Upadhyay.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar, Vandan to all seniors. Dr. Kembavi sir, Shurveer Singh sir, my colleague, co-speaker, Dr. Vilas, and one and all who are participating in this conference, and those who are viewing this conference through YouTube also. I'll just share my PPT and then let's start. So, namaskar to everyone present here. My topic today is parasitic infections, hydatids, and cryptosporidiosis. prevention, control of emerging and re-emerging zoonotic infection in India. Since Kakru sir has started this movement, we all are, our family is increasing day by day, and after COVID, in a post-COVID era, we are very much sure that we'll have a very good awareness among the other people also to focus on this One Health concept. So the way in which the zoonotic infections are alarmingly increasing, the people are also conscious, administrators, policymakers, all of them are also now alert regarding the attention to these infections. Many animals, those who lost their life, all healthcare workers who lost their life in COVID, all non-healthcare workers like revenue, police, education department people, those who lost life for the treatment of COVID management, मैं पूरा मेरा लेक्चर आज उनके चरणों में अर्पण करता हूँ। आज zoonosis and river zoonosis all are running over here. Nothing more to say about that. When zebra is crossing from human crossing, that is river zoonosis, anthroposis. I remain stick to my two topics given to me. One is a hereditary disease or hereditinosis. It's a parasitic disease of Echinococcus type tapeworm. Zoonotic infections where definitive hosts are dogs and other canines, and intermediate hosts are sheep, dogs, pigs, cattle, humans, horses. Birds and arthropods can be the mechanical vectors, and by and large, humans are the accidental hosts. There are 4 species known to infect the humans: E. granulosus, which causes cystic hereditary disease; E. multiocularis, which produces alveolar hereditary disease; and E. ovale and E. oligothus, which produce polycystic hereditary disease. Echinococcus granulosus is basically known as a dog tapeworm or hereditary worm, belongs to Cystoda, and E. granulosus causes cystic echinosis. Livestock and human beings, which act as an intermediate host, these are basically parasites in the small intestine of the adult canines, which are definitely hosts. Geographically, it is prevalent wherever the animals are there, these hereditaries are there. But it is more extensively seen in a sheep and cattle grazing areas of Australia, Africa, and South America. It is also common in Europe, China, Middle East, and India. More often in temperate zone than tropical region. Adult worms live in a jejunum and mutinum of the dog, wolf, fox, carnivorous animals, and the larval stage, hereditary cyst, is found in liver and other visceral organ of human and herbivorous animals, sheep, goat, cattle, and horses. Morphology point of view, adult worm is basically, adult tapeworm is 3 to 6 millimeter length is there. It comprises of scolex, that is head, neck, stobelia. It consists of 3 to 4 segments. The first segment is immature. Second is mature, and last one or two is gravid. The terminal segment is by far the biggest one in this adult worm. The scolysis bears 4 suckers on the head and also has a rostrum with 2 rows of hooks. This is a picture of a worm. Echinococcus is triploblastic. Anus is absent and it has no digestive system. The adult worm lives for 6 to 30 months. Eggs are ovulated 30 to 36 micrometer by 25 to 32 micrometer, contains hexaconch embryo with 3 pairs of hooks. Larval form, which is most important. It found within the hereditary cyst, developing inside the various organs of intermediate host. It represents the structure of the scolex of the adult worm and remains invaginated within a vesicular body. After entering the definitive host, the scolex with suckers and rostellars, hooklets becomes exvaginated and develops into an adult worm, and that's how its life cycle continues. So these are adult worm is there, it harbors in the intestines, eggs are laid, and then it is from external environment, it will go through the feces, it will go to the fecal route, and through the humus digestive system, it will end up in internal organs and form a cyst. As we discussed, it passes through 2 hosts. One is definitive host, dogs and canine animals, and intermediate host, sheep and other herbivorous. Man, as I mentioned, is an accidental intermediate host, which is dead, and from that it is not transmitting to other persons directly. The transmission is mainly through ingestion of a food contaminated with the dog's feces containing Echinococcus granulus eggs. Rarely flies serve as a mechanical vector, and fomite transmission is possible in this way. Development in the man, basically eggs transform to larva, and that is hereditary cyst. In the duodenum of the man or sheep or a cattle, the oncosphere is released by the rupture of ova. This oncosphere hatches and penetrates into the intestinal wall, entering the portal circulations, reaching up to the liver, or it may reach up to the lungs and rarely other part of the body like muscles, neck of the femur, brain, and other. Practically, it can go to any side once the lymphatic or vascular state is there. The host immune response may destroy many oncospheres, but few will escape that destruction and develop hereditary cysts. The oncosphere are encysted by the fibrous tissue produced by the fibroblast and transformed into a fluid-filled bladder-like cyst called as hereditary cyst. So these are the eggs are there, this passes through the feces, and then it will be infection by ingestion through fecal route, and then it is dead end in the man, whereas in a dog, it is recycle is going on, and again develop the fertilization stage, and then adult worm, and then eggs. Cycle continues. As I told you, it's basically a fecal route is mainly, other than this, is a fomite transmission. WHO in 2003 has classified the group 1, 2, 3. Group 1 is the active group where cysts are larger than 2 centimeters and often fertile. Group 2, transition group, these are all basically based on the sonography finding. Group 2 are transition group where cysts are starting to degenerate and entering a transitional state because of the host resistance or treatment, but may contain viable protoscoliosis. Group 3 is inactive. It never progressed to disease, where degenerated, partial, totally calcified cysts unlikely to contain viable scoliosis. So they are all main cysts, and then daughter cysts are there within that also. We can see the septa also in between 2 cysts. We can see multiple cysts from here, like this. Transparent walls are there, and inside the cyst, there are daughter cysts are there with scoliosis. Symptoms, basically it affects the liver, though anorexia, abdominal pain are the main symptoms. Other than this, anorexia, nausea, and vomiting. And as per the site, there will be some symptoms. So suppose it is in the bone, near the periosteum, it will produce pain, sometimes fracture also. And muscles, will have a muscle ache, myalgia, local tenderness will be there. Or if it go disease to the brain, there will be seizures can be there. Or if it is in the lungs, it can produce cough, breathlessness, chronic cough, irritating cough will be there. And many times, asymptomatic infections last for many years until the hydrated cyst grows, produce pressure symptoms in the surrounding structures, and person become symptomatic. As I mentioned, these are the anorexia, weight loss, and weakness are the non-specific symptoms. Second one is the alveolar echinococcosis. Alveolar echinococcosis is a asymptomatic incubation period of 5 to 15 years. It's basically a primary tumor-like lesion in the liver, and the main symptoms are weight loss, abdominal pain, generalized malaise, signs of hepatic failure, and from the cyst, it can directly spread to the spleen also, or via blood and lymphatic. It can go to lung and the brain also. If left untreated, alveolar echinococcosis is progressive and fatal also. Laboratory diagnosis, basically a Cassoni test, skin test, where hydrated fluid is antigen available. When you inject in the skin, it produces a flare and will reaction, and that will diagnostic. Here, the sterile hydrated fluid is derived from the unilocular cyst from the dogs or man, and that is used as antigen, and we see the body response. 0.2 ml of the antigen is injected in one arm, and sterile, just to compare on the opposite side, the saline is injected to other arm as a control arm. Interpretation: if the sensitive patients develop larger weight, measuring 5 centimeters or more, with a formation of a pseudopodia within 30 minutes with no reaction to the control arm, that's a positive test. Disadvantage: low sensitivity and gives false positive in a cross-reactive to cystoid, other cystoid infections is possible. Sonography, the diagnostic. Many times Cassoni tests are not required, just on diagnosis. Anywhere, wherever a cyst is observed in the liver or any solid organ, or in the bone, or in the lung, or in the brain, on imaging of MRI or CT, we should work up for, first of all, history of playing with the dogs or other, with the domestic one. That is important history, and where we can suspect that, oh, this may be a case of hydrated cysts. Ultrasonography of the biliary tract may show abnormality in the gallbladder and bile duct because of large cysts may compress the biliary radicals and produce extension of the gallbladder, and some cholecystitis also can be there. Cysts can be many times. It's an incidental finding. As I told you, it can remain in the liver for years together, asymptomatic. CT and MRI usually be complementary to the sonography, and it will validate the sonography finding. The space occupying lesions with several septa is classical. I'll show you the picture. And antibody can be detected against this antigen in a serological test. But roughly, clinical suspicious and sonography will confirm to reconfirm with a CT or MRI is the appropriate diagnostic way. These are, you can see on ultrasonography, multiple cysts are there. Within the cyst, there can be a calcification, there can be a daughter cyst also, can be there, which can be picked up on sonography also. So this is a sonography, and this is a CT scan picture of the cyst. Multiple cysts are there. Within the cyst also, there are many times you see calcifications with the calcified scholars. These are organ specific, and they are the histopathological changes observed. These again a CT where you can see the multiple cysts are there, and here you can also see the postmortem findings are there, where you can see the multiple cysts are there. These are we have to handle very carefully, otherwise you can mechanically spread from one place to other place intraoperatively, or in the biopsy also. Many times we can spread the infection within the other part of the abdominal cavity. Large cyst, the ovaries, uterus, or even the peritoneal cavity have also been seen. I have also seen cases of hereditary cysts in the brain and femur also, and commonly in the liver and other abdominal organs. These are again a CT picture of multiple cysts are there, with daughter cysts are there within cyst. They are seen. We can see some here. We can see a multiloculated cyst with some calcification inside. Histopathologically, we confirm the fibrous layer, and then within the daughter cyst, you can see the scoliosis and some calcifications. PCR-based testing and mitochondrial DNA has been developed, but still the sonography is the best tool so far in diagnosing. Eosinophilia and hypergamma-globulinemia also other findings is observed. In a stool also, we can see, particularly the stool of the dog, we can see the positive Echinococcus X can be found in the stool of the dog. Treatment, surgical removal is required whenever there is a compression, mechanical compression. It is 90% effective, but can be risky because if the cyst rupture, that fluid may release neurocyst in some other part of the body, particularly in the abdomen. Post surgery, it is possible. Just to chemotherapy to prevent recurrence is required. Post surgery also. Albendazole is a preferred treatment. 10 mg per kilogram or 400 mg 2 times a day for 4 weeks. Other alternatives are mebendazole, 40 mg 3 times a day for 3 to 6 months. And dogs are effectively treated with the praziquantel. Laparoscopic management, nowadays open surgery versus minimally accessible surgery. Laparoscopic, high skilled trained surgeons are required to go for the basically de-ripping the cyst. You have to aspirate the fluid and then you have to initiate the cyst is aspirated, taking care not to spill any content using povidone, iodine, or hypertonic saline as a scolicidal agent. Any communication with the milling tree is overseen and pedicular momentum is sutured to prevent the further spread of the disease. If the cyst is small, superficial, and in the left lobe, we can also perform it through subcutaneous route also. We can remove the cyst. Pair treatment, puncture, aspiration, injection, and re-aspirations. They are the percutaneous puncture. If it is superficial, particularly the left lobe of liver, if it is near to the skin margin, we can do that. But we can aspirate the cyst fluid and then we can inject the scolicidal solution inside and then re-aspirate the solution. Prevention, cystic echinococcus is controlled by the preventing transmission of the parasite, limiting the areas where dogs are allowed, and preventing animals from consuming meat infected with disease. Prevent dogs from feeding on the carcasses of infected sheep, control stray dog populations, restrict home slaughter, do not consume any food or water that may have been contaminated by the fecal material, wash your hands frequently, and teach the children importance of washing hands, particularly after playing with the street dogs. Allular echinococcus, avoid contact with the wild animals such as fox, dogs, and their fecal matters by limiting the interactions. Do not allow the dogs to feed on the rodents and other wild animals. Wash your hands with soap and warm water after handling dogs and cats before handling foods. My second part of my topic is on the cryptosporidiosis. Basically, it was recognized in mice in 1907, reported in human in 1976. In an immunocompetent child and immunosuppressed adults are at risk. Recognized globally in 1980 and 1990s, it is more commonly seen in AIDS patient and outbreak have been reported in the veterinary students in the past. It's basically a protozoal parasite of a genus Cryptosporidium. Almost approximately 32 variant species are so far isolated. Some species are host specific, but some are found in more than one species. And transmission again, fecal route, person to person, or person to animal, waterborne, or maybe foodborne. Most common symptoms are watery diarrhea, dehydration, weight loss, stomach cramps, pain, fever, nausea, vomiting. GI symptoms are predominant. Cryptosporidium is a spore-producing parasite found in the intestine of the infected people and animal. There are 4 varieties. C. parvum is most important other than Cryptosporidium hominis, C. melicridis, and C. cuniculus are considered as the main pathogenic species causing sporadic cases and outbreak also. basically the intestinal pathogen. This is the morphology. You can see oocytes are seen here. Infective form is oocyte, spherical, 5 micron size diameter, does not stain with iodine, and it is acid fast like bacilli. Thick walled, but 20% are thin walled, and within that, 4 cushion shaped sporocytes can also be seen. It is hard and resistant. Life cycle is again human, animal, human. Basically, it is fecal route transmissions, ingestion of the fecally contaminated water or food, raw milk are the major source, direct contact with the infected animals or people, and possibly inhalation. And particularly when patients are immunocompromised, pulmonary, in the era of HIV and AIDS, we see often this parasitic disorders in the lungs also. The spores are released and parasite the epithelial cells of GIT and possibly, if it is inhalation route, the respiratory tract also. In these cells, usually within the breast border, the parasite undergo asexual multiplications and then sexual multiplications, gametogony, producing microgametes, male and female. Upon fertilization of these macrogametes by the microgametes, the ruptures from the microgametes, oocytes develop and sporulate in the infected host. Zygotes give rise to 2 different types of oocytes. Thick wall oocytes are excreted from the host into the environment. Thin wall oocytes are involved in the internal autoinfective. They are responsible for the internal infective cycles and are not recovered from the stool. Direct and immediate fecal oral transmission is reported. Extracellular studies have been reported, but the relevance in the oral life cycle is unclear. Pathogenesis attached to the microvilli leads to atrophy of the villi, dysfunction of the absorption of the from the small intestine. It reduces the surface area, absorption is reduced, and crypt hyperplasia causes increased secretory activity. So increased secretion, reduced absorption leads to a chronic diarrhea. Intact damage through inflammation and increased permeability due to inflammation with loss of fluid into the gut lumen are the why diarrhea manifests. Basically, generally it begins every 7 days are there, otherwise 2 to 10 days after becoming infected with the parasite. Watery diarrhea is the most common. Stomach cramp, pain, dehydration, eruption, nausea, vomiting, fever, loss. Symptoms usually last about 1 to 2 weeks with range of few days to 4 or more weeks in a person with healthy immune system. Occasionally, recurrence of the symptoms after a brief period of recovery before the illness ends. Symptoms can come and go up to 4 weeks. It can affect other areas of the digestive system or respiratory tract in immunocompromised persons. Immunocompromised, serious, chronic, and sometimes fatal illness can be there if it spreads, if the body immune response is not appropriate. People with HIV/AIDS, hypothyroidism, diabetic, people on steroid therapy, immunosuppressive therapy, transplant patients, we have to be very careful. The risk of developing severe disease may differ depending on each person's degree of immune response. Diagnosis basically examination of the stool sample, asked to submit several stool samples over several days. Single sample may miss the diagnosis. Different techniques like acid fast staining, direct fluorescent antibody test, or ELISA to antigens detections. The PCR are increasingly used now in a diagnostic laboratory. Is a wet mount picture, is a fluorescent picture of the treatment is basically a treatment is basically a betazoxanide. It interferes with the folate production and it prevents parasitic replications. In an immunocompetent C. parvum will usually pass on its own. In immunocompromised AIDS patient, treat with the antiretroviral agents and strengthen the immune system. Only antiparasitic is not sufficient. We have to give antiretroviral so that the longer duration of antiparasitic medicines is not required. water filtrations, just to prevent water filtrations, filters less than 1 micron to prevent to filter the oocyte is required. Swimming pools are again a major source, must be drained if infected fecal is accidentally found. Pasteurization of the milk, hand washing, and daycare centers, particularly for the children, we have to be very careful. I think they are the COVID days about to. Let's hope that third wave will not be happen, but diabetes is not there. 130 crore people are there. So I request all of you, see that the people around you are vaccinated, they are adequately doing exercise. If they are not diagnosed with diabetes, hypertension, then anybody who has got tummy in front, weight more than his ideal body weight, or those who have not checked their blood pressure, please see that they measure their blood pressures. Those who are having a family history of hypertension or large delivery of a large baby in the past, they must test themselves for diabetes. Generally, we are testing ppbs in COVID data to pick up large cases. I recommend post-glucose 75 milligram, post-glucose 75 gram, 2 hours blood sugar, PG2BS. I'm not saying PP2BS. Have a regular exposure to the sunlight, use vitamin D, use B complex to prevent, good exercise to prevent COVID. After COVID, rest and hydrations are 2 things. I think पसंद उसे कीजिए जो आप में परिवर्तन लाए, वरना प्रभावित हो बदल भी कर लेता है. Thank you very much for patient hearing. I thank Kapoor sir and one and all for providing me opportunity to share something in front of you. Thank you.
Good presentation. It was excellent presentation by sir with brief and outline and treatment, management and all that. So my question is on this is in this are the drugs effective in COVID? There are many drugs which are used, but they say that kill. You are a clinician and you manage in COVID. I have a question whether drugs like other drugs, whatever you mentioned, are effective or not. Can I?
For COVID, number one, prone position from diagnosis day one, when the saturation is normal. Number two, steroid therapy, really effective. But if you use in the first 7 days, that can be danger. The virus can be multiplied. So no steroid in first 7 days, use after second week. There is another thing. Antiviral, that too now the hydroxychloroquine in ivermectin has been recommended in the government of guideline. Let you are consulted to decide whether to use or not. Remdesivir there are studies here and there also, but remdesivir is to some extent definitely effective. It does not reduce the mortality, no mortality benefit, but it will definitely reduce the number of days hospitalization in the hospital. If you are using any antiviral, please use in first 10 days. This is what is required. So the important thing is that timing is important. Don't wait till oxygenation goes down. 94 is a cutoff. So don't wait till 90. Once the patient's saturation is falling, please admit him perfectly. If I say in terms of timeline, 0 to 3 days. First, in any patient, please see that what the date of onset of symptom. That is important thing. Day of onset of symptom. From that initial 3 days, you can observe the person. More careful, those who are at high risk. Number one. Number two, those who are diabetic, obese, some disease, be careful. 3 to sometimes biphasic fever is seen. After 3 days, patient may feel better. But again on 5th day, patient may have again rising temperature. So anybody who has got persistent fever beyond 3 days or no fever after 3rd day, but again second week, 6, 7 days, fever appears, that's a bad sign. So any patient who is COVID positive, at least observe for 10 days and more safely for 2 weeks. That is one thing. So for initial days, bed rest, viremia will accentuate if you are exposed to repeated positive persons. That's why isolation is important thing. Suppose I develop fever at 10 o'clock, please isolate yourself in the family. Suppose you don't have a single room, if you have only single room, within that room also, let normal people to stay outside. If it is monsoon, you cannot go outside, then at least from that patient's mouth area, keep 1 to 2 meter distance. Even the same room, one face on this side, one face on person's leg side. Just crossing also will increase the distance. Always use mask whenever you are symptomatic. Number 2. Then 5 days up to 7 days, please use antiviral. Steroid use are not before 7 days. Number 1, if saturation is falling, then you start steroid. That is also required. No steroid for more than 3-4 weeks. Otherwise, mucormycosis also is a possibility. Steroid produces a rise in total count. So after steroid therapy, if the count is raised, then see that this will be steroid effect. It is not bacterial infections. You have to go for the procalcitonin to confirm bacterial infections. Then, if the steroid is given, fever may not appear. So don't feel that the fever is not coming, I am sick. So whenever steroids are going on, don't prescribe if the oxygen is normal, please don't prescribe steroid. Never steroid. Heparin, those who develop generalized weakness, whenever there is a multiple clotting inside the lungs, that will produce a generalized weakness. That is important symptoms. And please pay attention to equally as compared to fever. If the weakness is more, that means saturation is not good. In that case, is heparin and followed by oral anticoagulants also required sometimes. Basically, COVID is an angioinflammation. An angio is everywhere in the body. Wherever the endothelium is there can be inflammation. So lungs are mainly involved. Myocarditis also is common. Any person who is beyond second week, you expect 8, 9, 10 day onwards. You expect, sir. Can I continue?
No. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any question? Other questions are there? Any other questions?
Invite Dr. Kemavi, invite the next speaker.
Hello,
20 minutes only.
Yeah. I invite the next speaker, Dr. Vilas Vaidya, Assistant Professor, Veterinary Public Health, Mumbai. He is an excellent academician, teacher, trainer, researcher. He had done PhD thesis on study of prevalence of Q fever in man and domestic animals. And he had got MSc study on analysis of critical control point of poultry slaughtering processes. He has got numerous publications, national, international, to his credit. I request Dr. Vilas sir to proceed for his presentation.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. बरोबर ना?
20 minutes for the presentation.
Yeah. Can you see the screen, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. Respected Chairman and Co-Chairman, Dr. Surveer Singh, sir, Dr. Ravindra Kembavi, sir. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Dr. Uday Kakru, sir, for giving me this opportunity to interact with this in this conference on zoonosis on the occasion of World Zoonosis Day. The topic assigned to me an overview of echinococcosis, hydatidosis, and cryptosporidiosis. Already Dr. Kamlesh Upadhyay sir has nicely elaborated the topic on human and animal aspects in detail. So the other points related to animal study and what we have done under the ICR outreach program on zoonotic diseases project, that I will highlight here. And because as I have worked on echinococcosis or hydatidosis in animals mostly, some of the work we have done with the KM hospitals and other human hospitals also. So that I will highlight here. As I have not worked on cryptosporidiasis, but I have some of the researchers from Mumbai Veterinary College, they have done, so that work I will highlight here. So as you know that this the parasitic zoonosis, they affects the human and animal health directly, and that also affects the total overall livestock populations. And this zoonosis of parasitic origin are prevalent in different states of the India in different rates. So there are many factors which are emergence for this parasitic zoonosis, which includes the poverty, lack of personal hygiene, defecating in open spaces, then scarcity of the potable available water, abundance of stray animals, high population density, and other the human habits. So these are the factors responsible for increasing the prevalence. Coming to the first disease, that is hydatidosis or echinococcosis, which is a non-obligatory cyclozoonosis of animals and man, and it is worldwide distributed, caused by the dog tapeworm Echinococcus, belonging to the genus Echinococcus, and which form the larval stage, that is hydatidosis. So there are important 5 species of Echinococcus are identified, which infects the domestic as well as wild animals. So most important species out of that are the Echinococcus granulosus and multilocularis. The disease have the public health importance in Asia's Mediterranean and South American, African areas. The annual incidence of the cystic echinococcosis, you will see that that is ranged to 1 to 200 cases per 1 lakh populations, and annual incidence of alveolar echinococcosis is 0.03 to 1.2 cases per 1 lakh population. So if the cases are untreated, and in that cases there will be the high mortality rate can be occurred. So some of the important facts about the disease in 4 centuries BC, Hippocrates reported that the hydatidosis disease in humans, and he observed on postmortem examination in particularly the cattle and pigs. And in endemic areas where cystic hydatidic disease is uncontrolled, the infection rate in sheep can be goes to more than 50%, and human prevalence, that rate may be more than 5%. Then for the completion of life cycle years for echinococcosis, that requires, as you know, that there are 2 vertebrate hosts required, definitive as well as intermediate host. And in that, human accidentally become the intermediate host when they ingest the eggs of the tapeworm. So in the life cycle, the eggs remain viable for several weeks or months in the pasture, garden, water, or fomites. And when the eggs are ingested by intermediate hosts like cattle, sheep, goat, and omnivorous like pig and man, so larvae gets released from the eggs and penetrate into the blood and lymph. And then these larvae lodge in the organs, visceral organs, especially liver, lungs, and develop the after many months that develop the hydatid cyst and found in the different organs of the definite tumors. So here the human become infected through the ingestion of soil, water, or food, and contaminated with this Echinococcus granulosus eggs, which shed in the feces of the carnivores. You can see, as Upadhyay sir has also shown some of the pictures in humans. You can see here the Echinococcus granulosus leads to development of 1 or more hydatid cysts. Here the picture shows that the 2 cysts located here are these pictures located in lower and middle lobe of right lung in humans. Then here the other symptoms like abdominal pain, vomiting, swelling, difficulty in breathing, and in case of alveolar echinococcosis, the asymptomatic incubation period that goes 5 to 15 years, and slow development of a primary tumor-like lesions occurred particularly in organs like liver. So here in whatever the study we have carried out under the project, we used to go to the different abattoirs in Maharashtra and other states, and we have seen that after the postmortem inspection, generally in live animals, hydatidosis is generally asymptomatic, but diagnosis is mostly done at the postmortem inspections of the different internal organs, predominantly in the viscera of intermediate host. You can see here the hydatid cysts, the size of the hydatid cyst in the lungs in cattle, then hydatid cyst in the liver of buffaloes, different hydatid cysts with different sizes. You can see here in the spleen of pig. These are the hydatid cysts, the lung of buffaloes. Then in the livers, in buffalo, then in liver of buffaloes, here large size cysts, and liver of pigs, different cysts. So because of that, there are many economic losses occurred every year. And if you see the geographic distribution and prevalence in India, wide geographical distributions occurred, as I said, in different parts of the country. And in like the states like Karnataka, Maharashtra, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry, and Goa, and different the rates of the prevalence is occurred. Here, the prevalence of hydatidosis in animals in India, the different scientists, they have researchers, they have worked in different states. You can see here in different areas, and the different rates of the prevalence occurred here by diagnosed by the different postmortem as well as molecular study. They have studied, and even we have also done work, as I told, since 10 years we have worked on this the disease. This is about the animals, and here in other countries we have you can see the data in different countries with the different rates of the prevalence occurred in different species here, including cattle, buffaloes, then goat, sheep, goat, and different. These are the different scientists. They have done the study by postmortem or by ELISA. Here prevalence in case of human beings, you can see in the different parts of even in the country, India and other countries, you can see the in year-wise prevalence is there, recorded by diagnosis by serodiagnosis, ultrasound imaging, then by chest X-ray and data collections, then questionnaire survey. So you can see they have seen the different the rate of prevalence in different species. So this is one pro forma. Just I am sharing that we have collected the samples from Deonar abattoir. As in our project, we used to collect the samples from different abattoirs in different areas. So here the like this is the different species, total number of animals inspected. This is for 1 year study. As in different around 10-11 years we have studied. This is for 18-19. You can see the different. Then we used to categorize that adult, young, how many animals, then sex-wise, male, female, and number of animals positive for hydatidosis, different organs like liver, lung, and then whether these cysts they are fertile or non-fertile by observing the under microscope the protosclerosis that we used to calculate. So this table shows that the compilation of year-wise data generated under the ICAR outreach program on zoonotic diseases project from 2010 to 2021. Here, the prevalence of hydatidosis here, different species you can see: cattle, buffalo, sheep, goat. The rate of here 5% in cattle in 2010-11. Then buffaloes 2.97, 9.0%. Sheep 0.026%. Pig 1.37%. Likewise, you can see here in different animals, even in dog. So by studying this, it is observed that year-wise, if you see now, because of the many awareness programs are there, and because of that, day by day, the prevalence is decreasing. Although in some of the areas, in endemic areas, because of the presence of stray dogs and other factors, the unsanitary conditions, although still prevalence is there. But here you can see the study, day by day prevalence is decreasing in different species. Here the geographical mapping of in Maharashtra state, we have seen different areas like Nagpur, Aurangabad, Thane, Deonar, abattoir, Mumbai, Akola, and Pune districts, Satara. So here also in cattle 6.28%, if you see Deonar abattoir in cattle 1.17%, and Thane in cattle 14.35%. So that depends in different areas, in different endemic zones, the prevalence rate is different. And based on that, by using the different international formulas for seeing the economic losses in Maharashtra and in India, we have seen for this species. Likewise, we have done for other diseases also, like for cysticercosis and trichinosis. But here for hydatidosis, you can see that these much losses are there per year, not only in Maharashtra, but in India, we can extrapolate the losses, economic losses that goes in crores. So this is for one disease, but you can see, imagine for other diseases, number of diseases. In humans also, we have done the ELISA and here in 11, 12, 28 percent, particularly the people's butchers, and those are the workers which are closely associated with the animals, the farm workers. So that we have taken the serum samples, blood samples, and we have screened that, and you can see the prevalence. But day by day now also, that is also because of the many awareness programs that its prevalence is decreasing. Now coming to the here in this is just one data based on the research articles, because every year again we used to see the different research articles published, and based on that we have observed that whether the prevalence is there in there, or what type of diagnostic measures they use, like that. So this is in 1920 in our country. We have seen in Maharashtra one case, then here in Lucknow, then North India, Kashmir, and then here in Medical College, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Rishikesh. So these are the cases. Here you can see the reported cases, age-wise, then sex-wise, even the affected organs, then methods of diagnosis used, methods of treatment, and prognosis. So likewise, we used to record the different cases in human beings. And in intermediate host animals, the disease can be diagnosed at the time of postmortem inspections by seeing the infected organs, radiographic techniques, and then the ultrasonography, PCR, and serological techniques. In carnivorous animals, the detection of eggs using conventional parasitological techniques, and then PCR and serological techniques. You can see here, we used to see under microscope the appearance of the protosclerosis from liver of whatever from the hydatid cyst. These are the protosclerosis. Then microscopic appearance of here in the liver of pigs. You can see the pictures of protosclerosis. Then we have done the SDS page analysis, the hydatid cyst fluid antigen band pattern by doing the Comessi brilliant blue stain. We used to see the size of this molecular weight and size of this the band pattern of this protein. Then this is the SDS space. We have developed and validated the indirect ELISA kit for the diagnosis of hydatidosis in cattle. Even we have developed the flow-through assay kit for the diagnosis of hydatidosis in buffaloes. And we have patented that both the techniques. Here we have recorded for the 1 year here the collection of the blood samples, and we have seen the positive sera samples. These are these. This kit is sensitive and specificity. Sensitivity is 93.75%. Specificity is 99.41%. This is in if 2 pink dots, this is the indicative of positive test. If 1 dot is there, that is indicative of negative test. So this we have done the PCR with the different means by using the primers. We have done this molecular characterization also. Then we have done the sequencing, and we got the accession numbers from the NCBR. These are the accession numbers from the publications. We have done it. Then here the as the process of diagnosis in individual patients in humans, as already Upadhyay sir has explained nicely. So I will not go in detail. Based on the suspicion on clinical grounds, then confirmation by imaging, then specific detection of antibodies, and then biopsy, puncture, or surgery, or molecular techniques. So here, these physical imaging methods, radiology, ultrasonography, as I have shown in the tables also, immunodiagnosis, CT scanning. Based on our study, we have identified some of the risk factors. Like species, like in earlier, the sheep was the main source of the infection, you can say. Then stray dogs, then area regions, these are the different some endemic areas. Then sex, then unorganized slaughterhouses, improper water supply, more fertile cysts in sheep. So these are the things these are the risk factors are important to we should know for preventive and control measures. So best control measures is to interrupt the life cycle of the parasite, periodic deworming in dog by administering anthelmintics like eriocolin hydrobromide and praziquantel. Strict follow the meat inspections of food animals in slaughterhouse. Then maintain the sanitary conditions in the slaughterhouse. Do not feed raw or uncooked viscera or offals to the dog. Vaccinate the livestock to protect against the development of the larval stage of Echinococcus granulosus. Proper education, creating awareness, and implementing the strict rule regarding the disposal of condemned carcasses are very important. Environmental hygiene is important, and food hygiene is important to prevent, control, and eradicate the disease. Then dog targeted control measures are very important. Then advent of new vaccines for livestock that may help to reduce the time required to interrupt the transmission in between dogs and sheep and risk to the human exposures. So this is one article we have published in the journal, that is Acta Parasitologica. So if some participants, if they want to see these, read about this, whatever the study we have done. So the title is Cystic Echinococcus in Animals and Humans of Maharashtra State. Coming to the next disease, that is cryptosporidiasis. Is an emerging waterborne protozoan disease of public health significance, and it is occurred worldwide. And the Cryptosporidium parvum is an important species, particularly in humans, is occurred, and this is a particularly it's a parasite of cows and is associated with the diarrhea in children. And cryptosporidiasis in India had been reported from different areas like north, south, east, and west with a different prevalence values: 4.3%, 13.0%, 5.5%, and 5.6%. And particularly, this is reported in the immunocompromised the patients, like the patients, HIV patients. Then cryptosporidiasis is also the particularly seen in the children under the 2 years age in the developing nations. The asymptomatic cryptosporidial infections which go undetected and untreated, and because of that, that results in significant malnutrition. If you see the history of the parasite, this Edward Tiger, as Sir has also already explained, I will not go in detail. So they have recognized this parasite in mice in 1907. So here, this Cryptosporidium parvum has ability to cause gastrointestinal illness, then with a neonatal cough, diarrhea, and has also reported in cattle over 2 years of age. So the in human beings, the parasite may lead to life-threatening chronic diarrhea, in acquired immunodeficiency syndrome in endemic areas, particularly in the developing nations with significant public health problems. And is in developing nations with a high prevalence is there, particularly in the children. This is the key facts reported annual epidemiological report, what I have downloaded from the internet, and this is the report of EU and EEA. And they have the notification rate was 3.2 confirmed cases per 1 lakh population. This is very important. Children aged 0 to 4 years had the highest notification rate of 12.5 cases per 1 lakh population. So this is important. This in the cases in different countries. You can see here confirmed cases year-wise report is there till 2017 reported cases in different countries. So here the important thing is that the Cryptosporidium oocysts have been detected in drinking water with found more prevalent, that is up to 35.4% in the northern parts of the country than in the eastern or southern parts. So here the as the recent year study in Kolkata tested 470 bovine fecal samples, and they are reported the prevalence 17.46% in the first year and 18.04% in the second year. So here the genotype surveys are required to determine whether the cows or the other bovids serve as a major reservoir for Cryptosporidium parvum infections in humans. And you know about this, the transmissions or domestic animals, livestock, wildlife, and human can be a potential source of the reservoirs. So here disease occurs through fecal oral route when the oocysts excreted by infected man animals and that contaminate the food and water. So this the contaminated food and water, when ingested, that leads to the infection to other susceptible hosts. So this is the transmission cycles. You can see here the animals shed oocysts in their feces and humans get the infection. This is the protocol of how the life cycle exists in the CDC reports is there in the auto infections and asexual cycles. Coming to the clinical science in animals, if you see here, the incubation period is approximately 4 days in cows. You can see the typical picture of the watery diarrhea is there. Disease in cows characterized by weight loss and watery diarrhea. And this is very necessary to distinguish infections from many other causes of calf diarrhea, because there are many other diseases in that also calf diarrhea may occur. So there is necessity to distinguish. In cause 7 to 21 days old age seems to be the most susceptible to these infections. And in ruminant, small ruminants also cause the neonatal diarrhea with high morbidity and mortality and deficiency in nutrition. And this Cryptosporidium parvum appears to be the pathogenic to the piglets also. These are the other species of the Cryptosporidium like bovis, then Cryptosporidium andersoni, then these are the Cryptosporidium canis, felis, and other species are also seen in other species of the animals. Coming to the clinical signs in man, incubation period is 2 to 10 days after infection and can last up to 30 days. Then the other clinical signs like watery diarrhea, stomach cramps, slight fever, vomiting, weight loss. Then in immunocompromised or immunodeficient human beings, Cryptosporidium would lead to the life-threatening chronic diarrhea. So here coming to the diagnosis, the disease can be diagnosed by identifying the oocyst stage of the parasite in host feces. Then detection of parasite in feces can be done by using acid-fast or immunofluorescence staining of unconcentrated fecal smears and can be detected in mucosal scrapings of fresh intestine. We can use the PCR techniques and recommend the modified gel Nielsen or acid-fast staining. So this is one study from our Mumbai Veterinary College. One student, he worked in 2013 and he has in his thesis, I have taken the pictures like sporozoites, you can see here by MZ stained oocysts of Cryptosporidium in fecal samples. He has done the PCR analysis, nested PCRs, showing the on agar gel 834 base pair band, but these are the positive samples. RFLP PCR also he has done. Embol, you can see here. This is very important. What I want to say here, the gender-wise study also he has done it. In case of male, in cattle and buffaloes, there are more number of positivities observed here in case of male compared to the female. So here, this is, you can see here in cattle, 48 cases were positive, that is 38%. So likewise, here the gender studies there. Age-wise, if you see here, less than 1 month age. So here the more number of cases occurred in cattle and buffaloes. We can compare with this different age, 1 month. So here 1 to 2 months, 2 to 3 months, and total cause. So this is the, you can see here 0 to 1 month age, 47% prevalence is there compared to the, you can see in other age groups. Then season wise, this is also very important. So here if you see in winter and monsoon seasons, so here this is the winter season and this is monsoon season. You even in here in cattle, in buffaloes, in winter season, even in cattle also in winter season and monsoon season, more number of cases are seen. So seasonal variation is also there in case of cryptosporidiosis. So now even for the prevention in case of animals, so we have to keep sick animals away from the healthy animals. We have to clean the premises and disinfect. Good nutrition is very important. Cryptosporidium organisms are common in the environment and can be carried by animals without any symptoms. Then in case of human beings, we can prevent by washing the hands, wash fruits and vegetables, don't swallow water from the lakes, then streams, public pools, and minimize contact with the particularly the susceptible or young animals. This is very important. So thank you very much for the patience listening.
Good presentation. And I request Surveer Singh to summarize the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra. Very good presentations from both the speakers, very spirited and very informative. And though this is a time of condemning this COVID pandemic, but I still consider that these parasitic infections, not only the internal as well as external, they pose a lot of challenges for controlling and preventing the production losses. Since I have been posted all through my career in government, in an institute, Goat Research Institute in Mathura, I have faced the challenges head to head, face to face, how to control these parasitic infections in a population of sheep and goats over the years, about 3,500 animals. And among the this most challenging of the infectious diseases, I told you there were the parasitic diseases, as there are very few molecules, and mainly this your albendazole, fenbendazole, mebendazole, or some more, 2-3. So the resistance to these antiparasites were again a challenge. Right from the beginning, coccidiosis remained a problem for a long time with us unless we got the molecule of this mononcin. So to control even coccidiosis was a big challenge in our sheep and goat. After that, hemoncosis was another problem, but the maximum culling, or you can say a major factor for culling, was the hydatid cyst in goats in the farm, which was located on the banks of river Yamuna. And of course, stray dogs and other population were always there because the border was porous towards Yamuna side. And they are always there in colonies. You find these stray dogs coming. So much so was the problem that one time we eliminated all the dogs from the campus. And only after doing that, an act which was opposed by the resident of the campus, we could reduce the cases of hydatid cyst in goats and sheep both. And the first case, when I was asked to go for treatment, since there was no microbiology lab, I could saw a male buck was presented to me. It was staring, drooling saliva. Typical, I thought it is a case of rabies. And I just got panicky and I put it for culling. Being a microbiologist, but when you face the challenge, no, these are the problems. So then my seniors, they told me, no, if it is a rabies, then you cannot put it out. Secondly, it is not a rabies, it is a hydatid case of hydatid cyst. So really they are very challenging, and because of these dogs, of course, you have to deworm, otherwise it remains a problem. Then the case of the second infections, which is Cryptosporidia, this also I saw for a long time because Johne's disease was endemic over there. I used to do acid-fast staining. Then I used to get this cyst. And initially I was not knowing what these acid-fast cysts are there. And as you know, as both the speakers told, they are associated with neonatal area, but they are crossing, they are going to adults. And I have seen in adult cases, adult buffaloes, adult human samples, because I also screen the human samples. And once a doctor, as you have rightly told, that in Calcutta, you have found more incidents in animals. So one patient from Calcutta, his sample came to me for para-TB examination. It was teeming with this cyst of this Cryptosporidia. We gave him 3 cycles of Metax, and he was suffering from untreated bleeding ulcer, which was not responding. So many times these problems are ignored, and they are causing, at least in humans, animals, a lot of production losses. A lot of morbidity is due to this, and both the speakers rightly highlighted their importance, their diagnostics, how to diagnose them, because everywhere there is a challenge. How to diagnose a hydatid cyst infection in human being, it's very difficult. Depends on the location. Depends when it is in the advanced stage. And in animals, that is also not there. So it's a lot of cases, animals are staring, circling, some are this rolling on the, that used to be a very regular case. And then we have to ultimately put these animals out. And even if you go to purchase meat, you find this, many of the butchers, they put this cyst or water-filled cyst as a sort of ornament. So you can find them, this is a major problem, and somewhere it is not highlighted. So I requested Dr. Kakru, so kindly, though he was reluctant, that the subject may be repeated, that know that they should be put it here because of the personal hygiene, their zoonotic nature. They are coming to human being from animals. And though the animals, these dogs are primary host, but the secondary vertebrates like human and sheep and goat, they are secondary, but they are getting the maximum damage. So very enlightened talks by the two speakers, and I thoroughly enjoyed them, and they refreshed not only my this knowledge, but most of our young students which are associated with them, that we should not ignore these parasitic infections because they are life-threatening also. And as you know, the sanitary conditions in India or any country which is so overpopulated, they become very important because they are not getting composted, the fecal samples are not getting, this excreta is not getting composted, so they are not killed, so their load is increasing. So the sanitary habits we have to improve not only for the COVID, but also for such infections. And with this, I thank both the speakers for a very good, very informative talk. Lot of data both of them have given. And thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity and sharing my views on the two diseases and my experiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shurveer Singh and Dr. Kembawi. Now we are getting a bit late and we'll be entering fast in the final session, which has been kept for viral diseases, Nipah and the other. So we have with us our chair, we have Jyoti Misri and Professor Nilima Shah. Jyoti Misri is a veterinarian by profession at a senior position, research position in ICR, Ministry of Animal Husbandry, Government of India. And she is at the policy level and has been a nodal officer for many animal health institutes in ICR and DARE. And she has also, for last 30 years, she has been working in this veterinary sector and has been instrumental in finalization of many national and international projects pertaining to animal health in the priority areas of economic importance. Incidentally, we have Dr. Nilima Shah also. I had read about her in the morning, yet just for the persons, scholars who have joined us late, she is professor and head of the unit, Department of Medicine, DJ Medical College, Ahmedabad, with an experience of more than 25 years, 20 publications in national and international journals. And she has worked as in charge dedicated to 100-bedded COVID hospital throughout the academy and has been co-PI in WHO Solidarity and ICMR plasma trial. So may I invite, I think both are there. So Jyoti and Dr.
Yes,
Nilima, will you kindly take over?
Yes. So, thank you, Dr. Kakru. May I start? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
You are audible, please.
Thank you, Dr. Shurveer. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, MIEF, Millennium India Education Foundation, BMMC, KEM Hospital, and Heart Care Foundation for providing this platform. And I would like to mention that I have been almost a regular participant for such meetings, and we miss the administrative support and the technical support of Dr. KK Agarwal. And I hope that we'll move forward with his initiative and with his technical advice. So I am seeing that a lot of my mentors, teachers, and very senior experts are present here for this national conference, basically on One Health initiative. So I would definitely take the privilege of mentioning some of the points which have not been mentioned by the earlier speakers regarding the One Health. because we are carrying this One Health initiative at the ICR level also. And I would definitely mention some of the points which needs to be taken into consideration. The concept of One Health calls for joint efforts by all the sectors towards a common goal, and it does not necessarily involve the establishment of a new program, but is directed towards improved collaboration, coordination, and commitment of relevant sectors in working together to minimize the impact of such dreaded diseases on human health and also for nutrition safety. It calls for strengthening of capacities to prevent, detect, and respond to disease outbreaks, establish efficient national emergency response capacity, and promote cross-sectoral collaborations and partnerships for improving public health as well as animal health. So this requires the approach at national level for addressing the agenda of capacity building for zoonotic diseases, including AMR detection and response, and for improving joint coordination and collaboration between major stakeholders for control of such diseases. Since this COVID-19 pandemic and apprehensions of imminent future pandemics have strongly emphasized the importance of bringing together expertise and services from several sectors, mainly human health, animal health, environment, wildlife sector, and other sectors that facilitate emergence and spread of severe public health challenges that may cause significant losses of life, misery, social disruption, and also cause major losses to all of the sectors. Current millennium has seen several pandemics. The pandemics have demonstrated their potential to push back global efforts in improving human development. The frequency of pandemics is increasing, and so is the severity and impact of novel pathogens, mainly viruses of wildlife origin, on human health, food security, and global economy. Friends, we'll be discussing in this session the viral pathogens which have causes great concern for the human health as well as for the public health. So in this session, we'll be dealing with two main viral pathogens, Nipah virus as well as the CCHF. I have co-chair Dr. Nilima K. Shah, who is a professor at the Medical College. I think she's at Ahmedabad. Ma'am, if you want to share some of the views, besides I will proceed with the speaker's introduction. Dr. Nilima.
Madam, you can go ahead, no problem.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just intervening, I suggest Dr. Nilima then sum up. That's the best way. Both of you are.
Okay, thank you. So I am privileged and really pleased to have eminent speakers in these sessions who have been my mentors, teachers, and from them I have learned a lot. Nonetheless, Dr. R.K. Singh sir, Dr. Rima Rajesh Sahai, and Dr. Lal Krishna sir. I think we'll be moving with the Nipah virus and CCHF, and we know that Nipah virus is a RNA virus and it belongs to the Nipah virus, circulates among specific types of fruit bats, and it can spread between people and from other animals to people. It was identified in first 1998, this is for the students who are here, in 1998 from Malaysia, Sungai Nipah, and so this is called as Nipah virus. And subsequently in India, we had previous to the Kozhikode and Malappuram outbreaks, we had such incidences at 2001 and 2007 from West Bengal, and then in May 2018 we had Kozhikode at outbreak and Malapur, and we have seen that that these outbreaks have led to the presence of this virus, and where we had seen that we need to have preparedness and emergency type of preparedness for handling such outbreaks of viruses which are novel pathogens and which are high-risk pathogens. And recognizing the importance of documenting and sharing the Kerala experience, the Kerala government requested WHO to conduct an external review and review the pragmatic response to the Nipah virus disease outbreak and document success as well as challenges faced during the response to enable better understanding with future readiness for high threat pathogens. This also demonstrated that country is exposed to a high risk of another outbreak, making preparedness for such novel zoonotic viruses very important. And similarly, CCHF was first recognized from Ahmedabad, and even we had given some of the samples of which were collected for FMD serum from the pigs to NIV, and we could find the seroprevalence of the CCHF in those samples. So not taking much of the time, and I don't want to come in between the learned speakers. The first speaker for this session is Dr. R.K. Singh sir, former director, National Research Center, Equine, Hisar, and Vice Chancellor and Director, Deemed University, Indian Veterinary Research, Izzatnagar. And he is an eminent virologist of great repute. He has great expertise in the area of animal health, public health, and he has contributed immensely and great achievements to his credit for enhancing the animal health, human health, and he has contributed. I think I won't be able to summarize in the time given to me for the contributions which have been made by Dr. A.K. Singh, R.K. Singh sir, for animal sector as well as for public health. In his tenure at Hisar as Director NRC, he has contributed lot on the equine diseases and made that institute a formidable force, where we have BSL-3 lab also, and that institute is showing its recognition at the national and international level. It is due to his strenuous efforts in that sector. I have the privilege to tell all the viewers that he has been commandingly taking the administration as well as programming at IVRI Izzatnagar, and nonetheless I won't be able to summarize his contribution in the field of biotechnology, in the field of pox viruses, in the field of PPR and other sectors, and his work has been commendable. So we are lucky to have him among us, and I will not come between him, and I would now request Dr. R.K. Singh sir to present his viewpoint and his presentation as a speaker for this session. Dr. R.K. Singh sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti, but I'll take permission from Dr. Rima Sahai. Yes, she was to speak first. So Dr. Rima, can I go ahead?
Sure, sir, sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, I have not introduced Dr. Rima Sahai, Rajesh Sahai. Dr. Rima Rajesh Kumar Sahai is scientist at the Maximum Containment Facility, BSL-4 ICMR Institute, NIV, Pune. And she is a MD in Community Medicine, and she has a DNB, Diplomate of National Board in Social and Preventive Medicine. She has been instrumental in managing many of the outbreaks, Nipah virus outbreak, as well as other viruses outbreaks in the country. And she is trained to work in the BSL-3 and BSL-4 containment labs. She has projected herself remarkably very well during the Nipah virus outbreaks in Kozhikode, Kerala 2018, and has been appreciated by the Director EMR DGS, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And she has a lot of contributions to her credit, and her work in Nipah outbreak containment in 2019 was appreciated, and she has contributed in controlling many outbreaks of high-risk novel pathogens like AFD, Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, along with Nipah virus. She has published about 34 papers in peer-reviewed journals, and 8 more are under review. So we are lucky to have among us Dr. Reema Rajesh Sahai for her lecture. Thank you. Dr. Reema, please.
Should I have to present now, or Dr. Singh is being presenting here?
Dr. Reema, I think you have to present.
You can go ahead, Reema. No.
Yeah, okay, I am sharing the screen. Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, you make it full screen visible. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do. This is okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, madam, for such a nice introduction. Good evening, all the respected organizing committee president, Dr. Kakru sir, secretary, Dr. Kishore sir, and many thanks to my own professor, Dr. Kembhavi sir, for giving me an opportunity to be part of this and present here as a speaker for CCHF and Nipah, which is a two high-risk viral pathogen disease which is already been known in India. And I greet everyone, all my professors, seniors and colleagues and friends. So I'll start with CCHF first. Just to give a brief, everyone was talking in the morning about emerging and re-emerging diseases. So any disease which is newly identified and is not known, already been in that local or international region, is an emerging disease. The disease which is known for some time, then the disease which has fallen to a lower level and which is not declared as a public health problem, and now again showing an upward trend of the disease and or appeared in a newer area is known as a re-emerging of that disease. So here we will going to learn about the CCHF and Nipah, the epidemiology, its disease burden, signs, symptoms, transmission, and control measures. So first we'll start with Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, the CCHF, belonging to the family Nairoviridae, and it is designated as BSL-4 level pathogen. So if we see the distribution of CCHF before 2011, and if we see India over here, there is no cases of CCHF been reported before 2011. Only virological and serological evidence in vector was present. But if we again see the reference map in 2017 by WHO, and we see here India, Rajasthan and Gujarat is being highlighted as the endemic areas for the CCHF. So how come in this last 6 years, these two states been reporting the CCHF? So what is the transmission cycle and how it is spread? So the main reservoir of infection is Hyeloma ticks. There are two types of zoonotic disease which is reported in India is KFD, Kayasumar forest disease, and Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever. The CCHF is transmitted by Hyeloma ticks, while the KFD has been transmitted by Haemophilus ticks. These are two different kind of ticks. These Hyeloma ticks are specifically seen on the livestock. The people who comes in contact with these livestock, either by tick bite or direct contact with the fluids of these livestock, get primary human infections. And then there is secondary human-to-human transmission by contact with body fluid secretions of the infected person or handling the patient without any PPEs. This disease is also known as Indian Ebola. It has similar manifestation and disease as similar to Ebola disease. India, after the reporting of these cases in 2011, a countrywide livestock sero survey was done by NIV in 2013-14, and a human sero survey was done in Gujarat in 2015-17, where 11 districts has been reported to be endemic for CCHF. So this disease is having incubation period of 2 to 14 days. Here we mentioned that these 70% of cases have given history of tick bite, but why question mark has been given? Because it is very difficult to ask the history of tick bite. Most of the people are unaware of the tick bite. The tick sits on your body, they suck it on the blood, they transmit the virus, but people hardly come to know that there is a tick bite on their body. The case fatality rate is almost 30 to 80%. So what is the disease pattern? The disease after the completion of incubation period of 2 to 14 days, a pre-hemorrhagic period is there. After 7 days is a hemorrhagic period, which includes bleeding manifestation from all the sides. And then if the patient mostly dies at this stage, or if the patient survives, the patient recovers. The clinical presentation of CCHF is mostly similar to dengue hemorrhagic fever, and hence it is very difficult to diagnose clinically. Hence, most of the cases are undiagnosed, and people tend not to understand that this could also be one of the differential diagnoses in viral hemorrhagic fever manifestations. So when 2011, the first case was reported from Ahmedabad. This is also from the nosocomial infection in the hospital of Ahmedabad, followed by a re-emergence again in 2013 in Amreli district of Gujarat. Persistently, there was case of first confirmed CCHF in Rajasthan state, which was reported in 2015, followed by nosocomial outbreak again of CCHF in Rajasthan in 2016. Year after year, the cases has been reported. Even the cases has been reported from the migrant worker returning from other countries to India. So, just to give a brief, India is having almost from 2011, if we see the graph, till 2021. In last 2 years, I think in 2020 and 2021, the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic has led to less referring of these cases and diagnosis, it seems. But each year we are reporting the cases and deaths. 2019 was the year when maximum cases of CCHF was detected, almost 40 cases with 20 days of CFR of 50. So the first nosocomial infection was reported in 2014 from Rajasthan, followed by 2015 and 2019. These are the 3 years when Rajasthan has reported the outbreak. Similarly, the first imported case of CCHF was reported in 2016 from Oman. The patient landed up with fever from Oman and then was admitted to Bhuj, in the hospital of Bhuj. Then the samples were sent and it was confirmed to be CCHF. The reason why the sample was sent, because of all the previous years' experience, the Gujarat state has been trained to identify and to understand the endemicity of these diseases all over the world. So once they understood that Oman is also one of the places where high-risk CCHF cases have been reported, immediately they alerted the public health system. Similarly, in 2018, imported case was reported from UAE to India. The patient landed up in Kerala, and from the airport itself, the patient was taken to hospital, and then the patient was diagnosed to have CCHF. So if any suspected viral hemorrhagic fever case comes who has contact with the livestock, think of CCHF. The serum, EDTA, urine samples to be collected and to be sent for testing and diagnosis at ICMR and NIT Pune. This is just to understand. Everyone nowadays, if I talk in terms of SARS, it is more easy and people are more able to understand. So in SARS, we say that RNA or RT-PCR is positive for longer period of time. Similarly, in CCHF, if we can see, the RNA positivity was seen till 76th day of the onset of the disease in the patient. Similarly, the IgM, initially it was said that after 7th day, the IgM starts in a patient of CCHF. But now here, at day 2 of the onset of infection, the IgM starts. Similarly, the IgG, if we can see a difference, there are fatal cases of CCHF and the survival cases of the CCHF. In all the fatal cases, there is no IgG detection. Even in survival cases, during the early period, there is no IgM detection. But if we can go ahead, there is IgG detection which starts at 20th POD. So if any person who has to recover, they has to cross this period so that they develop a protective antibody and to get a recovery period. So in 2019, after the huge outbreak of CCHF of 40 cases, the guidelines were updated. We have previously been having an eminent speaker, Dr. Kamlesh Upadhyay. We have been working with him since 2011 for all the CCHF related work. And the ribavirin still stays a mainstay of treatment. Though it is not double-blinded clinical trial has been conducted on this, but it is tend to reduce the mortality of CCHF. So the loading dose of 2000 mg is given, followed by 1000 mg 6 hourly from day 1 to day 4. And from day 5 to day 10, we give 500 mg tablet 6 hourly. So for 10 days, the person who has given ribavirin tend to recover. And more early we start the treatment, more early the patient recovers. The recommendation dose is also given for the pediatric population with 30 mg per kg as a loading dose, followed by 50 mg per kg 6 hourly dose and 7 mg per kg 6 hourly for 5 to 10 days. So the treatment course is for 10 days of ribavirin. So now everyone talks about delta and delta plus of SARS-CoV-2. Similarly, if we do a sequencing of NGS of CCHF, CCHF is made up of 3 segments, S, M and N. So before 2016, the strains were used to match with Tajikistan and Afghanistan, suggested that in our country, the entry was from these 2 countries, the Tajikistan and Afghanistan. But in 2019 outbreak, we have seen the assortment of this virus, and even Asian and African clade has been found in the CCHF. So if there is a tick bite, if person reports a tick on their body, the CDC gives a guideline that how we have to remove that tick. We should never crush the tick. This is the first point. Once you crush the tick, the virus may enter your body immediately. Use a fine tip tweezer. Pull the skin. Do not twist or jerk the tick. Just remove it gently. Wash the side. Wash the hands with soap and water. This is a Hyaloma tick, which is been responsible for the transmission of CCHF. So just to summarize the CCHF has already been reported from Gujarat and Rajasthan since 2011. It's a group 4 pathogen. Clinical presentation is similar to dengue hemorrhagic fever, hence very confusing. The CFR is almost around 30 to 80%. Human-to-human transmission has been recorded in all the outbreaks since 2011 to 2020. The farmers, animal handlers, milkers, veterinarians, those who come in contact with these animals are always at a high risk of tick bite. Early diagnosis and immediate ribavirin still stay a mainstay of the treatment. We have 2 recombinant strains circulating in CCHF in the country. And the most important here is to avoid any nosocomial infection and human-to-human transmission. The biosafety and personal protective equipment stays a main role. So for CCHF, I acknowledge all the officials from Gujarat and Rajasthan and all the former director of NIV and all the staff. So we'll start next with the Nipah viral disease. Whatever picture I am depicting here is related to the Nipah. First picture is of Pteropus bat, second is of the pig. Both has been is designated as a reservoir of infection for Nipah viral disease. So this is the Pteropus giganteus. Also now it has been nomenclatured as Pteropus medius. Flying foxes. You see the amount of the size these bats are carrying. So it has been designated as the most important reservoir of infection of Nipah virus in our country. Apart from this, this is the roosting place of this Pteropus medius bats. So anyone who are sitting under the big tree, they might get exposed to the urine or the salivary secretion of this bat. Any entry in the mucosal surface of the eyes or mouth can lead to infection of Nipah virus. This is also one of the fruit bat, but a smaller version, the Rosetta species. This is also one of the fruit bat, but a smaller version, Pipistrellus. Why I am showing these 2 pictures? Till date, and NIV has been doing the survey on the bat, and none of these 2 bats were found to be positive until last year, when in Maharashtra, these 2 bats have also been found positive for Nipah viral disease. So now we have 3 bat species, which is a reservoir of infection for Nipah virus in India. The first, Pteropus medius, the Rosettes, and Pipistrellus. So what is the roosting place for these bats? See the caves, how the bats has been seen hanging. Everyone visit these kind of places during their trekking or forest visits. These are the most common places where these fruit bats are seen, and it is very easy to get exposed to the secretions of these bats. So why India? Why India has been reporting the Nipah viral disease? If we can see the blue dotted lines, all these blue dotted lines are the distribution of the bat in these areas, the flying foxes. So India comes under this region, and hence we are also reporting similar to the Bangladesh and the Singapore, which is already also reported the Nipah virus disease. So what the just in brief, we'll give the timeline of this Nipah virus infection. So the first Nipah virus disease outbreak was in 1998 in Malaysia. The source is infected pigs. The pigs are either asymptomatic or they have a they land up into respiratory as well as neurological manifestation. They give infection to human, but there is no human-to-human transmission reported in Malaysia. Similarly, in Singapore, in 1999, the second outbreak has happened. The source of infection was again in Malay pigs. They give infection to humans, but there was no human-to-human infection which was reported. Then in 2001, the third outbreak of Nipah virus, Bangladesh, but the source was unknown at that time. There was huge human-to-human transmission. From 2001, Bangladesh has been reported yearly outbreak till date twice a year, either in December, January or in June and May. Similarly, when there was a huge outbreak in 2001, India started reporting the cases of Nipah-like symptoms in Siliguri district of West Bengal in 2001. After that, in 2007, India reported another outbreak of Nipah viral disease with human-to-human transmission in Nadia district of West Bengal, followed by 2018 in the Kozhikode district of Kerala, where the source was detected to be Pteropus bats, and then in Ernakulam district in 2019, where source was also been recognized as Pteropus bats. So India has reported 4 major outbreaks of Nipah viral disease till date. So if I can see, there are almost 66 cases which was reported in Siliguri during 2001, 45 deaths, almost 68% was case fatality rate. Similarly, in Nadia, 5 family members got infected and all 5 died. In Kozhikode, 18 cases, 2 survived, 16 died, almost 90% of case fatality was reported. The huge experience of 2018 outbreak has led to containment of 2019 outbreak with just single case, no deaths and no human-to-human transmission. So what is the transmission of this Nipah virus? Unlike in Malaysia and Singapore and India and Bangladesh, why these two has been separated? Because they have never reported, Malaysia and Singapore has never reported human-to-human transmission. The fruits which is infected by the bats are eaten by these pigs. Then pigs, when if they have symptoms, they spread the disease to humans. But there is no human-to-human transmission. Unlike in India and Bangladesh, the West Bengal, where there is a familiarity of people consuming the sap, palm sap, which might be contaminated with the urine or the salivary secretion of these bats, has led to the disease and then human-to-human transmission, which is reported in all the 3 previous outbreaks of Nipah in India. So any suspected Nipah case, we need throat swab, serum, EDT and urine samples to be tested for RT-PCR. Urine, serum, blood and TSNS all are positive when the patient is as infective state. So we'll share some experience of 2009 Kerala Nipah outbreak under the guidance of EMR, Dr. Ravindra. So when the 2018 and 18 outbreak happened, the central team landed on 22nd of May. Why it is important to understand, the first index case which happened in 2018 outbreak, the disease started on 3rd May. Till that, people were unaware that this might be the Nipah case. So the patient at his own home in 2 days exposed 3 of the family members. The 2 dates which are mentioned here is date of starting and date of death. So if we can imagine, 13th May is the onset and 18th is a death. Father, 13th May onset and 24th is a death. 15th May is onset and 19th is a death in the cousin aunt. This index case was again taken to the Taluka hospital, which was the nearest hospital, and there he infected 4 of the healthcare, 1 of the healthcare worker, 1 attendant of another patient, another admitted patient, and relative of that admitted patient. So 4 cases was exposed within a span of 2 days in the Taluka hospital. This patient index case deteriorated further and was then referred to higher center, that is GMC Kozhikode, for the treatment. And there almost cases kept on happening, and he infected almost the nurses, the X-ray technicians, the lobby driver, the ambulance driver. So many cases kept on happening from just an index case. There is 2 community contact, the auto driver who took the patient to the Taluka hospital and the neighbor of that index case. So if we can see a single case landing up into family contact, huge nosocomial contact, and a community contact as well. So where we were lacking then? So the case fatality, as previously discussed, 16 cases out of which 18 cases out of which 16 died, 2 cases recovered, and by 1st June 2018, almost 2,000 contacts were under surveillance. Just to make you understand, the central team landed on 22nd May. By that time, all the cases already had happened in the community and in the hospital setting. So this is how it gets spread. On 21st, the index case was finalized to be having this disease. The retrospective samples was tested, and by that time the testing was done. These many cases have already been happened. So in 2018, the clinical presentation of the Nipah, as we always say that it has AES-like symptoms, but most of the patients, only 15 cases had altered mental status. They had cough, they had headache, they had vomiting, they had breathlessness, also ARI-like symptoms. So it was very difficult then to understand that this could be also a Nipah viral disease case. So we cannot apply a syndromic approach to Nipah viral disease. When working with that central team, I will go back to SARS-CoV-2 pandemic. From last 2 years, hospitals are now flooded and training has been done for all the personal protective equipment. But in 2018, when the hospitals were not having a single PPE, that there was no one to train how to do a dignified burial of the human remains. All these things has to be done within the span of the outbreak investigation and response in 2018. Immediately, the clinical management protocol of Nipah virus disease was constituted by the central team, which followed the treatment guidelines.
Rima, try to conclude, please.
Pardon?
Try to conclude now.
Yeah, it's concluding. So the similar to CCHF, ribavirin has been administered in a similar course, and Nipah virus treatment center was established at GMC Kozhikode within span of 7 days. In 2018, the Teropus bats NIV proved it to be having the source of infection near the index case with 25% positivity, and it belongs to the B genotype, similar to the Bangladesh strain. So in 2019, there was a single case, but the presentation was only of fever, and unlike 2018, the patient was not having any cough, breathlessness, and vomiting, but only neurological deficit. What gave the clue? The typical scattered tiny foci of restricted diffusion in cerebral and cerebellum gave the clue that it could be Nipah viral disease because the similar presentation happened in Malaysian outbreaks. So again, it was similar to the previous 2018 outbreak. The strain matched with it. So what was the lesson learned from 2018? In 2019 outbreak, within a span of 24 hours, a diagnostic facility was set up at Ernakulam, and within 4 hours we used to give the reporting and testing diagnosis so that early diagnosis and treatment can be done with the patient and isolation can be done so that no further transmission will happen. So these are the huge glimpses of training which happened. 30,000 healthcare workers was trained during 2019 outbreak. So what is the most important prevention and control measures for Nipah? We used to learn that the fruits which are bitten by birds are tastier and more sweeter, but they are the most important cause for the transmission of the disease. Both the 2018 and 19 case gave the history of consumption of fruit which is already been eaten by a bird. Similarly, in West Bengal, this palm sap is contaminated by the bats, and if it is consumed, can lead to the outbreak of Nipah viral disease. So I'll summarize. The Nipah virus outbreak is 4 outbreaks are reported in India. It is also group 4 pathogen. The clinical presentation may be similar to the AES or acute respiratory infection with CFR of 60 to 100% with human to human transmission. Bat is a main reservoir of infection in India, and early diagnosis will reduce the secondary transmission. And biosafety is the must. So I acknowledge all the people who played an important role in containment of the outbreak in 2018 and 19. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rima, for an excellent presentation, summarizing and also giving up the procedures which you have carried out for containing the outbreak of Nipah, and how in 2019 the Nipah outbreak could be controlled by just with one case, and how the preparedness was taken up by the Kerala government. So this indicates that we need to train more people and present the SOPs for the working in the biocontainment facilities and also for such novel pathogens. So I'll open lead speakers present both diseases to the audience, and if anyone has a very quick 2 questions only before we have another presentation from Dr. R.K. Singh. 2 short questions, please.
Dr. Rima, this first incidence was from Sikkim only, no?
From
Nipah.
So it was from Siliguri.
Siliguri, Nadia, and then Kozhikode.
That's how we take the questions after the Dr. R.K. Singh.
Okay. So,
Siliguri.
Yeah, Siliguri.
Okay.
Okay.
So
45 people were ignored. 45 people lost their life in that.
Yes, 45 people out of 66.
So very interesting and well presented work. So we will be taking questions at the end of the session. So I think I have presented some brief introduction of Dr. R.K. Singh. I would like that Dr. R.K. Singh should present his presentation for this session. Dr. R.K. Singh, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. After listening to Dr. Rima Sahai, I think she has given a very good account of Nipah virus and also the CCHF. So I'll not go into the disease side, but I would be taking the presentation to a step ahead, and where I'll be giving a futuristic view that how we can go for preventing any pandemic, including Nipah, CCHF, or anything. So the first title, if you see here, the focus should be also in parallel on strengthening the animal husbandry sector, because now we know what is zoonosis from where it comes out. So it's very important that we strengthen the animal husbandry sector. But my presentation would be a bit general, but equally applicable to the animal husbandry sector as well. So colleagues, now we know that most of the pandemics, they bring a lot of extreme uncertainties and dilemma. We have seen for the last 1.5 years what has been happening throughout. And this is because we get caught unaware when there are any extreme public health events. Because we did not learn lessons from the past, we don't have any forwarding system. We have a reactive response because we are unprepared. We don't know the biology of the pathogen which is causing the disease. And then, of course, serious inadequacies in public health infrastructure, no diagnostics, vaccines, some of the important points relevant for us. So that is the situation. Now, what we have seen now that in 21st century, we had four pandemics. SARS, we had first pandemic, 4 continents and 37 countries. Then we have H1N1, a global phenomena. Zika virus, 76 countries, and SARS coronavirus 2 now again globally. And then in between, we did have MERS, Ebola, and Nipah virus, what was discussed. MERS and Ebola, now they are still occurring in many parts of the world, and they are still going ahead. While some epidemics and pandemics, they go after some time, maybe 2 years or 3 years, but then PDM, H1N1, PDM9, it has become seasonal incidence in US. Now, she has already told, but here I just wanted to tell one point, that Kerala was a good example of how to handle an epidemic with the Nipah, and I think that was appreciated by everyone. And then forward step taken by Kerala about taking up the WHO team to assess what had been the situation and how better we can do it. I think it is one step forward. So this is basically required that whatever, how we handled and whatever needs to be done in future, we need to assess and find out and prepare ourselves accordingly. Now, I'll be dealing basically on 3-4 things which are responsible for more epidemics and pandemics. Say now we are encountering more challenging pathogens. Now, more viruses are being discovered, their biology is not yet understood. We know as of now less than 1%. So EID drivers, they are being strengthened as ever before because development activity is taking place continuously. We cannot do anything in that. If we are able to do it, will be very, very minimal. Then host biodiversity is very important. And if dynamics is disturbed of the host biodiversity, then pathogen evolution, spillover and spillback will take place. Now, we are today faced with a challenge to prevent infections that do not have the extracellular, viremic, bacteremic, mucosal, and toxemic phages. And then we are facing the viruses, especially RNA viruses, which are highly variable. COVID is the best example that we have seen. And Dr. Sahai has given a very good account that now why other viruses, they are also coming up. So different tests we are seeing. So these are the challenges. Now, this is an old slide which you might have seen earlier also, that these are the number of human pathogens, these are number of bacteria, viruses, and fungi. And 61% of them, they are zoonotic. But now there is much more to this which we do not know as yet. Now here, if you see the virus diversity, it is estimated that there are about more than 1.7 million undiscovered viruses, where mammals and birds, they are basically host. And these viral families are within 25 viral families. And about 6.5 to 8.5 roughly, they have potential to infect us, but of course, very small subset of those, they have potential to have major adverse effects. But this is just an estimate because we do not know biology of these viruses. And which in further slides, we'll see that the pace of pathogen discovery has been painfully slow. But of course, in last 10 years, that pace has picked up. And it is also estimated that about it would take about $1 billion to identify 2/3 of this diversity, which will be a lot of helpful. So one can imagine that if by spending just $1 billion, we can find out that which are the pathogens which might affect us. It would help in preparedness. And if we compare the total burden, because of the COVID, now it is estimated about 16 trillion. And I think it is going to be much more in time to come. Now, we have incredible diversity of viruses, and they come in different shapes and sizes. In ICTV, 10 years now, we have about 10,000 named species listed in ICTV. And over the last 10 years now, because there had been two major advances. Number one, metagenomics and metatranscriptomics for DNA and RNA pathogens, basically, respectively. But there is also a change of rule in ICTV, that International Committee on Taxonomy of Viruses, that earlier it was that until and unless you isolate the pathogen, it will not go in the ICTV. But now that has been relaxed and the sequences are equally valid. In 2020 alone, because of these two changes, more than 1,000 species, they were added in ICTV list, and thousands more, they are in waiting because they would be characterized and then they would be submitted. And another study says that there are about 31 individual virus particles inhabiting the ocean alone at any given point of time, which is equivalent to 10 billion times the estimated number of stars. So this is the kind of genomic diversity we have. There are others, because of paucity of time, I'll not read all of them. But we can only say that diversity is huge, and we are in for so many different surprises. Last year, you can see that last 10 years, between 2010 and 22, how the number of viruses they have been added in the ICTV inventory. And this diversity has led to change the classification from 5-rank structure to 15-rank structure now. And here we can see now the highest structure is real. And this is real they have created because Now, they say there is also the intra-cluster variation. So changing the ICTB definition pattern was required. And it was because it is related to the origin of viruses. And there had been three thoughts. Number one is that the viruses, they descended from independent genetic elements at the dawn of life on Earth before cells even took place. Second thought is that they escaped are devolved from whole cells, reaching most of the cellular machinery for a minimal life. And there is a hybrid hypothesis that those primordial genetic elements, they stole genes from cellular life to build their own particles. So in nutshell, we can say that because there are multiple origins for viruses, it's possible there are multiple ways they have originated. And this is the reason that why there had been a change. And it is the current classification is the first attempt. Some people, they have criticized that it is a bit of mess. Some say it is a score of families is still like any real. This will happen because the kind of diversity, we are still in inventing phase. So this is going to happen. But good point is that we have tried as virologists to put some order in that mess. So that is the one point take home message. The infectious disease transmission is very complex. Earlier we thought it is only host and pathogen, but there are so many factors. All of us now we know. I'll not go into detail, but then determinants of these diseases are so-called drivers of emerging infectious diseases. They are very, very crucial, and they are the real heroes for driving the emergence. And we can see on the right side that these drivers are getting strong, and the reason is that population is growing. We need more food, nutritious food, proteinaceous food. Income has grown, so dairy food requirement is much more. Travel has increased. So there are these are the various drivers which are responsible for the pathogen evolution, pathogen spillover and spillback, and then rapid global spread of the emerging diseases. So these are the drivers which are really the driving the emergence of these pathogens. So now in a general trend, we know that there is some pathogen already they are evolving within the population structure until the dynamics is not disturbed because of any anthropogenic factors, the human actions, they remain within that dynamics and they don't come out. But once the dynamics is disturbed, then they would move to say domestic animals, to wildlife animals. There would be interspecies transfer of the pathogens, and then ultimately they move to human beings, and then there are different events which take place. So this we can think of that when there is any pathogen attack, then it would be an early spillover, and if drivers are not strong enough, then that subsides there. We can compare it as putting a a stick, burning matchstick in the forest. So that is subsided as remains as early spillover. But then if there are some drivers already available, they will drive the emergence to certain level, and this would be the localized transmission. And if drivers are much more strong and varied, then it takes shape of a pandemic. Now, if we have to control the forest fire or shrub fire, that it remains as only burning matchstick, there is no harm to the population, then we need to take action so that we are reducing the drivers, because these are the drivers, they are all human actions, definitely we can reduce. And therefore, all attempts, they need to be at the reducing. And land use change is one of the strongest driver for emergence of diseases, where 30% disease they are emerging because of the land use change. It is very much evident. And even there are diseases known. So now if we need to prepare a plan, we need to see that what is the trend of the zoonotic diseases, from where how many diseases they are coming. Here you can see that between 1980 and 1990, there had been increase in zoonotic diseases of wildlife origin and also non-zoonotic origin, the red one. But if you see 1990 and 2000, then here it is basically the zoonotic wildlife diseases from wildlife, they have increased. So it is very important that what is the source and then what is the interaction between the pathogen and the host to understand the dynamics of the disease transmission. Now we know about SARS coronavirus only 1 or 2 course, and then SARS coronavirus. Basically, MERS we have bats and then camel, but in SARS coronavirus there are broad host range species, and some even we do not know as of now. But this is having. So it is very much important to understand that how many animal hosts are involved in the disease transmission cycle. This is the animal host biodiversity. There are three scenarios. In number one scenario, we see that there is a overall diversity of hosts, which leads to a pool of pathogens. And any one of these pathogens, they might cause the emergence of the disease. Second situation is that there are some species which harbor more, they are more prone to harbor pathogen, zoonotic pathogens. And here there would be abundance of zoonotic pathogens, and therefore more spillovers might occur. The third scenario is that biodiversity is rich. At the same time, zoonotic host diversity is also rich, and therefore there would be much more zoonotic pathogens, and therefore chances of spillover will be much more. So based on this, we can design our plan, and therefore we need to study what is the animal host diversity, because animal host diversity is very much important, an important driver of emergence. So if we see the spillover base, at times you come to know that there is only one animal from bat, it has come, but this is the paradigm, it is not the reality. The reality is that there may be a number of hosts which are responsible, but the difficulty is that what is the role in transmission of the particular species? What is the extent of role in the transmission, that is not known. But some studies they have been done, and here you see the C component of the photo. There are about 20 diseases, zoonotic diseases, which have one host. Then there are about more than 40 diseases with more than 2 to 5 hosts, and then there are about 30 diseases, 6 to 10, and about 40 more than 10. So now the association of the host with the zoonotic pathogens is being established. And I'll show here that of late, using the machine learning and artificial intelligence, using they identified unknown host of the known pathogens, which was not known by now. And they have used three unique perspectives, wherein they have separated viral, mammalian, and network features. And then they identified, they have predicted about 20,000 unknown associations between known viruses and susceptible mammalian species. It means that there is a significant knowledge gap in terms of what are the wild reservoirs of the important zoonotic and domestic mammal viruses in the real scenario. Now here, if you see the top right, there are 5 viruses where the diversity of is much more, and there are many more animals host involved. And here, if you see again top right, then there are the animal hosts where there are many pathogens they are harboring. And this becomes much more clear in the next photograph. Here we can see that the upper arrow, what you see, the virus range per species, the maximum is 41.45 per species. So that is the kind of diversity they have now assessed. And out of these viruses, if you take how many of the new viruses per species, so here you can see the maximum is 36. So a lot of associations now they are being established, and therefore we are gaining much more understanding that how the pathogens they are interacting with the host. Wildlife trade, of course, we know it is $25 billion trade, formal, informal, but in the last 5 years, between 2005 to 2019, about 15 years, there is increase by about 500%. So that is the formal trade. I am not talking about the informal trade. So that is again very important driver for the disease emergence. So how to tackle? We have to tackle the drivers because they are the various determinants of the emergence for the disease, and therefore it is educated that all the actors in the animal health sector, wildlife health sector, the human health sector, environmental sector, agriculture, anybody, they need to be coordinating, communicating, and collaborating. They need to come to a single platform so that we can achieve the best health outcomes for people, animal, plants, and our environment. Because if environment is not healthy, we are not going to remain healthy. There are few disciplines I have listed, but if you see the One Health variant monogram, you will find that there are so many disciplines. And if you analyze whole COVID episode, that who had been the people and the areas, there are umpteen number of disciplines. But then if we talk One Health in the larger ambit, we cannot achieve it. So we have to talk in the perspective of zoonosis, food safety, or antimicrobial resistance. And today we are talking in terms of zoonosis perspective. But then if you take One Health steps for even zoonotic diseases perspective, then this is also going to help in general animal health management, and other public health infrastructures will be strengthened, especially the diagnostic laboratories, etc. Now, implementing or making a plan to implement the One Health program in a country like India, where we have a lot of geographic areas, so it becomes very difficult. And globally, it was felt necessary that we should have a common platform, a common goal from where we take a leaf and then start making a plan, which is a national plan or a regional plan, or maybe sub-national plan. And therefore, the One Health Surveillance Codex was established, which is a framework for the One Health community to continuously share the practical solutions applicable to national and international stakeholders from different One Health surveillance sectors. So what is the codex? It is provides a continuously updatable framework that would help to overcome the many obstacles preventing the broad adoption of the One Health paradigm in a day-to-day surveillance practice by sharing guidelines, tools, experiences, and other useful resources. Then One Health Surveillance Codex aims to serve as a cross-sector international but not legally binding resource. It provides solutions that will be helpful to improve the cross-border, cross-sector collaboration, mutual understanding, knowledge exchange, and information dissemination. And ultimately, it includes practical resources that can be applied to improve cross-sector surveillance and communication exchange and interpretation, which is very important. And this is a European framework which you see here, but then this is true for everyone. So either in the livestock sector, human health sector, or food safety, where we can collaborate. We can collaborate from left to right continuously, or there maybe we may find some point where we can collaborate in between. So that we need to decide, and this is known as surveillance pathway visualization. So this tells us that as per the need of a national or sub-national plan, that at what point of time, at what stage of the surveillance pathway, the two sectors should come together, or three sectors should come together, and which kind of sectors they come together, that can be decided. It is very helpful. So one very important point, which had been a confusing point for the global community, which was clarified by One Health Surveillance Codex, it is that, like, if there are three scenarios. Number one, we are already conducting surveillance for human health, animal health, and wildlife health. So they say that you can continue that work as before, but the results should be disseminated. They should be disseminated. Another is that surveillance activity can be performed jointly for some specific purposes. Say, suppose Nipah outbreak has taken place. So maybe medical, veterinary, and wildlife, they can come together and go for surveillance. And third scenario is, now there is a situation where we make an integrated surveillance plan since beginning and then go ahead. So you decide for your country or sub-country level that what kind of association you need at what stage you need. So basic, there are four pillars. So number is the collaboration principle, which is basically the supporting One Health program, collaboration and cross-sectoral communication. And the knowledge principle is that we need to improve the One Health surveillance knowledge base, and then data principle supporting the data interoperability, integration and interpretation, and ultimately the dissemination principle is supporting external communication of One Health surveillance outcomes for making the plans which can be implemented. So this is a basic codex design where we can go for minor changes and make it tailor-made. You can tailor-make it for requirement of your needs. So now, what is the forward step for controlling the epidemics or pandemic? We need to prioritize surveillance of animals. That is much more important, and I'll be dealing a bit in more detail later on. Second point is pest risk analysis. That is also going to come out of surveillance. Then there is urgent need for accelerated R&D and development of diagnostic assays and kits which are suitable for mass-scale clinical surveillance, vaccination monitoring, and environmental surveillance, because they will be required at any point of time. Then genomic sequencing. During COVID times, we have seen for all contact tracing and how virus is evolving, and then what should be our next strategy. Genomic sequencing facility has to be there, and the UK went ahead because they had the best facility, and US gave hundreds of millions of dollars, about 900 for sequencing, expanding sequencing facility. Because at the face of a pandemic, it's very important that we monitor the virus evolution continuously, and the vaccines, they are the really interceptors. They are the really point of interception for the epidemic and pandemic. So now we have seen that country has progressed. There are many vaccine platforms available. That is the plus point. Similarly, therapeutics, in vitro quality control methods, so that you don't take much time. It should be a very short timeline. And now we need to have better understanding of the pathogen, which is not possible because as the diversity is used, they are evolving. We will come to know some new pathogens, and then we have to be prepared. Our genomic sequencing facility, it may not be at pandemic scale always maintained, but then it has to be maintained at a level that routine sequencing work can be carried out. There is a lot of sequencing work, but then we should have a surge capacity. It is true for diagnostic lab, it is true for genomic sequencing facilities. That surge capacity should be built into the program. Then, of course, capacity development, everybody talks about when it comes to human capital. Then we need to ensure biosecurity and biosafety at the farm level and also the laboratory level. Then a strong national disease surveillance network. Then national disease reporting system, it has to be totally digital. The manual is not going to work. And a strong linkage with our all the sectors. Then disease forwarding system, it has to be a mobile telephony based system so that it is accessible to. Now, immediate steps, what I say, that capacity and competency strengthening is a continuous process, but then microbiology laboratories in various institutions, they need to be made P2 plus at least class 2 A2, class 2 B2 biological safety cabinet should be there. So regional BSL 3-4 laboratories, then regional multi-pathogen genomic sequencing facility, and then on the pattern of US, which they created last year, regional centers for research on emerging infectious diseases, not only viral for virology work, but all the pathogens, including AMR, and the regional center for infectious disease dynamics and epidemiology, because epidemiology services, they have to be strengthened in all the way. And then ultimately we need to move towards self-reliance. The priority should be digital diagnosis and digital intelligence and our epidemiology. This is the call of the day, our futuristic requirement, and therefore we should start working on it. And this will require a lot of data building, but then it will help in creating and finding out the hard spots. If we know the hard spots, then ultimately we'll be able to have plans ready for any for prevention of any public health event in time to come. And then this has again to be driver based. Now what we are doing, we get a public health event, and then we as a routine, we try to stop that disease. It could be impressive in a shorter time, but ultimately it will come back again. So we have to go to the root cause, and root cause are the drivers. They are the determinants of the disease. And then therefore we have to have a lot of data, how these drivers, they are taking shape in that particular area. And if we are taking continuously updating the data on the drivers, how they are changing, And here you are seeing for Nipah virus, it was created. So if we have such a hotspots based on the drivers, then they are going to be much more helpful in implementing the plan of action, including the early diagnosis. Now, the A and B panel shows that it is how the traditional disease detection is done. And this is basically when the digital noise is crossing over the digital disease signal, then only disease can be detected. It is true, and it is late. Similarly, here we know that now there are many drivers which are driving the emergence of the disease, but we are not taking them into consideration. Then again, it is a traditional method. But now if we take what are the drivers, what is the shift in the drivers towards left or right, then we can not only detect the disease. Here you can see the yellow dot at just very onset of the public health event, but also we can anticipate, because as we notice the change in the drivers, then here you can anticipate the disease and prepare your plan. So digital diagnosis is a must. And what data we need, various data sets are diverse, they are available globally, but then we need country specific data, so need to build on data in relation to our country. And these are the various drivers, land use and ecosystem changes. A lot of data is already existing, but countries specific data is needed. So we need now AI-based disease surveillance in human has come up in a big way. So in animal science sector also we need to tailor make for the system. Then we need to integrate the laboratory network. There are various networks available in ICR system, DBT system, and others, but they need to be integrated. We need to integrate all the surveillance programs into one, and then resources can be shared. And then we need a digital disease reporting system, which is very much required. This is just a plan which I made, which can be, of course, much more work needs to be done on this. But then this is just a framework that how network should be there for surveillance where all the sectors are taken. Now, web-based infectious disease surveillance is coming up in a big way. I just put up this slide to sensitize people that large number of new words have come up now. Like we know about syndromic surveillance, but biosurveillance, infodemiology, infovalence, and digital surveillance, real-time surveillance, etc. So just to put these slides to make people aware. So we need to expand the capacity of the laboratories. And then on R&D side, we have seen that how the basic R&D, it helped in development of the diagnostics and vaccines. On mRNA vaccine, it was basically platform for cancer vaccine. It was tweaked for COVID. Similarly, vector vaccines, platforms were already existing, they were tweaked for this. So basic R&D is necessary. Maybe short time, it is not giving any result, but then it is very much required. Pathogen genomics platform for genomic epidemiology is a must. Validated country-specific surveillance plan, infrastructure and machinery, and digital platforms for data and communication. We have already a lot of experience from just now finishing from Spanish flu to COVID-19, and we know now there is a lot of developments have taken place. One big difference we can see that here we had a number of diagnostics, vaccines, and drugs made available in very little time, and it is because of the technology which has been possible. So if we really, by protecting the lives of the animals, we do protect people. So I think strengthening the animal husbandry sector is very, very critical. Thank you so much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, sir, for a very elaborate, exceedingly well-connected presentation, which had all facets into it, including surveillance, importance of diagnostics, and how we can build the capacities in the livestock sector, and how it will have its impact on the livestock production, including vis-a-vis public health and nutritional security. So I would like to invite my co-chair, Dr. Nilima Shah, to conclude and give the high takes on these two presentations. Dr. Nilima, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Reema and Dr. R.K. Singh, sir. It's a very good lectures, good experience shared by both of you. As a clinician, I would like to add one thing for the Dr. Reema, that yes, in Gujarat we have a good number of the cases of Crimean Congo fever, and we have diagnosed them, we have treated. Dengue fever and Crimean Congo fever, they usually carry the same clinical features. So one thing I would like to add is, when there is a fever subsided and then hemorrhagic manifestations occur, then usually we think of dengue. And when there is a fever associated with the hemorrhagic manifestation, still fever is continued, patient is having diarrhea and muscle cramps, then usually we think of Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever. The others closely differentials are the leptospirosis and even acute fulminant hepatitis also. Your lecture was very much elaborating, almost everything you have covered. But the main thing, when we see the clusters, at that time we have to think of CCHF rather than the dengue fever. Because all the time, per person index case is missed, and later on when healthcare workers and doctors have something, then usually the retrogradely the case that was diagnosed as a hemorrhagic fever. So thank you very much. I thank you even organizations also to, they have given me the opportunity. Dr. Singh sir, I think we have to think of human behaviors and vaccine. These two things are more important. Otherwise, your lecture was really informative. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nilima. So before concluding, if there are two very brief questions, because the organizers have to compile and conclude at 5:30 sharp.
So my question is that these virus are going to come and go. There are more virus, there is mutation is going to come. And we have got vaccines which are coming, but how vaccines will be effective? So we have to take every 8 months, and such a large population of India. So how you go about doing it? Because drugs seems to not be so effective, but only the behavior, prevention and control will be more applicable, I think so, rather than, because virus is more smarter than human beings. It mutates. Moment, see, last month it had come, within 3 months it has reduced. Again it has spurt. But again, if it mutates, we have more strain.
Dr. Ravinder asked the question clearly.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is the thing we can do to prevent these viral diseases in future? Thank you.
The disease drivers, they have to be contained.
Yes.
So as close we live to nature, because there is one sentence somebody had said that viruses can only be controlled if we sustain the activities for sustainable development. Nature has to be sustained. Because any disturbance in the dynamics, natural dynamics, is going to create the spillover. That's the point.
Sir
So
also highlighted one point regarding land use planning disturbance. So that is the one of the most important factor which needs to take an
yeah, more than 30% diseases, they are because of land use change.
Actually, sir, here I would like to just share one thing, that some of the pathogens which we consider mild, but they are laying ground for other acute the pathogens to become more acute or more virulent. That also we have to take. We cannot take simpler things that just they are very simple and they are not contributing. So
No,
that
that's why if you
yeah.
remember, I said one sentence that One Health is not only just for the pandemic situation. One Health is that
always.
even if there is any pesticide in your food, you should not eat it.
Yeah.
So it is to live as close to the nature as possible. So like why I said is strengthening animals sector. If you vaccinate all the animals fully, then these pathogens will also be under control, and then your antimicrobial resistance situation will be controlled. You will have good quality food. Now there is globally an issue that dairy foods, they are not safe. Now it has come in a big way in WIAN channel, I saw one day. So now I think we need to concentrate on strengthening the animal health sector for having better food, nutritious food, and safe food. And it is required. So one,
Yeah.
because I said we'll be talking only in zoonosis context, but very rightly said, like because of COVID now, all HIV patients' immune system is down. So many other things coming up. More than I think 7-8 lakhs in 2020 only they died because of HIV associated illnesses. Similarly, now if you are having some viral disease, then there is immune suppressor. So secondary bacterial infection will always be there. So if we are vaccinating the animals, we are keeping those animals very healthy, then other infections will also not come. So even our environment will be clean. If you see the microbes, it is not directly from animal to human being, they are going. Various routes are there through environmental contaminants. So that's why keeping the animals healthy is prime requisite for to keep the environment clean and also have better environment.
Sir, can I add one point that integration of the data and evaluation of the combination data is also very important.
Very critical, very critical.
Thank you, sir. For
Sir, one point can I have, ma'am?
Sir. Yes, be short. Yes.
Yeah, very short. So it was really an outstanding talk by Dr. R.K. Singh, as he's very used to. The only thing, Dr. R.K. Singh, I want that the huge infrastructure which is available to us in the form of veterinary clinics in the country, and more so in the UP, they are underutilized, much underutilized, and if they are rejuvenated, so a lot of problems can be solved. And second is the involvement of the private sector, because the country is huge, problems are huge, and so only government sector cannot alone take up the challenge. So thank you so much.
Government of India now under their One Health program, they are thinking to garner some fund from World Bank for infrastructure development of the state with animal husbandry sector. And I think once it is coming up, participation of private sector is very, very important. Otherwise, animal husbandry sector still is in primitive stage. And now we have seen that if something comes up, then definitely there are very many players which we could not think of.
Thank you, sir, for a very elaborative and outstanding presentation from both my speakers, Dr. R.K. Singh and Dr. Reema Rakesh Sahai. So I thank you once again for these both presentations, giving an full exhaustive overpoint and overview, and how both these viral diseases are very important, and these novel pathogens, they in fact make us aware how we need to be prepared to undertake such outbreaks and create our own infrastructure, capacity building, and human resource development, along with the One Health concept of interaction between all the stakeholders. Thank you very much. I also thank my co-chair, Dr. Nilima, for giving his viewpoint. And I now give the platform to Dr. Uday Kakru for his concluding remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you both the chairs, Dr. Jyoti and Dr. Nilima.
Thank you, sir. My privilege.
Thank you, Dr. Kakru, for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
On behalf of the organizers, not only for behalf of myself only. So it has been a very enlightening day. Almost 100 people from Pan India, they stayed with us for the whole day. So that is a big achievement of this conference. Number two, Dr. Singh, he has virtually given the map for how to proceed further in such cases. But one or two things that, since we have the both clinicians from veterinary as well as medical factor also, so two things that is important, what we call it emerging and re-emerging, as Dr. Reema Sahai has given the definition. So we are working here from the national point of view, not the international point of view. Means, for example, Nipah has Nipah was spotted in Kerala, first in Siliguri. So it has jumped so many states in between. That means it should be taken as an emerging risk factor for rest of the country, because everybody knows. So that's the important aspect, because we can't say it, okay, it has happened or it has remained endemic to one place. It cannot become an pandemic also. Similarly, there we took a few parasitic diseases, bacterial diseases, which as again have surfaced in certain areas, are endemic, like calendars that has surfaced in Delhi many a times. In Bombay, I am also told it has surfaced, but that doesn't mean that it cannot go to some other place. Because now the situation has come to such an extent that nobody knows who's going to be the carrier of pathogens. If we take Nipah as an example, I don't know whether the virus has been actually isolated here or it's only based on the serology, but then fruit bats are not known to fly so long. Taking either they have come from Bangladesh or they have come somewhere they have contracted the virus. So this is true with other diseases also. That's why we took a long overall overview of various diseases, which we feel has to be considered as an emerging and re-emerging. But one thing, it's the human behavior, as Dr. R.K. Singh has rightly pointed out, that has to change, that has to, because it's we who are inviting all these diseases or who are inviting all these pathogens into ourselves. They won't jump unless we rather take away their places. Because of the land mixed, this land use that is expanding, and naturally these have to go somewhere. So in nutshell, summarizing, thanking everyone, thanking the participants for the patient stay for the whole day. Only two things that I will try to emphasize is history taking is very important, whether it's a veterinarian practicing in the field or whether it's a medical professional practicing. Because unless you take in history, you cannot immediately reach to any differential diagnosis. We can't move away, kid, okay, you have a fever, so it can be viral, wait for next 3-4 days. Then other disciplines which think they are not part of it, they have to be part of the One Health. For example, microbiologist. Unless microbiologist does the better isolation, we will be knowing what type of infection it is. Pathologist, if any carcass is provided to him, he or she has to give the proper diagnosis, proper pathological findings. So similarly, agriculture people, we are using pesticides, we don't know how many diseases they are transmitting to us through food grains and this. In summary, this One Health concept is not only limited to human or veterinarians, it has to be environmental scientists, it has to be other people involved also, even if they are engineering or they are from other disciplines. So with these few words, I think everyone has enjoyed. To the medical fraternity, I wish to tell them that Maharashtra Medical Council has approved 2 credit points. So, but that will be given to them only when we have their medical council numbers. And so to each and every medical doctor who is present with us, kindly share your medical council numbers if you have not shared. With this, I conclude this, and maybe next time we'll see again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
One thing more before I finish, this whole day's proceedings are on the YouTube, and I'll be sharing YouTube links, so anybody who has missed anything, they can go back and take a rewrite. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
गैस क्लोज कर लो आप।
Session. Hi, sir.